see the color black without walking on eggshells.
You're tuned into Tomfoolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even give memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you eat black. And that's a fact. Chat.
Enjoy the show.
Hey, yo. What up, fools? Today is 6/2/2025. It is 11:20 p.m. Eastern Time. We're just getting started here on the Tomfoolery Show. We are back on TikTok today. Got unbanned just a little while ago, so we are streaming now on TikTok and YouTube. Make sure you go check out the other platforms today if you want to call in. We're only going to take call-in through TikTok, so if anybody has disagreements, you can request that only through TikTok, and we'll take your calls through there. I don't have a whole lot to cover today, so we're going to possibly start with a little bit. Your noise gate is cutting you off a bit. Okay. Yeah, I noticed that actually in the video that I put out today, that it was cutting me off again. Let me see. Okay, so threshold, noise gate, open. Okay. I opened it up just a little bit by like 1 point, so let me know if it's still doing it after this, and I will adjust it. But yeah, I noticed earlier it was cutting me off a lot. So yeah, I put out a video a little while ago on TikTok, so if you guys haven't seen it, make sure you go check it out. It's on tiktok.com/tomfooleryshow or tiktok.com slash at Tom Foolery Show, I think is how, excuse me, how they do it. So make sure you go check out some of the new videos that are put up over there. And then also there's new videos on YouTube as well. There was a short uploaded a little while ago that, from last I checked, it was kind of setting a record for my channel on YouTube. So looking good. Explain why white man who was a Yahtzee last week has like or ain't, you ain't black in his stream intro. I was a Yahtzee last week? That's fucking crazy, dude. Damn. That's rough. I was unaware. You did the salute, so checks out. Yeah. Yep, that's all you need. You just do the salute. It's being a Yahtzee has nothing to do with like beliefs or, you know, anything like that. It's just aesthetics, guys. Politics are just aesthetics, everybody. It's just, you know, it's not as if these leftists just prove to be exactly what it is that I say they are all the fucking time. They're just aesthetics. They just care about the aesthetics. That's it. There's nothing more to politics than aesthetics. It's odd. So yeah, so I pulled up some stuff from Not So Erudite. If you guys weren't here the last couple of days, we were covering Not So Erudite's conversation with Tim Pool and American Nacho. And so they I mean, if you okay into it, then yeah, you're one in my eyes. Okay, cool. Yeah, if that's how you assess politics is based on aesthetics, then I do not give a fuck what you think about me because you're not smart enough to analyze the information in the first place. So not much I can do about dumb people thinking dumb things. Like, that's gonna happen. Dumb people are dumb for a reason. So yeah. People who wear gray hoodies and hats piss me off. I'm not gonna lie. That is rough, dude. I'm so sorry about that. I wish you had told me before I started stream with this on. I totally would have changed my clothes if I had known. That sucks. Top Floor Show, her theory of left causing election is plain stupid. What is there? So what is left causing the election? I'm assuming you mean that the left caused us to lose the election? What is her theory on this? What's the thought process that you think is stupid? Because yeah, I don't know if I've heard her theory on exactly why this happened, but I do know, obviously, her and I had a conversation about the fact that she does think that this is a problem, that the left is gatekeeping a little bit too much and that they're purity testing a little bit too much. And that's obviously true. That is obviously a true thing. I wouldn't say that that is the reason why we lost. I don't think that leftists have enough like political power to actually influence elections that much. But the problem is that liberals are branded as leftists. So everything dumb that leftists come out with as a new belief this week, this is something that the liberals get branded with. And so no matter what, doesn't matter how much we separate ourselves from those people, the like moderates will continue to believe that like liberals are leftists and moderates are the biggest voting bloc within our country today. And so, yeah, we kind of have to take into consideration that even though it's dumb for people to think that liberals are leftists so that we have liberal beliefs. You didn't answer my question about the intro, by the way, still pivoting. You didn't ask a question. At least not that I saw. Explain why a white man who was a Yahtzee last week. Yeah, I'm not going to answer a fucking question that's phrased as I was a Nazi last week. You're fucking no shot. If you're going to be that fucking dishonest, as I said earlier, I don't give a fuck what you think. Like, if you're this dumb and this dishonest, then Yeah, I'm not going to answer your stupid questions. No. You can try again. Okay? Try again, little buddy. Let's use our smart brain. Let's think about things for half a second, okay? You're so quiet. Am I? Oh, you know what? I don't know if I changed everything over on here to my new mic. Okay, yeah, give me just a second. Let me. Yeah, I don't think I changed my settings on TikTok. Oh, wait, it automatically changed over to this. That's strange. Okay, well, is that better? That's so odd that it just automatically switched everything over to my new mic. Okay, so if we put the volume all the way up, noise suppression all the way up. And then, yeah, this should work. Another YT male. I am not a YT male. I'm a white man. But all right. Them having major influence. She was way too online politics brain. No, I mean I don't know why you say that. I've literally said this over and over. That like the leftists are the ones that kind of brand liberals overall. Like liberals are branded as leftists. So all the stupid things that leftists believe, liberals are branded that way. So you're saying this as though this is her idea, but this isn't a thing that she believes. This is something that I've said for a long time. This is something that is like very common in politics currently, is that like the leftists are the ones who, like all of their dumb beliefs are the ones that get they get like blown up and made to be the loudest. And so everybody hears the left ideas mostly from leftists because they're the ones that everybody shows. Then you two are terminally online. Okay. It's just a very real thing. It has nothing to do with being terminally online. It is just a very real thing. So give me the number. I'll call you misinformed. It's literally at the top of the chat. There's a link at the top. I don't have to give you a number. You can call in through TikTok, and if you call in, then yeah, we'll bring you on, and you can come chat. Did you or did you not sing Kanye's new song and do the salute? I did the salute. I didn't sing the song. No. This is like if somebody came into my chat and then tomorrow they say to you, you're a Yahtzee. And then when you're like, what? How am I a Yahtzee? They're like, did you or did you not spend all day in Tom Foolery's chat obsessing about Yahtzees? Did you not spend the whole time obsessing about them? It's like, okay, yeah. Well, then you're a Yahtzee. That is the same fucking thing. It's the same thing. But you are the company you keep, I suppose. Did you or did you not defend Wally? I don't even know what that means, defend Wally. So what else am I supposed to think whilst seeing someone do such an... So I don't expect you to think. Don't worry. It is not an expectation that I have of you.
who's been in here the longest? This guy, probably.
What's up, Tom?
Hello. Damn it, why does it always do this? I hate that this always changes the fucking
Yeah, I don't care,
entire
man. I really
stream.
just want to know why you defended Lolly. That's really what I wanted to know. Here, give me 1 second. I'll even pull up my cam so you don't have to like say that you didn't do it, right? So give me 1 moment.
But I'm all I asked is what you mean by defend it. Hello?
You can wait till I pull up my evidence for you, bud.
Well, I don't need evidence. I didn't ask you for evidence. I asked you to define Lolly.
You want me to define Lolly?
Sorry, defend. What do you mean by
Peterson
defend?
bullshit are you trying to pull here? What type of Jordan Peterson bullshit are you trying to pull
Sorry,
here?
I didn't mean Lolly. I meant defend. Like, what do you mean by, like, I defended Lolly? Does it mean, like...
Define what you mean.
Okay, I'll give you options, okay? So, do you mean that I said it is a good thing to do this? Do you mean that I said I do this and I'm defending it? Do you mean that I said I think there's literally nothing wrong with this, and anybody who thinks there's anything wrong with this at all...
Postman, you have said that you do not believe that post-puberty, right? Do you not remember that conversation that you had? Just post-puberty.
You think I had one conversation about post-puberty?
I know you did.
I had way more than one conversation about things that happen post-puberty. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Tom,
I've had many conversations about Lolly. I have had many debates about Lolly. I have had many conversations.
Have you ever defended pedophilia? Yes or no?
Again, bro, I gave you multiple choice. I'm going to give you one more chance to answer the question, and then I'm going to move on.
I really don't fucking care what you're wanting to do here. I really just want to expose you for the piece.
Hello.
Hello, Erudite.
Hello, how's it going?
It's going good. You know who this is?
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to talk about how liberalism and its rebranding, abundance liberalism, is only aiding and abetting the far right, and how liberals' refusal to deal with the destructive nature of capitalism is what's in...
Wait, what? How aren't you denying that? So again, it depends on what he means, but he doesn't know what he means. He's got this like childlike thought process like the rest of these fucks to where they can't explain what they mean by things. So if they say you defended Lolly, okay, well, did I say people shouldn't be arrested for having it? Like, did I say that, you know, I gave him numerous options on what it is that he's asking, but he doesn't know what he's asking. He has no idea what he's asking. Either he's too dumb to know what the fuck he's asking, or he's just, he's purposely being bad faith, just trying to get a gotcha. So yeah, no, I'm gonna ask for clarification. I'm not just gonna answer a question based on optics to make you fucks feel better about yourselves. I don't care. If you think that I'm weird because somebody else accused me of saying that I defend something, which doesn't mean anything. Saying that somebody defends something means literally nothing. I just had this argument with somebody else the other day where they're saying, you know, what did they say? They said, Ethan keeps defending Israel. And I'm like, what do you mean by defend Israel? He's very like staunchly critical of Israel. And they said, well, I mean that he says things that are bad about Hamas. It's like, okay, I to say that that's what you call defending is really weird, but okay, fine. Like, and this is what the way that people play these games is they use the word defend to mean something very broad in general, to where I have no idea what the fuck you mean by defend. I don't know what that means. So I would need to get an answer to what that means. And if they're not going to answer the question about what they mean by defend, then yeah, I'm not going to answer the question because I don't even know what they're asking. So
Auditing the far right and like helping them win, basically. So for instance, well, I'll stop there.
Hold on, I'm writing this down. So
okay, Jordan Peterson, good one. I gave you numerous options. And you couldn't pick one. Like, Jordan Peterson, what he does is He defines words in ways that nobody defines them, right? Jordan Peterson is right to define the words. He's right to ask what people mean by these things. But he plays a game to redefine everything in a way that nobody uses those words. That's not what I'm doing. I'm not doing that. So the fact that you even say, okay, Jordan Peterson, just shows that you don't even know what the problem is with Jordan Peterson. You don't even know what the issue was with what he did. You have no idea. You're that dumb.
So capitalism is bad, abundance aids capitalism, and liberals are pro-capitalism, which is bad. Yeah? Does that seem like I know it's like really reductive, but essentially?
Yeah, essentially.
Okay. Is there any more that you want to add to that? Like any extra context, or is there a question that you want to pose?
Also, critiquing leftward does nothing to help the liberal movement.
Critiquing what?
Critiquing leftward, it does nothing to help the liberal movement.
Oh, critiquing.
So even,
That is such a dumb thing to say. This is something, so this is wild that there's all these people who are on the left, right? All of these leftists, these people who are left of me. And then they come on here and they're like, wow, why are you criticizing the left? And I'm like, wait a second, you guys criticized me first. I'm responding to you. What the fuck do you mean? Why am I criticizing the left? You guys criticized me and I'm just replying to you. And they're like, yeah, but like you're attacking the left. And it's like, okay, so the idea is if you're to the left of somebody, you're no longer allowed to be attacked anymore. What is it if you're attacking the left, but you're saying there's no point in attacking the left? What the fuck is this guy doing on here? What is he doing? It's either, criticizing the left is bad, which means that what you're doing now is bad, or it's criticizing anybody to the left of you, which when he says criticizing leftward means generally to the left of you, then yeah, that would mean that anybody to the left of you is allowed to attack you and criticize you all day, but you're not allowed to do the same to them.
and so
Leftward. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. So like me
So, for
criticizing
instance-
leftists. Yeah.
exactly. Even if say you don't agree with me on anything that I say, like a conservative bringing up my ideas and being like, hey, isn't that shit terrible? You giving him the, hey, yeah, that shit is really fucked up. I hate those people. You giving him that, it does nothing for you. It
Okay.
does nothing for liberals.
Sure. Okay. So which one do you want me to tackle first? Do you care?
It's up to you.
Okay. Let me start. I think with critiquing leftward. I think that'll be the fastest one.
Okay, there we
Let's
go.
see.
All right.
Okay, critiquing leftward is not good for the liberal movement. I think essentially the left has been decently unaccountable. I think that we have not been good at kicking out like our anti-democratic, basically what this country stands for, lefties, and I think that has been harmful for our movement. I think any movement that is effective has to police its own to some degree, because there are in the
Tom, off topic, but are you still on the Dean hate train? I have an interesting video for you to watch. Spread about him supporting an SA criminal to attack a teacher and take his job. I mean, I'm not really on like a Dean hate train. Like I don't have much interest in attacking Dean or going after Dean, but if you have something that you think I might be interested in, I'm happy for you to send it to me and I'll take a look at it. But yeah, I wasn't really looking to go attack Dean for any reason.
paradox of tolerance. There are some people that you cannot tolerate because they take things in the wrong direction. You have to ensure that like the movement is moving in a way that actually benefits the people that the movement is meant for, right? And so essentially, I think critiquing leftward is one of the best ways for the left to be accountable. And I think an accountable left is a very, very appealing left, particularly to lefties who went right, but I think sneaky in the deeps of their heart, they want to be lefties again. I also think that we cannot have people like Hassan or anybody who's fundamentally like anti-America, anti-democracy part of our club, because they're not. Like, we're pro-democracy as liberals, right? If you're like anti-America, anti-democracy, we're not fighting for the same thing.
I would agree. So I would agree on anti-democracy. I don't know if Hassan is anti-democracy. I would heavily disagree on anti-American. I think if you're a liberal and you're not to some extent anti-America, or more so, not anti-America, very critical of America and its actions, if you don't have that, if you're one of those like Americans, like I love America, America's great, America's the greatest country in the world, I think that ideology is like kind of gross.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if you look at America's actions imperially around the world, like objectively, it's like kind of gross unless you think imperialism's based actually. And I do. So like Iraq, what we're doing in Israel, the support of Israel, what we've done in the Middle East in general, what we did in Vietnam, the cooing and the fucking with lefty governments all over the world, the cooing and fucking with governments in general that we still engage in to this day. And when we look at all this stuff that we all know is true, we all know what's going on, like a lot of liberals will just try to like pretend like sweep it under the rug, like that shit's not happening anymore. Like for instance, like something Destiny say, like he'll refer to all these coups in the 1980s and stuff like that, and be like, well, you know, it was a lot easier to get away with stuff like that back then, almost implying like it's not happening. Like, no.
Oh, I think maybe Miss Casey accidentally requested up.
That stuff is still going on. America is still doing bad things all over the world for its own interest, a lot, mostly for the interest of corporations. Sometimes it is about collecting information for like national security. So, for instance, if we were talking about like China or we were talking about Russia, then I'm going to be very pro-America because I'm afraid of those people, right?
Sure. Can I just want to make sure that we like stay on the same topic. Can I just clarify your position? So do you think that it was good that the Republicans basically kicked out the Nazis that were starting to like burgeon and grow within their party in like the 60s and 70s? Was that a good thing for the Republicans to do? To be like, hey, you're not one of us. Get out. In the 60s and 70s.
When you say, was it a good thing, like morally, or was it good for their movement?
Both, to some degree.
It probably was not good for their movement, but it probably was a good thing to do morally.
Interesting. So it was a good thing to do morally, but it might have harmed their movement.
It probably most definitely did.
Gotcha. Interesting. Okay. Hold on, I just want to write that down. And my thing is for kicking out Nazis. Should the left be morally good or
for just 19.
Squinty. Do you know that you requested up? Do you know that you requested up? Squinty, you're on the show. Do you know that you requested up? Oh my goodness.
or like only pragmatic now?
It's always a mix of both, a mix of pragmatism and morality.
So if you mix those two things, is it more good or more bad that they kicked out the Nazis?
So I kind of want to hedge you off because I see where this is going. In this comparison, lefties like Hassan are not the Nazis.
I'm trying to call in. There's, I mean, I think I can just send you a request up if you're having trouble figuring it out. Actually, no, it doesn't allow me to. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, I sent you an invite.
So while it may be more good for them to do it in that specific circumstance, I would not agree for lefties in Hassan.
Gotcha. So you think that having like radical
is that woman part of stream? No, I'm Tom. That's the Justin guy who spams with caps. He's the guy that the bot times out over and over on the YouTube side. That's funny.
Extremists in the Republican Party would have made them appeal more to the average man.
I think just not critiquing your movement as like a main form of political engagement, I think helps your movement. It's not about like whether these extreme ends actually help your group or not. It's more so about where you focus your time. So for instance, when you say
even pragmatically, for example, generally voters don't like too much extremism, right? I think the Republicans, even at a pragmatic level, were probably good, like smart to kick out the Nazis, right? In the 60s
so
and 70s.
Here's where I disagree. Like this is where we're at now. Like, the Republican Party is more extreme than it's ever been, and they almost won, or they did win the popular vote. So it's kind of like, is extremism really the problem?
Didn't Trump get in huge trouble for even potentially being loosely associated with Nick Fuentes, and not from the left, from the right? His own party was very mad at him for that.
Well, Listen,
also
there's
took a
one group
moderate
you can't
position.
criticize.
Huh?
All right. That's all I'll say. Listen, Nick Fuentes, he talks about, let's just say, the wrong group if you're Trump. I'll just say that. Again, very anti-Israel. The wrong group. You don't like Nick Fuentes, and specifically Nick Fuentes' critique, because Nick Fuentes, they have a problem with.
Yeah, I
could
could have seen that coming.
They definitely do have a problem with like hating Jews.
Yeah, I could have seen that coming. That makes sense.
Like, or being anti-Semitic.
Sure.
But one of the biggest thing that Israelis really don't like is when you criticize Israel. That's why we're coming up with this massive myth of anti-Semitism on the left, quote unquote. It's just anti-Israeli sentiment, and they really hate that.
He's gonna do the whole like, yeah, the Jews run the whole government, and that you're not allowed to. That Nick Fuentes is just critical of Jewish people and Israel, and AfPak is not going to allow, and the Republicans are not going to allow somebody around them who's critical of Israel. That's not all he does. That's not all he did. He didn't just criticize Israel. He takes it a million miles past that. This guy is not just like, oh, I'm just critical of money and politics, but that's the game that he plays. Him and Candace Owens act like, oh, we just don't like sending money to foreign countries. Okay, buddy.
And Nick Fuentes is one of the few right-wingers who actually does do anti-Israeli sentiment, but he also is like straight up an anti-Semite, so, kind of fuck him for that, right? But I do think that's why he was removed from the party. Like, for instance, you don't think Trump has any guys in his cabinet right now or popular members who have said anti-Semitic shit online? I'm sure I can find thousands of examples of that. Right?
Okay, what I'm saying here is that I think it was good that Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I think even Elon Musk has said anti-Semitic stuff, especially with the parties that he supported overseas. There's like far-right groups over and over that he's given support to, and he's obviously closely associated with Trump.
Distanced himself from Nick Fuentes, because I think Nick Fuentes is an extremist group that I think would be not only destructive to the Republican Party, but I think it's also bad. And I think in general, if you don't criticize your own side, if you don't police it, it can go kind of crazy, and then your side can become very unpopular. So you might be able to get away with it a while where you don't ever criticize your own side, but I think eventually you'll get so crazy that you start falling apart. I think we're literally starting to watch this live with Trump. He's already lost Musk, right? He's lost. There was a judge that he appointed that he's calling like a major problem.
I don't know about that. People keep saying that he lost Musk, but Musk had like didn't he have like an expiration date on his time? Am I wrong about this? I thought that he had like an expiration date on how long he was allowed to serve as a special counsel or whatever title they gave him at the time.
Like, Trump basically in his newest election didn't really allow for major criticisms from his own side, and as a result of it, I think it is very quickly leading to like system error. I think a team that isn't willing to somewhat self-criticize is a weak party. I think it's a weak party that loses eventually because it goes crazy, because it engages in groupthink. And I think groupthink always tends to lead to radicalization, and most independent voters and more reasonable people that touch grass and only think about politics every 4 years are going to be like, what the fuck is wrong with everyone when they see that shit, right? If they see the left go really crazy, they're going to be like, why are they all crazy now? If they see the right go crazy, they're going to look at it and go, why are y'all crazy now? People don't like that shit.
Okay, so do you think like liberals not critiquing lefties is how much of this is the reason that you think we lost?
How much? Sorry, say that again.
So he just said we lost. This guy is very confusing because it's hard to tell where he's coming from on this. At points, he sounds like he's coming at her from the left. At other points, it sounds like he's coming at her from the right. I'm going to bet he's just a populist. I'm not sure yet, but I'm trying to gauge this guy, and I'm going to... I'm going to bet right now that he's probably just a populist.
Get distracted for a second.
How much of liberals not critiquing lefties is the reason as to why we lost?
Like a number?
Or a percentage?
The same thing, yeah, number. I don't know. I don't know how much I could quantify it. I do think that a large sentiment of why so many people will be like, yeah, I used to be left, but I kind of moved right because, them leftists be crazy is not an insignificant amount. And it's troublesome because I'll just admit, there's probably a selection bias. There's probably a lot more righties that will agree with me on that because they know that I'm going to be warm to that idea, although people will bring it up to me unprompted and unknowing of my positions.
Yeah, but about what? Because I would agree, but it's going to be on things that you probably aren't. Like, nobody's saying, like, oh, those leftists are crazy. Hassan said he supported Houthis. Yep. People are saying, en masse, as an American, they're saying those leftists...
No, it is the memes of, like, 62 genders, open borders, just a bunch of, like, things that are very far left that, like, you're not allowed to criticize black women, that, racism is a thing that can't exist towards white people. Like, there's obviously there's a bunch of far left ideals that are branding the Democratic Party, and these are things that Democrats don't really believe, but this is what leftists believe, and because leftists believe it, and then that's what gets amplified all over the internet, that is what people think Democrats believe.
Are crazy.
What up, Zach?
They want to address systemic racism. They're saying those lefties are crazy.
I'm sorry. That is not what a single Republican is saying at all.
Wait. DEI?
DEI.
That was a... Yes. What is DEI?
Okay. If you think that you said they're not addressing, I'm mad at them because they're addressing systemic racism. That is not the same thing as them saying DEI. Because to be honest, I don't think most Republicans know what DEI is, if I'm being very straight.
Correct.
Sure.
Correct.
But the point is they're not... When Republicans point to reasons as to why they stop being lefties, it's not even like crazy lefty shit. It's like basic, like, if you're a human who cares about the human race, these are things that you should support. Like they're saying, like, oh, you believe...
Yeah, sometimes they'll do stuff about, like, oh, cancel culture, they came after somebody and it was so mean, and look how big and bad they were that they called out somebody for bad behavior. And it's like, go on, dude. Like, obviously people should be called out for bad behavior. That's and it's not something that the right doesn't do, because obviously if the right sees somebody engaging in some sort of bad behavior, they'll do the same exact thing. If they find somebody to do something that they believe to be morally reprehensible, they will call those people out. They will make a very big deal about it. And it's it's not this thing that is sectioned off to the left, to where only the left engages in this sort of behavior. It's just a complete right-wing delusion to act like it's the left that does this. But yes, they will whine and cry whenever somebody on the left does it, but then they're perfectly happy doing all the same shit.
Even
trans and kids.
Or trans and kids. Like, they say stuff like that.
A lot of people further left of me believe.
It's not even real.
Well, a lot of people further left of me believe.
You're really quiet now. What did you do? I didn't change anything. I haven't touched anything. According to my stuff, I'm still hitting the same marker. I mean, I can turn it up a little bit if that's better. I don't know. You tell me. But yeah, I haven't done anything.
They do believe in trans and kids, and they believe that there should be less restrictions than there even are now on which kids can receive puberty blockers and surgeries, despite the kind of lack of literature on this.
Well, sure, I would agree, but then the point is, it's not like these lefty ideas that I think are...
Yeah, I disagree with this. The lack of literature still all trends in one direction. So while you might say, oh, well, we don't have enough, I don't know when it's enough, but currently the amount of literature that we have all trends in one single direction, where it's very clear that children transitioning has a very, very, very minimal harm and has a very large benefit, to where it just is what it is. Until there's something that comes out that shows anything otherwise, there's no reason to run around acting like this is some horrible thing for trans people.
Actually popular. Like, I think if you were to message properly, if I were to speak to the average Republican, I think a lot of them would agree, yeah, probably shouldn't be billionaires. That's probably really weird for someone to amass that much money and power to influence your political system when your political system runs on fucking money. Like stuff like that. Like they're not getting mad because of Hassan shit. They're kind of getting mad, funnily enough, because of the edge case liberal lefty shit, like the extra, oh, everybody be nice to each other, oh, trans rights.
No,
Like,
I'll tell you. I talk to these people. It's people who would look at the BLM riots, which were destroying cities in billions of dollars, and call that justified and good and a moral form of protest, right? As they're just destroying private businesses, right?
Yes, again, yes. So this is the stuff that it just comes from the far left that ends up branding the entire Democratic Party. Yet you can't find like prominent Democrats or Democratic politicians who were defending this stuff. You only find people on the internet who are some blue-haired 15-year-old on TikTok who was defending that crap. Yet the right will run around saying that Democrats defend the riots when there aren't prominent Democrats who actually defend any of this.
That's what they're calling extreme. They're pointing to extreme left, kind of deranged things that I think most people would agree we never needed to defend this. They'll point at like Jessica Yaniv being fucking weird with kids and a whole bunch of trans people being like, oh, come on, man. She's trans. Like, it's totally fine. And it's like, it's not fine. Her asking like little girls all the time about tampons isn't okay. And nobody ever needed to defend this. It's girls unironically getting tricked by the red pill.
If you can't find them, you ain't looking. No, I've read them. But for the majority of them, they're not even, like there's one Swedish study that everybody likes to bring up where there are, they have a high likelihood of suicidality for people after surgery. And the actual authors of that study say that it was a shit study, they fucked it up, and that they do not stand behind it. But that is the main study that you guys have to act as though these are harmful, yet the actual authors of the study do not stand behind the study. So I have read the studies and gone through the evidence that people have of this, and it's just not good evidence.
Into thinking man versus bear, that the bear is the better answer when it's fucking stupid. It's a stupid answer.
Okay, sure.
And it was started by Red Pill Conspiracy. This is what they're struggling with. They're mad at wonton canceling. They're mad that like conservative opinions just couldn't exist in most social media. They're mad at the Me Too movement going too far. They're mad at like kill all white men, right? They're mad at completely defund the police. This is what they're mad at.
Sure. Okay, I agree, but see how that's like not like okay. If you want to say like lefties do stupid things, sure. I don't know if this is quote unquote leftism, and I don't know if that is like a lefty thing.
It's certainly not my camp. Hold on, it's certainly not my camp. Liberals didn't like Me Too. Do you think Hutch or me or Destiny or Josiah or most other reasonable liberals or Pisco were chill with all this stuff? No, we were voting against it. No, we thought that there's most liberals will be like, yeah, I mean, Me Too did go a little too far. It's a little bit cringe that like
these Me Too women. Let me ask you a question. These Me Too women, who do you think they're more likely to agree with politically? These Me Too girls.
Yeah, I was a little confused at first, but okay, yes, like that Me Too went too far. Yes, I think everybody would agree. All liberals would agree with that. The idea that they didn't support the Me Too movement, not at all. Like, yeah, everybody, all liberals supported it to an extent. They just they just felt like after a while it did go a little too far. Yeah.
You or Hassan?
The Me Too girls?
I'm talking about yes. Or the girls who are saying these girls who are saying the thing where you're saying men are the bear. They would probably look at Hassan and go, "What the fuck are you talking about?" They don't even know a lot of Hassan's ideas.
What?
His political prescriptions.
What are you talking about? He's like the largest left content creator. I don't even know what you're talking about. The women, I'll agree that they don't know what the fuck he's saying, but most of them are being like,
because
oh yeah, like
liberals.
BLM, I put it like a red. No, they're nothing. They're aesthetic progressives.
BLM, black square, exactly.
I'm not talking about those people. When I am talking about an accountable liberal, I'm talking about Ezra Klein. I'm talking about Noah Smith. I am talking about Hutch. I am talking about Josiah. I'm talking about Luke Beasley. These are the people that I'm behind.
Infinitely identify with you over Hassan because they don't know anything about what Hassan believes.
Oh, I'm muted. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I was saying that I was wondering what she was getting at for a second when she said that the liberals didn't support Me Too, because all of the people that she mentioned did support Me Too, but it's it like they would all agree that it just went too far, that it was it was just a little bit too much.
They're not lefties. They're not communists. They're not socialists. They are liberals.
No,
That's
they
what
don't
I'm
align
trying
with
to
us.
explain to you.
They don't align with us. They don't align with us.
Okay.
They often fall towards Hassan. Yes, they fall towards Hassan. Why do you who
No, they
who do you
don't.
think is
No, they
watching
don't.
him? I'm sorry. You are so out of touch with reality if you think that like the average girl who is like 23 and like maybe supports the Me Too stuff.
Dude, you keep saying I'm MAGA, put me in. You haven't even requested up yet. What the fuck? You haven't even requested up. What do you want?
And will be in TikTok comments being like, oh my gosh, my boyfriend watched porn. I need to break up with him now. And then all the other girls will be like, yes, oh my gosh, he watched porn. He's cheating on you. These girls aesthetically will identify more with Hassan.
Seriously, you're out of touch of reality. Huh. You just don't have a disagreement. You just feel that way. You're just letting me know your feelings.
Yes. Because Hassan
You
gets
keep
pushed.
saying aesthetic. Sure, that
Yeah,
may
because
be
they're all
interesting.
champagne socialists. That's
But
what
my whole
most people are. Most people don't have a fucking bread to hold to any of their political opinions. Yes.
Okay. So then stop saying that these people, when you're critiquing these people, you're critiquing leftward because you're not. These people are basic liberals. If you ask
No,
their
they're
political
not.
positions and suppositions, they are basic liberals. They
No,
don't
they're not.
round
No,
it
they're
up
not.
fucking
Basic
out,
liberals
or-
do not agree
I
with
don't round
Hassan.
up, okay.
Basic liberals.
Okay.
Yeah, if he's trying to say that Hassan is a basic liberal, this guy is not prepared to have this conversation. If he thinks Hassan is a basic liberal, this is the guy who went on a rampage about how much he hates liberals in numerous times. But somehow, yeah, this guy's a liberal. Uh-huh.
Don't agree with Hassan.
Can we calm down?
Sure. Basic liberals don't agree with Hassan. No, when I am talking about the far left, I am talking about the pundits first, the people leading the cultural community, right? I am obviously talking about Hassan. I'm talking about Noah Samson, right? I am talking about these characters and the views that they are
Hassan's
getting.
most important positions are popular.
Champagne
Hassan's
socialists
positions-
are not liberals. They're leftists.
Hassan, maybe, but Hassan, I don't know what you mean by champagne socialist.
The
but what I
girls
mean is
who are watching
Hassan's
Hassan-
positions aren't popular. They're watching because he's hot. They don't even know what the fuck he's talking about.
His positions are popular.
Can you accept that?
No.
Can you accept that?
No.
Oh, you think his positions on Israel?
It makes me
They're
think
not
that,
popular.
yeah, I don't think you've been on TikTok if you don't think that these are popular views. Like, I'm sorry, I still will go on TikTok and find like very popular feminist girls being like, girls and boys are biologically identical. Girls are just cultured to be weaker than them. And it's just like, why are we even still talking about this shit? These people who watch Hassan, who are aesthetically left, that you agree are aesthetically, they are champagne socialists. They are entitled young people who mostly grow up in LA, who don't know anything about their worldview. They don't know anything about policy or belief. They basically just like put on like the black box for BLM and they'll be like, oh my gosh, like, yes, I care about all these things, but they'll also like get like uncomfortable if like an unk is like biking down the street playing music, right? These are all the people we are talking about. These are champagne socialists. These are not liberals. Because if you ask them, they use liberal, they use liberal as a slur. They use liberal as a slur.
I mean, I agree. Liberals are pretty bad, but that's not the point. My whole point when bringing this up was to say, when you're saying like critiquing leftward, it would, the way I would describe it is it's kind of like a lot of people don't like Elon because he's weird, he's not personable, he's like a weird evil billionaire. People don't like that shit.
I mean,
And
on the
people just
left,
push
lots of
him out of
people
the movement.
love Elon, right?
Okay, but
But on the
point
left,
being,
on the left, you
he's being pushed. Yeah, no, on the right too now because he's been pushed out the movement. You were talking about this earlier.
Sure.
Is that critique? Is that a rightward critique? Like, I'm not necessarily sure if it's a rightward critique because people don't like Elon, and I'm kind of
What?
Okay.
I'm not
you were
understanding you,
making
I'm
the
sorry.
argument. Okay, the argument is you're making the critique that these people deserve to be criticized. Like, they're too far left, they're too crazy. They need to be exercised from the movement, right?
Well, not all
that
of
was your
them.
critique.
I mean, like Hassan should probably be excised. Like nobody should pretend that Hassan is part of like any political left. Like he's French. He's not one of us. No.
Okay.
But like not all the champagne socialists necessarily. They think leftists is being sexy, right?
Well, exactly. That's my point.
But they are leftists.
So
They are not liberals. They're your guys'
what
problem, not
makes someone a
ours.
leftist? What makes someone a leftist?
They're probably going to be doggedly and vehemently pro-Palestine. They're going to likely believe that essentially like all the trans stuff should be allowed, that there shouldn't be any reservation or hesitancy at all about like the trans kids. They wouldn't have any questions about non-binaryism or like trans lesbian mask people and all that sort of stuff. They'd be like very open and accepting to all of that stuff, right? They would what are some other champagne special? They would be like, oh yeah, they'd probably say like defund the police during the George Floyd stuff. What are other champagne socialist things? They'd probably agree with most of the Me Too movement. Like,
Hello.
What's up?
What's up?
How's it going?
Going well. What can I do for you?
Are you a liberal?
Yep.
Okay. Well, do you want me to tell you the main reasons why I voted for Trump?
Sure.
Okay, so the 3 main reasons are gender, immigration, and abortion. So I believe that there's 2 genders, man and female, male and female.
Mm-hmm.
So just like if you went to the doctor and you found out that they never went to medical school, never went to college, never went to residency, your conclusion would obviously be, well, they're obviously not a doctor, right? There's someone pretending to be a doctor. There's someone who's a fraud. There's someone who's a fake. They might look like a doctor, but they're not actually a doctor. So the same thing, I believe, with a man dressing up as a woman. They might think they're a woman. They might look like a woman, but they're actually not a woman. They can say they're a woman. They can identify. But I think that gender and sex are linked and that you can't change it. And then immigration, I think illegal immigrants need to be deported.
We'll start with the first one then. When it comes to like gender, obviously this is more of like a semantic issue, right? The fact that people are identifying with like when they say gender, they're talking about masculinity, femininity, things that are signifying female or male traits, right? So while you're correct that like masculinity and femininity, some of those things can be biological and they're things that can be like part of like testosterone, estrogen, like, you know, all these other things, that the terms that we're using when we say gender, it's just a semantic difference where you're saying, well, I just believe it's male and female. Nobody thinks that there's like, when it comes to sex, that there's not just male and female. But we use the word gender just to talk about a different category. So it's not that we're both talking about the same category and we just think that there's more than male and female. It's that we're just talking about a separate category, and that in that separate category, we would still say there's 2 categories, man and woman, but that they're more so talking about gendered characteristics or masculine and feminine characteristics than we are talking about biological characteristics.
Okay, I see what you're saying. But the thing that I have a problem with is like, think about this for a second. Every single person who's ever been born throughout all of history, because if you're talking about it in terms of like a social construct or social roles that those individuals have, it's like every single person that's ever been born has been born from a biological female. There's no female that has adrenal glands that can impregnate other people.
Yeah, that's why I said we're talking about different categories. Like sex is what you're talking about, so it's biological sex, male and female. Whereas we would say there's a separate category that is gender, that is like somewhat attached to the sex category, but it's a separate category just talking about masculinity and femininity. So these are that we would use man and woman for, but it is just a semantic difference. So again, if you're like, when you talk about the fact that like, yes, biologically females have babies and things like that, yes, of course, but that we're gonna like categorize that as the sex category.
Right. I guess I'm thinking of like when someone says like, well, men can give birth, because it's like, what if they're a trans man? And it's like, but that's the thing I don't understand is like, if you're talking about, I guess you might have it seems like you have more of like a moderate view compared to some other views I've heard before. So that's why that's why it's different. But what I've heard before is like, well, it's like, it's not just, yes, sex and gender are different because a man can be, identifying as a woman, and he can have like woman characteristics, and he can, he can be nurturing like a woman, he can do this and that and dress like a woman. But my whole thing is like, but the big characteristic he can't attain, that would be, yes, it's associated with sex, but it's also, he can't have the mothership, the mothering characteristic, in that he can't, like a gay couple can't have birth, and they can't reproduce, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, of
in
course.
that sense.
When they say like men cannot give birth, they're just talking about trans men. That's all they're saying. They don't think that like a biological male can give birth, obviously.
Yeah, it's interesting. So yeah, I guess I struggle to understand the thing with like unlimited, like gender. There's an unlimited amount, because I guess I think it's like you can think that, but it's like there's no proof, because it's like I feel like if you look in science, you look in the world, we identify things based off of characteristics. So I feel like when you go away from that and you're like, oh, well, I don't have to actually prove anything, I just feel this way. Where it's like, well, we all identify things in life based off characteristics. So
Yeah.
when you take it away, I think it gets really confusing, where it's like, well, I identify as a cat, or I identify as a dog. It's like, but you don't have those characteristics. You don't have the DNA that shares that. So it's like, I guess, yeah, you can say that.
Well,
And
so-
I guess like people can, yeah.
If we're talking about like masculine and feminine characteristics, right? So we're thinking of like the most masculine over here, the most feminine over here. This is why people say that like gender exists on a spectrum, right? Is that they're saying that like people are going from like on a spectrum of masculinity and femininity. And let's say we find like a section here, and we can find like common characteristics that end up around this part of the spectrum. We could categorize that, right? And so we could say that like this is a section of gender, this is a section of gender, this is a section of gender, this is a section of gender. And each time we find like patterns that kind of align on that part of the spectrum, we can categorize those with a label. The difference is that I would still say there's two genders. You're going to end up on one side or the other, but there's what would you call it? There's stereotypes that exist there. So like if you think of like on the feminine side, there's like a butch lesbian, right? Well, obviously the butch lesbian is not going to be all the way over here on the most like masculine, or sorry, on the most feminine part of this. And then they're also not going to be on the most masculine part. They're going to be like on the feminine side, but they're going to have like some more masculine characteristics than, you know, is it Marilyn Monroe? Yeah, like more than Marilyn Monroe, right? They'll have more masculine characteristics, and so they'll end up over here. So we would still categorize it as like male and female, one side or the other. And then there's going to be some people who fall into the middle where they're not like easily categorized as one or the other. And we would call them sometimes like non-binary or maybe androgynous or something like that. Different labels for different people. But I don't believe in like the 62 genders or whatever. Those are just different identities. Those are not like necessarily gender. They don't apply to like masculinity and femininity.
Okay, that view, like, that makes a lot more sense. I feel like that's a much more like fair like look at it, because I guess there is a lot. Obviously, on both sides, there's going to be your more extreme people.
I spent years studying gender. Most of the people who are talking about these things, they're not as much talking about like the actual aspects of gender. So like a gender is not a like biological idea. It's a philosophical and linguistic idea. And so we're talking about concepts. Most of the people who are talking about these things are like trans advocates, right? Their whole thing is to try to make it to where trans people feel more accepted within their identities, that they feel like comfortable and welcome. Like that's their whole thing, right? It's not that they're wrong for doing that, but it is more so that they are wrong in the way that they're describing a lot of these things. Like they're not really educating people, they're more so trying to push an agenda. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, I guess sometimes I feel like there's like hypocrisy in the left of like they're like we want to accept everyone, we want to include everyone, we want to make everyone feel like important and loved and known. But then it's like the second I disagree with you, I hate you. It's like the second I disagree with you, it's like I have the right to destroy you. Like it's like that kind of like I feel like there's that theme. And I feel like if everyone's honest, like there is that theme there where it's like, and I think that's where it's confusing sometimes because it's like, well, are you really are you really wanting to include everyone? Are you really accepting everyone for who they are? Because it's like,
Well, obviously,
so I don't know, I feel like
there's
that's
gonna be a line that everybody draws where they think that somebody's beliefs are harmful. If we're talking about neo-Nazis, like we're not gonna be like, oh, let's be super accepting to these people. Obviously not. There's like their ideology is actually harmful, and so we would draw a line and be like, yeah, we're not gonna accept ideologies that are discriminatory, because if we allow discriminatory beliefs to become normalized, then we're normalizing discrimination.
right. I see what you're saying. Well, and I guess the thing that I agree, like the thing I believe is like men, like your gender and your sex, like biological men shouldn't be in women's restrooms. Like women, like those should be separate. Men, I'm just curious what your stance is. Like, what is your stance on? Because I don't believe like men should compete in women's sports.
Do you know
even if
who
they're
Buck Angel
castrated.
is?
I don't.
Okay, let me pull this up quick. Do you have a sister?
I do.
Okay. This is Buck Angel. You think Buck Angel should be in a restroom with your sister?
No.
Okay, Buck Angel is a biological female.
Really?
Yes. Do you know
Does
who
he
Blair
have-
White
so it's-
is?
No, I don't know any of these people.
Okay, this is Blair White. This is a biological male.
But hold up, do you think do you think? Okay, I see what you're saying. So even if they look like female, so that's probably a guy, right?
Yeah, it's a trans woman. They are a biological male, and
So I guess those would be exceptions. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be comfortable, but if they don't have the gender, if they don't have like if they have the same genitalia, then I guess they would.
sure. So
Yeah.
there's at least, yes, like a little bit of like a movement there. They're like, yeah, we're when it comes to like somebody who's gonna pee standing up, it makes sense that they might go into the bathroom and use a urinal instead of going into the female's bathroom. Especially when they look like Buck Angel, it would probably be really weird. For like that would be a lot
I have
more
a question.
uncomfortable. Yeah.
Do you have a sister?
Yeah.
Do you think if she saw that man walk into her area, do you think she might feel uncomfortable if she saw that guy right there?
Yeah, probably. And
her-
that's part of
That's all I'm saying.
well,
That's
that's
all I'm
what
saying.
but that's what the other side is saying, is that somebody who looks like a man like this, if they walk into the idea is that just because this is a biological female, he should still go into the women's bathroom. And people like me are saying, I don't think females want Buck Angel walking into their bathroom. I think that would be kind of scary for them if Buck Angel is walking into their bathroom. And so just the same as if Blair White walks into a men's bathroom, honestly, that might be dangerous for Blair White now. It's not dangerous for the men that are in the bathroom. It might be dangerous for Blair White to just go walking into a men's bathroom, right?
Interesting. I have to think about that for a second. I mean, yeah, I guess I still think they should go. I feel like it's just weird. Like that's kind of a gray area because it's like they
It is.
look like the other gender, but at the same time, I feel like, yeah, it's weird. Yeah, you don't want there to be problems. That's with.
But all of it becomes a gray area at that point, because right here we're talking about the most passing people in the world, people like Buck Angel and Blair White. Excuse me. But then that is also going to be on some sort of spectrum to where they go from being super passing to less and less passing. And it's hard to draw a line at like when you're passing enough or not passing enough, And so for the most part, like there's tons of trans people that I know that say that like, yes, early on in my transition, I wasn't passing. And so I wouldn't go into the women's bathroom because that would obviously be terrifying for women, right? There's a lot of people that we just kind of expect them to abide by some sort of social norms to where they're not putting people out. But there's, yes, the whole issue is one big gray area. And so it's not simple one way or the other.
Well, I guess those trans people, like, I guess I feel like when you're talking about trans people and as a whole, those pictures you show me are probably the exception to where like they actually are so indistinguishable that they look like most trans people, I think, that are identifying as trans, like you can tell if they're a guy or a girl. With those people are like really hard to tell the difference between, like they've looks like they've made it their entire like image and life purpose. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Not
where
so
most
erudite.
people-
Thank you for the raid on YouTube. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Kyla. Sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
I was saying those examples. Wouldn't you say that those are like a small percentage in the fact that most trans people are very easy to tell? It's like, okay, that guy's actually a woman, or that woman's actually a guy. You can tell with those people. That's like a very small percentage right there. I guess that you actually cannot tell the difference.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is that there's a spectrum from that, right? Like where I'm saying that yes, these are the people that are the most passing, to where it's like impossible to tell from them. But then there's a spectrum where they get like less and less passing and like more and more look like a trans person. And there's a spectrum from super passing to not passing at all. And there's like parts in the middle to where, yeah, it would be hard where you're like, oh man, they're right there. I don't know if I would say, I don't know which bathroom this person would go into. And so the whole thing is one big gray area. Like it is hard to draw a line anywhere.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess it is simpler. I guess like the most simple way, if it is that confusing, wouldn't the simplest way to just say, if you're born female, go in here. If you're born male, go in there. And then when those problems happen, I guess it's those people represent such a tiny percentage of the population that like that's not going to be as big of a problem. So it's like just go to your assigned sex bathroom. And
but that argument works the other way as well. Is that like people say like, yeah, like there are people who at least look like they are transitioning. They look like somebody who is working their way towards being a more feminine person, and that it's such a small percentage of people to where it's not really going to be that big of a deal if somebody walks in and they're not a fully passing trans woman. Like most, okay. Yeah, it's just such a small amount of the time. Now, for sports is like sports is a very like it's not an easy topic one way or the other. I'll just give you kind of like my take on it, but there's not really like this is a hard area. There's recommendations that are that like what's the only issue is with women's sports, right? It's not with men's sports. Nobody's afraid that a woman is going to go and dunk on like all of the male players, right? They're not afraid that like a biological female is going to transition to a man and then come in and own men's sports. The only issue is really in women's sports. And in women's sports, they have a recommendation that if you're going from man to woman, you're transitioning to a woman, that you are on estrogen for about 3 years and puberty blockers to where you haven't gone through a male puberty. But the part where it gets hard is that if you don't transition early before you go through puberty, that becomes very complicated, because now if you go and start transitioning at like 17, 18 years old, this is somebody that's already put on like male muscle. They've already had a growth spurt. They're already taller than all of the women. They've already built more bone density. They've already built better lung capacity. Like there's all of these benefits that come through after going through the puberty that make it to where once you've gone through that, to then start like estrogen or something like that and spend 3 years doing this, you already have some of these benefits. A lot of it goes away. It's hard to go take estrogen and not lose the majority of your muscle mass, and like even bone density. A lot of this stuff starts to go away. But this is why, like, in a lot of ways, it just is better for people to go through transition early on, so that they don't have any of these distinguishing factors like bigger muscles, broader shoulders, they're taller, more bone density. Like, all of these things change once you've gone through that male puberty. And this is why it's a really big difference for people to actually go through hormone therapy early on. If they haven't, then yeah, there's likely going to be some sort of advantages there. And at that point, it might be a little bit unfair. But yeah.
So do you think like people like Leah Thomas, like those kind of people in general should not be allowed to compete in women's sports?
I'm okay with different organizations making that decision for themselves, especially when it comes to like different states, different counties, different recreation teams. Like, I'm okay with those organizations making those decisions for themselves. But
if it was up to you,
if it was up to me, I think that the recommendations that people like have to have these hormone blockers before they go through puberty. Otherwise, once they've gone through puberty, they're going to have some advantages. I would say that it's probably past the point where there could be any level of fairness.
Because he's a huge guy, and he's like a 6'4", massive dude. Looks like a guy swimmer who just blew these women out of the water. Leah Thomas.
Leah Thomas didn't even win.
Are you sure? I thought he won the national.
Leah Thomas came in like 5th place. I'm pretty sure. Leah Thomas finished 8th in the 100-yard freestyle at the NCAA Women's Swimming and Diving Championship in her final race of the season. She also finished 5th in the 200-yard freestyle. Additionally, she won the 500-yard freestyle at the same championship, becoming the first transgender athlete to win a Division I national championship. Okay, yeah, so they won one event out of 3, and then in the other 2 didn't even place in the top 3. And this is the thing, is that while I agree that there seem to be some like inherent advantages there. The problem is that, especially when you go and look at the Olympics, that trans people make it to the Olympics a disproportionate or an unproportionate. They don't make it to the Olympics at a proportionate amount of their population size. So they're making it a very, very small amount of the time. While we think there's this big advantage, if there was an advantage, they would be making it a lot more often. But they're not. They're not even making it to the same population size that they are. And then, once they get there, they're not even placing at high rates. So trans people even making it to the Olympics, they still aren't winning or placing at really high rates. And so while there's, as I said, it seems that there is some sort of like disproportionate advantage, the problem is that once people go through HRT therapy, taking estrogen really just kills your muscle density. Like, it just wipes it out. You can go and watch trans women go through estrogen therapy, and they just lose their strength and their muscle density with the quickness, to where, most of the time they are just not capable of winning, and that's why they don't win at high rates.
Well, and I'm not as familiar with the bone density. How I'm sure it has some effect with testosterone, like losing testosterone, gaining estrogen. I do know, like, on average, like men, like biological males, have a bigger heart and lung capacity, which is a huge endurance for endurance. So that's why, men, when it comes to like the marathon,
advantage for endurance,
like races. What's that?
An advantage for endurance? You said an endurance for endurance.
Yeah, lung capacity definitely gives an advantage for endurance. Okay. So I'm saying that, I guess, does that I haven't looked into that. Is that something that also would grow with puberty, your lung capacity, or is that something that's just is like a steady growth thing? Because I guess if I see what you're saying with the, because
Yeah,
like
biologically, males and
boys,
females are pretty much the same up until puberty. Like that's why it's easy to get them confused early on. Because yes, they're pretty much the same until puberty happens, and then we have massive differences where we head in different directions. This is why like trans people are capable of just taking puberty blockers for like 3 or 4 years, and then if they just stop taking them, the whatever like if they're female, then the estrogen will start pumping into their body, and they will immediately just go through that puberty, just the same as somebody who is a male goes, whatever hormones that you have in your body, whatever they are, they change your body to be like that other body. That is what makes us go through puberty, are the hormones pumping into our brains after a certain amount of time.
right? Well, I guess it's also important, like, because based off what you're saying, like it depends on when that person hits puberty, to where like I guess you would say like, okay, they can do this because they've already hit puberty, or they haven't hit. Because for example, me, I hit puberty really early. I hit it when I was like 13. Like I hit a growth spurt like when I was in like 7th grade. I was like went to like 5'10", and like I just 7th, 8th grade, I didn't grow after that at all. Like I had like was growing like facial hair and stuff. So like and some guys hit their puberty later, and like later in high school, 17, 18 years old, like their voices get deeper then, so it just depends, I guess. Are you saying like you would have to know, okay, have they started puberty yet? Have they not started? And then how long have they been on estrogen hormone replacement therapy? Is that what you're saying, kind of?
Yes. Yep.
I guess that makes sense. I guess if you can't place a finger on they're having an advantage here, well then I guess that would make sense. Like if there literally is no difference, like again, I don't know if there wasn't a difference with the bone density and stuff, and I guess it's their right, but I definitely do think men who've already hit puberty, like you were talking about, if they have gotten the extra bone density, lung capacity, heart size, all those things that are going to give them advantage, I think that could be a real problem, and it's disrespectful to the girls who've put in the same effort, who are, gonna lose to someone. Well, I've heard you've probably heard about it. I don't know the people off the top of my head, but the people who've done weightlifting competitions and they just blow the record out of the water, and it's a trans guy, like it's a biological male identified as a female, and I guess those would also all be guys who transition through puberty.
Trans woman weightlift.
I'm sure they'll find something, man.
Are you?
Just like do trans men breaks record.
Laurel Hubbard, the New Zealand weightlifter, is the first trans woman to win an international weightlifting title in 2017. She won gold at the Australian International and Australian Open with a total of lift of 268 kilograms, competing in the plus 90 kilogram category. While she met the eligibility requirements to compete, her win was met with some criticism from other athletes who felt the competition was unfair, according to Wikipedia.
You can go down below, too. There's probably more. Smashes women weightlifting record held.
Oh, this was a meme. A bearded pro powerlifter entered a women's competition in Canada and smashed the record held by a transgender lifter who was watching on. The New York Post reports Avi Silverberg, the head coach for the Team Canada Powerlifting for more than 10 years, entered last weekend's Heroes Classic tournament in Lethbridge, Alberta, after identifying as female. This is weird. Okay, yeah. This is an odd thing to where, yeah, this is in other countries. This is very different because in America, we have like standards for like what you have to meet in order to be able to compete. Whereas I guess here they just say you just have to identify as that thing, which is here in the United States that we consider that a straw man. Like there's a lot of people who are like, oh, I can just identify as a woman and now I'm a woman. And everyone's like, okay, bro, like nobody really says that. But But yeah, for these people, I guess maybe in other countries that's a real thing.
I've kind of just I've seen a post here and there. I don't know if maybe some are in America, maybe some aren't, but like I think we could probably agree, like if that's the case and they're after puberty, then like that they shouldn't be counted as the record, right? Like that, like because again, is that fair to the women who've never transitioned, like like it's not fair. I think we could agree on that.
Yeah, sure.
Well, then I guess I'll go to the next point if it's fine on immigration.
Immigration, yes. Let's do this one.
So, yeah, I mean, obviously there's like legal immigrants who come to America. I think we've had a big problem with illegal immigrants coming in, and I think it's a good thing that we're having the lowest border crossings we've ever had, illegal border crossings, because we've had more presence down there with officers to stop them. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, there's a lot. So we're not just having less illegal border crossings. We have less border crossings overall. Nobody's coming into our country for tourism, for any reason. We just have 95% of all border crossings, legal or illegal, are down. Excuse me. And by far the majority of border crossings before Trump took office were legal border crossings. Like over 80-something% of them were not people who were trying to come in as like for immigration, but were people coming across either as citizens or as for tourism, for visas, like, stuff like that. And that is also down 95%. So it's just that people just don't want to come to our country anymore, apparently. But there was not this like insane amount of illegal immigrants being let into our country. The estimates, highest estimates, are about 2 million illegal immigrants came in under Joe Biden. Trump will run around saying things like 20 million. There's people who have said hundreds of millions, where there's only 300 million people in the entire country. They think that there's more than like a third or half of our country is illegal immigrants now, apparently. But the most total, so Trump said 20 million illegal immigrants came into the country under Biden. There aren't even a total of 20 million illegal immigrants in the entire country, like from forever, like under Bush, under Obama, under Clinton, under everybody. They stack up over time. We still don't even have 20 million illegal immigrants in our country. Biden set the record for most deportations in a 4-year period. Obama has the record for most deportations in an 8-year period. The idea that like Democrats were these like open borders policy people is just a falsehood across the board. They are very much in favor of deportation.
Well, I guess that's where I would disagree, because I think here's the deal. They deported people, but there's still such a large net gain of illegal immigrants that came in. And
that's true.
I think it's not 20 million. I think it's probably closer to like 3 to 5 million probably that came in, somewhere in there. There's definitely a lot that came in because they ended a lot of policies, like where a lot of them could stay on government paid housing places, like and receive aid and stuff.
You're talking about
I think it's from like
those are
what's
different. So those are the only people who received any sort of aid from the government were people who were on asylum. And that's just always been the case, that like we've given asylum, people who claim asylum or have refugee status or something like that, we've always given them like places to stay and help them get on their feet.
Let me say this though. All the people in these sanctuary cities, I know you've heard of this. And in New York City, I was just in New York City, which, by the way, there were many tourists there, by the way, like so many tourists when I was there. So like, I'm pretty sure we're still having a lot of tourists coming in, but these sanctuary cities, they found that they gave $53 million to these illegal immigrants to stay at these hotels there of our tax dollars, $53 million. So it's like there is being money given out to illegal immigrants. I think any American should be mad. Like,
Not
why is
hold on,
my
it's not
money
it's
going
not
towards it?
federal tax dollars though. That's state money. Federal tax dollars aren't allowed to go to illegal immigrants. So it was state money.
Well, it's still tax dollars though.
Sure, but you understand that the like in it the only reason that we would be upset with tax dollars going towards this is because a lot of people are like vehemently against illegal immigrants getting money from citizens. But if New Yorkers are okay with that sort of thing, if that's the sort of thing that they voted for, like I'm not going to tell them what they can or can't vote for. Like that's their tax money. That's their shit. That's their politician that they voted for.
Right, but I guess this is the difference is like people say, Republicans are against like law, we're against Constitution. Like the consequence for coming into the country, and I know you were saying they deport a lot of people, but there's a huge net gain in illegal immigrants coming in. So yeah, they deport a lot of people, but in total, many more people came in. And so like the consequence for coming in is the deportation. That's any country. That's not just our country. That's every other country in the world. Rather
To
they're
an
actually
extent.
doing it.
So
Whether they're
it-
actually doing it or
yeah,
not.
it's to an extent. It's about like utility, right? So the reason that we make illegal immigration illegal, and like the reason that it's against the law is because we need to be able to track people, we need to be able to vet people, we need to know who is in our country, who's coming in, who's going out. Like we need to know those things, right? If once somebody came in, let's say we have like some sort of crisis in a city where they are in like dire need of workers, that some of their biggest businesses are about to go bankrupt and they're trying to find some way to supplement the workers that they don't have. So they're trying to get more illegal immigrants to show up there and trying to find a way to get them legal status in the country so that they can keep their biggest businesses from going under and their entire economy and their state doesn't tank, right? The idea that we would be like, nope, can't do it. They broke the law, so we have to make sure that we have to let the economy tank because this is more important. Like, it's not really. We could vet them at that point and try to make sure that these cities are like capable of continuing to run, because when economies tank like that, like businesses go under, it can hurt all of these other businesses and ends up having a butterfly effect around it to where it can hurt tons and tons of people and in tons of different ways. And it seemed like that was the idea of what was going on in New York, was that they were trying to find ways to get these people legal status so that they could stay in the country and live there. There were similar things happening in other states as well, but the overall, I obviously in favor of the idea of deporting illegal immigrants and making sure that like we're upholding our borders and all, but that I don't want to do that to the detriment of our own country. Like I want to do it
Right. Well, and
to
that's why
benefit our
Trump's.
country.
That's why. Right. That's why Trump's targeting right now the not just illegal, because you could say, well, every illegal immigrant's a criminal because they came in illegally, but Trump's specifically targeting illegal immigrants who have criminal records
not.
of
He's not.
violent crimes. He absolutely is.
He is
That's what
absolutely
he's
not.
doing.
He's not. We know for a fact he's not. The 75% of the people who went to CCOT had no criminal record anywhere in the world. Not anywhere. Not like misdemeanors, not felonies.
I'm just curious though, like where's that number coming from? 75%.
Look up the study on CCOT. The study on CCOT. I think it's a 60-minute study on CCOT. Crime stats or something like that. It was they once they finally came out with the names of the people who got deported, 60 Minutes did a study on and went and looked for their criminal records, and it turns out that almost none of them had any sort of criminal record whatsoever.
See, but I find that hard. Well, I'll have to look at the study. I mean,
and it's not that they weren't illegal immigrants. A lot of them were.
let me finish.
A lot of them even had legal status,
let
though.
me finish.
Okay.
The easiest people to target are going to be the people that have been arrested that are in the system. Why
Correct.
would they go out of their way to find people that aren't? So it's like they're already undocumented. The easiest people to go after are the ones that we actually have had been arrested, have been to jail, have been to prison in
Correct.
our country. Those are going to be the people, okay, we know these people's names, so we're actually going to go after them.
Correct.
So I don't understand how
The
that's
Biden
even
administration
possible.
was
How
doing that
suddenly-
too, though. So it wasn't like there was this big buildup of tons of people who were just sitting there waiting to get deported after committing crimes. Like the Biden administration was pretty staunch on deporting people who committed crimes as well. Now, again, there's sanctuary cities like New York that refuse to cooperate with federal offices. That doesn't mean that they're not able to deport them. It just means that they're not going to cooperate with them when they do, which is something that I don't like. I don't understand sanctuary cities. Doesn't make any sense to me. It seems weird as fuck, but it is a thing that exists for some reason. But the fact is that there's tons of people who got deported who were actually legal, who were here legally, that we know of. And a lot of it was just it was a numbers game. Like most of it was like a way to say like, hey, look how many people we deported. And so they just wanted to get a hold of anybody that they could and deport as many as quickly as possible so that they could put up these numbers saying, look at how many people we deported. And so that's why even when courts started challenging whether or not they were allowed to deport them, they rushed the deportations and rushed them out of the country, is because they wanted those those headlines.
Okay, well, I don't think it was tons of people. I know there's some.
Yeah, we know of I think
I'm
only
not-
20. So you're right. It's not tons. Like out of like maybe like 700 or 800 people right now. It's maybe like 20 or so that were legal.
Right, and here's the thing too. I know about expedited removal, but there's very only specific cases that those can be given to where they're not given due process, obviously, because
Well, at
the
the
Fifth
time, that
Amendment
was
and
not the
14th
case.
Amendment.
Again, that was not the
Right, so
case
I'm-
at the time because they were enacting the Alien Enemies Act, and so they were doing
Right.
everything with the guys that they didn't have to give them any due process whatsoever.
And I know Trump, didn't he use that as the executive order when he said there's like emergency at the border? He said like because of the Alien Sedation Act of 1797 or whatever it was.
Yeah, the Alien
Like he
Enemies
said-
Act. But it was found to be unconstitutional, and so they overturned it.
I know I heard that they're trying to get flights back for those people to come back to the country.
I have
or
not
at least
heard that.
maybe not they're trying to, or the courts ordered them to.
Yes, the
give
courts
them
did
flights
order
back.
them to, but they said that they weren't going to do it. So like the Abrego Garcia case, they straight up said we're not going to do it.
Well, was that the one with he was the Trendo Aragua or whatever
They said
claimed
that
him
he
to
was.
be?
They said that he was MS-13.
Okay, and I guess that was the one where they were debating if the expedited removal was sufficient for that, because he actually
No,
was.
it was
I
that
think-
he wasn't allowed to be removed whatsoever. He had a no removal
Was
order.
had he been here for 2 years?
He had been here for much longer than 2 years.
Much longer than 2 years. Yeah, so so I guess he has to come. I guess the thing is, at some point, I have to admit, like if you are dealing with 5 million, let's just say 3 million illegal immigrants, like to deport every single one of them would cost so much money, and time and resources that like
It
you
wouldn't.
should be
The
targeting.
decision that the courts came to was, well, I mean, you mean for them to go to court, or you mean just a deportation
I
by
heard
itself?
I heard the number. It's like for every 1 million people, it's gonna cost like 80 billion or something dollars. Or
Again,
what
are
was
you
it?
talking about for court, or are you talking just deportation?
I think it was just deportations.
So the problem is that when we're talking about like things like CCOT, we're not just deporting them. That would be a normal process, is to just deport people who came into the country illegally. But instead, we're paying for them to be held in prison. So these are very, very different circumstances.
No, well, what I was trying to say is that I think at some point you have to look at it and say, well, this is just we're spending way too much time and resources where we should be focusing on other things.
Yeah, sure, maybe,
I
but
think
it's again, it's. I'm saying that it's even worse than that. Like we're not just deporting them because yes, it would be expensive to just deport people and fly them in planes over and over. But we're not even just talking about that. We're talking about the fact that these people are being held in prisons, and we're paying other countries to hold them in prison. So
Right.
it is way more expensive than even normal deportations would be because we don't normally send them to prison afterwards.
Right, but here's the thing. I guess it's like, okay, so say there's been 20 people. It's like if we look at like who we voted for, you probably voted for Kamala, right? So it's like, let's say we're looking at like the immigration policies here. It's like you see 20 people that have been deported without that were actually legal or without due process. But on the flop side, you see, okay, there's 500 violent criminals who've been kicked out of our country that have been causing chaos. It's like, well, which one do you weigh more? Do you weigh the safety of Americans from those 500 being deported, or the 20 that are actually going to have to come back, like they're going to actually have to be forced to come back anyway? It's like, I feel like it's actually a better thing that we have those
There's not a
violent
huge
criminals
problem
getting
with
kicked out.
again though, it's not a huge problem with safety. Like if a bunch of these people had violent crimes on their record, then sure. Or if it wasn't the case that like illegal immigrants commit crimes at much lower rates than the average population, then maybe. But that's just not the case. They don't turn out to be more violent or more dangerous.
But that
and
doesn't have
these
anything to do
people
with the
don't
question.
have.
Like,
No. You were saying that that you're weighing like American safety against whether or not we would put the time and energy and money into this
my
sort of
question,
thing.
but the thing with the illegal immigrants is it's not at saying, are they more violent on average? Are they less likely to commit the crime? Like they're 1 in 4,
is
whatever.
because think about it. So think about this, okay? Let's say we take every single person as an individual, and we take like a average likelihood of committing crimes based on these sorts of circumstances. When we remove people who are less likely to commit crimes, our average likelihood per person of committing violent crimes goes up.
So this is my question then. If we have violent criminals, illegal immigrant criminals in our country, and you take them out, the likelihood of crime is going to go down.
No,
That's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm saying it's the opposite. That it's like per individual, it would go up.
That's impossible. That's impossible.
It's not impossible.
If you remove an illegal immigrant, if you move 500 or 1,000, however many criminals they've removed, that's going to make the country safer.
That's just not true. You're making it sound like the likelihood is just based on the amount of people who are here, not with the likelihood that they commit crimes.
We're not, dude, we're talking about if someone has a criminal history and they're in jail for violence and they're in a gang and they're violent gang members, removing them from the country is going to make the country safer. That's the point that I'm trying to get at.
I understand, but that doesn't make sense. How does it make it safer if we're deporting people who are less likely to commit crime? Like it doesn't make sense.
Because I'm not talking about them as a whole. I'm talking about
I understand. You're
violent.
saying that okay, yes, if the people have like criminal records, then yes, of course, again, like it makes sense to deport those people.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I don't know why. I didn't say anything against that. Like obviously, again, everybody agrees that like removing people with violent criminal records is something that we should prioritize.
Question. I'm saying if that's going on in this administration, then why are you against Trump's deportation policy?
But you're giving me a hypothetical that isn't happening, and then saying, so why are you against Trump's immigration policy?
How is it a hypothetical? It is happening.
It's
currently.
not.
It's exactly what's happening.
Again, the majority of people are not violent criminals. Like the majority of these people are not committing violent crime. The majority of them have no crimes at all.
I'm gonna have to. Well, then it comes down to.
Are you able to look it up? I mean, I can stop and pull it up
for
you, but if you just pull up again, if you just Google And I can wait. Like, if you just Google the 60 Minutes study on crime rates for CCOT deportees, it'll pop right up. CCOT is spelled CECOT.
How do you spell it? Sorry.
CECOT.
Here, I mean, you can just. I can't find.
Okay. Yeah, give me a second. Let me exit out of this game. All right. So the AI overview pops up. It says the crime rate at CCOT. Oh no, wait, no. U.S. sent 238 migrants to Salvadoran mega prison. Documents indicate most have no apparent criminal records. 3 weeks ago, 238 Venezuelan migrants were flown from Texas to a maximum security prison in El Salvador. That country's president offered to make them, and the Trump administration used a law not invoked since World War II to send them, claiming they are all terrorists and violent gang members. The government released blah blah blah. Hold on. They're going over all of the people who were here legally. Here it is. But we could not find criminal records for 75% of the Venezuelans, 179 men, now sitting in prison. In response to our findings, the Department of Homeland Security spokeswoman said many of those without criminal records, quote, are actually terrorists, human rights abusers, gangsters, and more. They just don't have a rap sheet in the U.S. Donald Trump to expedite removals, trend de Aragua savage gangs will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. But in Andrew's case, the evidence for the government's presented immigration court, I don't know why this is popping up all over the place. Yeah, I went and pulled up their entire data sheet and put it all onto a single image.
Well, and this goes back to kind of what I was saying of even if Biden was deporting a lot of people, there's still so many that were coming in, and even if all of the let's just do some math here. Let's say a million people come in, and you have so you compare there's a million people to a million just American citizens that are actual citizens, and those a million people are 25% less likely, and again, I don't even know where that number is coming from, 25% less likely to commit a crime than the Americans. Well, within that, even though it's 25% less likely.
Wait, but again, hold on. Just to be clear, it would make sense. No. I get what you're saying, but the problem is that if each American was 100% likely, and then the other people were 25% less likely, which means now they're 75% likely to commit a crime, that would totally make sense. The problem is when it's more regular Americans, it's 6% of them are likely to commit a violent crime, and then it's 3 to 4% of I think it's 3 to 4% of legal immigrants are likely to commit crimes, and then it's 2 to 3% of illegal immigrants are likely to commit crimes. We're talking about just We're talking about 2 to 3% of these people are likely to commit crimes, and we're deporting all of them based on the 2 to 3%. I get what you're saying. Like, well, that 2 to 3% now can't commit crimes in our country, but that is such an insignificant amount once we get down to 2 to 3%. That we're going to deport all the people based on that number. The number should just be based on the fact that they're here illegally, not based on whether or not they're committing crimes.
But isn't that but based off of what you just said, that is making our country safer. What he's saying, if that is true, our country is becoming safer by deporting those people.
I think that that's like a weird way of thinking of it. That seems odd.
It's not though. It's math.
It is, because again, the problem is not whether or not that they're going to commit crimes. The problem is whether or not they're here illegally. If we're going to make it about whether or not they commit crimes, then like, why not deport citizens as well? Like, it has nothing to do with committing crimes. It has to do with them being here illegally. The crime rate is not relevant. If it's relevant, then we would just deport the ones who commit crimes, not all of a group of people based on the fact that 2 to 3% of them might commit crimes.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, well, yeah, obviously, yeah. So first is they're here illegally, so they have to be deported. But I'm saying a lot of these people who've come, like the violent criminals, like obviously you've heard who's the girl who was murdered by the illegal immigrant who came in? What's her name?
Here in Georgia.
Lincoln Riley.
Lincoln Riley.
Right. So it's like things like that. Like there's, unfortunately, like you said, it is a very small percent, but when those people are gone, who don't have any respect for our country, who are coming in, they don't have respect for our culture, and they do things like that, and they're, I think that's something that has to be targeted. And there's probably people during Trump's first administration. Now, I guess you could blame that on like the illegal immigrants that came under the Obama administration, even though he deported a lot of people. I'm sure there was people killed by illegal immigrants then.
Michael Jones tipped $20. Caller out of touch.
But yeah.
Sorry.
So I think like stuff like that, if that's gonna go down, that's a good thing. I mean, I think you agree.
Yeah, again, that I don't. I think that that's fallacious thinking. Generally, if we're like, it just, yes, it doesn't actually make that big of a difference. It's a very, very small percentage of people. We're talking about a total of like 10 million people out of 350 million, and then 2 to 3% of those might commit crimes. We're talking about just such a fucking small amount of people that it's not actually all that relevant. And it's based on this, like, it's based on crimes that they haven't even committed. That's the thought process, is that if they maybe end up committing crimes, they're gone. But you're saying we deported all of these people because 2 to 3% of them might commit crimes. Like, it's just, yeah, it's
I'm not saying
it's,
commit.
It's,
I'm not saying.
I understand, but that's what I'm saying,
not
is that
saying
it doesn't actually say that we're like actually safer in the end, because it's a fallacious like thought process. Like the point in deporting is just based on them being here illegally. The whole argument about like them committing crimes or possibly committing crimes based on some minority report sort of thought process, that just doesn't really apply at all.
No, I see what you're saying, but I know exactly what you just said. That you're saying, like, if you're gonna say deport illegal immigrants, don't say it's because of the violence they're committing. Say it just because they're in here illegally.
Right.
But I guess I don't understand why, if you believe that, I guess I don't understand why someone with a strict border policy like Trump, like, because hiccups are going to happen, where people, when you're trying to get things done quickly with high numbers, there's going to be people you miss, right? But like, why should
we can call them hiccups in the beginning when it first happens? We can't call it hiccups once they find out that it happened and they refuse to remedy that. It's no longer a hiccup. They are now choosing to live with that mistake. If I accidentally knock over a board and it hits the ground, and you guys are like, yo, somebody could trip over that and hurt themselves, and I'm like, yeah, it is what it is. And then I watch people continue to walk over this board and trip and hurt themselves, and people are like, yo, Tom, you should really pick that board up and make it so that people aren't going to trip and hurt themselves. And I'm like, nah, not going to do it. Later, they're like, dude, it's Tom's fault that this board got all these people hurt. I'm like, no, it was an accident. I accidentally knocked it over. It's like, sure. But as I watched all of these people tripping over the board, I still chose not to pick it up and not put it back, and allowed more and more people to keep hurting themselves.
So
Who knows that these are illegal?
Except it's a good analogy, except it doesn't account for the fact that obviously deporting people, especially in mass numbers, when you know hundreds of people are illegal immigrants, that is a lot harder to count. And it's a lot.
Wait, hold on. I don't think you understood. I don't think you understood what I'm saying. I'm saying
no, I do
the initial accident is deporting them, but as you continue to refuse to bring them back, you are now not doing this accidentally. You are just refusing to bring them back. It is no longer an accident. As you refuse to bring them back, this is on purpose.
He is bringing them back, though. That's the thing.
Who's he bringing back?
The people.
Hello?
The people that the court. Sorry, the people that the courts are deciding are needing to be brought back. They are bringing those people back. They are.
Who? I've not heard of them bringing a single person back. And the court ordered them to bring back Abrego Garcia, and they said that they're going to refuse to abide by that court order. So the idea is that they're supposedly going to bring people back, but they're not going to do the ones that their court ordered to bring back. They're just going to continue breaking those court orders and bring other people back. What is the...
Yeah, I don't know exactly those. I haven't heard of them, but
I haven't heard of them bringing anybody back. You're the first person to claim that this is happening.
Just look up Trump. Just look up, has Trump brought anyone back that he's illegally deported or like something?
The White House is deporting people to countries they're not from. Court halted deportations. Trump officials deported another man despite court orders. Trump admin knew most deported Venezuelans had no criminal records. Court halted deportations. Trump officials deported another man. Trump administration says that will fly migrant back to U.S. Fly migrant back to U.S. after judge rules his deportation ignored due process. Okay, so who is this? This is from, what was this say? 5 days ago? May 29th.
Yeah.
No, okay, yeah, this is a while ago. Federal government is working to secure a charter flight to return a man. Hold on, let me get this out of the way. Return a man who was removed from the U.S. back to America so he can have proper due process proceedings. The department said in court documents filed Wednesday last week, U.S. District Court Brian Murphy ordered the man, only known by his initials OCG, to be returned to the United States after he found that necessary due process steps in his removal proceedings were ignored by the Trump administration. OCG's attorney argued that he has no criminal history and sought asylum in the United States after multiple violent attacks against him in his native country of Guatemala. In March of 2024, OCG entered the United States illegally and was deported. After making it back to the United States again last year, he presented himself to Border Patrol for asylum proceedings. An immigration judge found in February 2025 OCG would face serious harm if he were sent back to Guatemala and ordered a withholding of removal that barred deportation back to his home country 2 days after immigration judge. Okay, so let me see if they brought him back. Oh, maybe that was updated 5 days ago. Federal judge doubles down on order to return deported Guatemalan migrant. May 27th again. Yeah, okay, so this is 5 days ago. Okay, yeah, so it says they ordered them to bring him back 5 days ago. So we don't know if they're actually going to bring him back yet, but we just know that they've been ordered so far.
I mean, like, I'm pretty sure he will. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, Trump does, like, test. He walks on the line.
But why
like,
didn't
it's,
they
like,
do that
even
with the
after-
other people that they were ordered to bring back? Like, again, like if we talk about the Abrego Garcia, they straight up said a week after they were given the order to facilitate his return, they said, we're not going to do it. It's not happening. They said this a week later.
I don't know enough about the case, honestly. I don't know enough about what criteria he meets in the his criminal history, whatever it is. I don't know enough about it.
He didn't have any criminal history. He didn't have any criminal charges. He had a withholding order from deportation. They once they deported him, they were ordered to facilitate his return. This went all the way to the Supreme Court. There was a 9-0 decision that they had to facilitate his return. They sent him back to Judge Zinnis, the district court judge, to tell them what it is that they were supposed to do. Judge Zinnis says all you have to do is show evidence that you're trying to get him returned back, meaning that you've asked for him back, that you've done what you can.
What's his name? What's his name?
Abrego Garcia.
Can you look up and see if they've done it recently? If they brought him back?
I know they haven't because I've.
Just look up updates or whatever.
Yeah, this is from a day ago. Everything else is from a month ago. Why Trump and Bukele are destroying Kilmar Abrego's life. The two want to block all channels for illegally challenging their lucrative prison scheme. In March, the United States government deported El Salvador 29-year-old Abrego Garcia, a Salvadoran national who lived and worked in the U.S. for almost half of his life. Little did he know that he would soon be the face of the U.S. President Donald Trump's sinisterly exuberant mass deportation campaign.
And he didn't have a trial or anything before he got deported?
No.
Is that what they're arguing?
Yeah, so they not only did he not have a trial, but he was here legally. He had legal status in our country, and they deported him.
He was a legal immigrant?
Yes, he was legal. And he had like a work permit, a social security card, and then after they deported him, the judges ordered that they bring him back, and they put out this like 5-page essay saying we're not going to do it, we're not going to ask for him back. Even if we wanted to, all we would do is just bring him back and then fill out new papers to deport him again. So yeah,
So why was he deported in the first place, though? There had to be.
They
a
said it was
reason
an
why he
accident.
was deported. Like so was he like one of those in like an ICE raid where he was just like it was like a swarm of people and he just happened to be with the wrong group and that's why he got deported with them, kind of thing?
We don't really know why they arrested him in the first place. We don't really know. We have no idea why they arrested him. We just know that once they arrested him, they put him on a plane, even though apparently there's papers showing that they did acknowledge that he had a withholding from deportation. After he got deported, it went to court. They said, hey, why did you deport them? They said, there's no excuse. Like, we don't know. They said, okay, well, now it's, so then it got challenged over and over. And the court ordered that they had to bring him back. So then they kept challenging it up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court 9-0 said you have to bring him back. And they
he's gonna have to bring him back then. Obviously, he's
again
gonna have to, and he will.
When you say he has to, what does that mean?
It's the Supreme Court. There's no other
right.
higher
So what
ruling.
happens if he doesn't do it?
Well, criminal charges for
Trump can't be charged with
not
criminal charges. He has immunity.
Well, no, he actually can. That's how he gets impeached.
No. Incorrect. The broad immunity decision from the Supreme Court says that as long as he's doing something that is part of his job as president, he cannot be charged with a crime.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, well, but I think that
this is like the 5th court order that he's broken, bro. This isn't
I think that only Wait, listen, I think that only applies to so for example, Gavin Newsom with like the fires and wildfires in California. He can't be charged with crime because then you could just argue it's just him doing a bad job. But where he's not following a direct order, I don't think that falls into the same line. Like when they impeached Trump for not following the Constitution, I think that actually is a charge where you can be impeached. I guess he could be impeached for
You
not
can be impeached for
following. So I
anything.
get
Impeachment
right,
is
but I don't think it fits
impeachment
under
is a political process. When it comes to being charged
Right,
with
I
a
know
crime,
that,
it's a totally
Congress.
different thing, and he just can't be charged with crimes for any of this
He
stuff.
can't be charged with that. Well,
Yeah.
he would be then. I'll correct what I'm saying. Then if he doesn't comply with it, then obviously there's going to be a consequence like that where he gets impeached.
There's
But
not.
what
I'm sorry, bro.
I- yeah.
Listen, when he said that he was going to refuse to obey the court orders, it was like on Twitter, all of Trump's staff
He
started
says a
putting
lot
out.
of things,
Hold on,
dude. He
all
says
of
a lot
Trump's
of
staff
things.
started putting out tweets saying, "We don't have to listen to the Supreme Court. They're not in charge of us. The president is in charge of them. They can't charge him with anything, so there's nothing they can do about it." And then they continued to break more court orders after that. They've broken tons of court orders and straight up said, we are refusing to abide by these, and there isn't really anything that anybody can do about it. There really isn't. There's nothing that anyone can do to stop him.
I don't know. I mean, I think he's going to. I think he will deport him eventually. I think he will, for sure.
Oh man, I just
That looks
screwed
weird.
up my screen. Crap. I got this to work earlier, and I have no clue how. And oh, there we go.
So I
Okay,
guess
sweet.
your biggest thing on Trump is not him deporting illegals, but doing it without due process.
Legally.
Is your biggest
Yes,
issue.
I want him to do it legally. I want him to follow the Constitution. And this has been my biggest issue with Trump throughout his entire presidency, is that he just does not care for the Constitution. He doesn't care to follow the Constitution. He's made numerous arguments for why he doesn't have to follow the Constitution. He's made arguments for why he can get rid of things within the Constitution. He is, and it's started to be a trend where more and more of MAGA are making arguments like, well, the Constitution isn't like this all-powerful thing that like can't be broken. Like, it is what it is. Like, sometimes we shouldn't listen to the Constitution. And yes, the talking points have changed drastically over the last couple months.
Well, yeah, I don't think most Trump supporters want him to run a third term, unless they ratified it and then had an Obama-Trump showdown.
Yeah, I'm not as concerned with
That
like
would
the
be-
third term thing. I'm not.
Yeah, like
Aram Sound tipped $10. Tom asked the caller how he feels about human trafficking. Since paying to hold people falsely imprisoned is the definition of human trafficking. Ask if he's on with that.
human trafficking. Holding people wrongly in prison. Well, if they're illegal immigrants, that's the question: is are they being illegally held in America, or are they being held in prison? Because they'd be in prison regardless, right? If they're an illegal immigrant.
Not
So are
really.
they
So
being
we
held
don't normally imprison people who are illegal immigrants, right? It's not like a normal part of the process. Normally, we just deport them, take them back to the other side of the border, and then we drop them off, and that's that. But in
isn't
this
there a
case,
waiting time when? But what about the waiting time you're talking about, where they're in a quote unquote prison? It's not really a prison.
yes,
but it's
so they will normally put them in jail, and they'll sit in jail until they go to court. But that's here in our jurisdiction. Once they've moved them to another country, their argument is we can't get them back. They're not in our jurisdiction anymore. That's been their argument with all of these people. When they're ordered to bring them back, they say, oh, we're not in charge of them anymore. They're out of our jurisdiction, which is, again, why they rush to get them out of the country fast, is because they wanted to be able to say, oh, there's nothing we can do about this now. It's not our country anymore. Meanwhile, they're sitting in prisons that we're paying for them to sit in. So it doesn't really make sense, but yeah. We don't normally keep them in prison, especially if they haven't had any due process. We put the people in jail until they go to court, and then we deport them. But in this case,
Right.
we're putting them in prison. And all of these contracts are for at minimum a year and maybe longer, which a year for crossing the border illegally. It's normally a civil offense, dude. It's like a speeding ticket. And the fact that these people are sitting in prison for a year is wild.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the law and all that with the consequences for everything. I agree, though. You should just be deported. I guess they can't. Yeah, I don't know with that. Yeah, I'll have to look into that more with like the legality of all of it. I think it's like I guess I still hold the stance of like he's doing the right thing for the most part. And the only way to find out is, I guess, like at the next press conference, like they'll probably ask the press secretary again, like, is he back? Is he back? Are all these people back? And we'll find out more then. Are all these people going to get back? But I just don't see, like, my point is Trump left the office on January 20th, and when he lost the election, like, he tried everything he could, and then he left. Like, he left at the end of the day. Like, he didn't, like, use the military to stop him. Like, he left. And so I'm saying, like, at the end of the day, I do think Trump will get these people back. Are they in the wrong for deporting them without due process? Yes, they are. But I do think...
Again, they've straight up said they're not going to. I mean, I appreciate your faith in him, but they've straight up said we're not going to bring them back.
When did they say that, though? Like, I don't know. The picture from earlier. Gosh, looks like a girl.
Both of those people that I showed you, Blair White and crap, I forgot the Chuck. What was his name again? I forgot the other guy's name, but they're both conservatives.
Interesting.
Regarding the case of Abrego Garcia, President Trump has indicated that he has the ability to facilitate Abrego Garcia's return to the U.S., but will not do so. This stance contradicts court orders and the White House's public statement on the matter. Wrongful deportation, Abrego Garcia was deported to El Salvador despite previous court orders protecting him from removal to his home country. Trump's justification, Trump has stated that he will not bring Abrego Garcia back because of unproven allegations of MS-13 gang membership. That is what they keep saying, is that he's part of MS-13, but they can't show any evidence of this. So, court orders, a U.S. District Court judge and the Supreme Court have ruled that the Trump administration must facilitate Abrego Garcia's return to the United States. Trump administration's argument, the administration contends that the court lacks jurisdiction to order Abrego Garcia's return since he is no longer in U.S. custody, and that information regarding his return is protected by the state secrets privilege. State secrets privilege, Trump administration is attempting to use the state secret privilege to avoid disclosing information about efforts to facilitate Abrego Garcia's return. Legal challenges, the case is ongoing in court. Abrego Garcia's legal team is pushing back against the administration's arguments. Defiance of court orders, critics argue that the Trump administration's refusal to comply with court orders and its use of the state secrets privilege are attempts to undermine due process and the rule of law.
So if it was proven that he was an MS-13, would that my question is like, because like all of that makes it sound
we would
pretty,
prove
like,
that in
black
court,
and
though.
white.
That's kind of the point, though, is that we would prove that
But
in
I'm
court.
saying even if he was an MS-13 gamer, he would still have to have due process, right? Even if that
Yes,
was
that's
the
what I'm
case,
saying.
right?
Correct. I'm saying that they
Yeah.
would prove it in court, and so he would have to be able to go to court in order for that to be the case, and so he would have to be brought back for that to be the case, and so that's the whole problem.
Yeah, I mean that's wrong. Yeah, I can say that's wrong.
This is a clip of a recent interview.
You could get him back. There's a phone on this desk. I could.
In an interview with ABC News, President Donald Trump said he could bring Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia back from El Salvador, but he won't.
You could pick it up, and with all the power of the presidency, you could call up the president of El Salvador and say, send him back right now.
And if he were the gentleman that you say he is, I would do that.
But the court has
he's
ordered
not.
you to facilitate that I'm
not the one making this decision. We have lawyers that don't
president.
want to do this.
But the
Terry.
buck stops in this office.
No. I follow the law.
Trump's comments contradict what his top aides have
Yeah, he keeps saying I followed the law, but and then when they say why won't you do it, he says my lawyers are taking care of it. But the law says, the judges say, the Supreme Court says he has to bring him back. So he's not following the law. He's just saying whatever comes to his head. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, I will agree with you and say that that's wrong. But I do think that guy actually is an MS-13 guy because he has the symbols literally mean MS-13, like that he has on his knuckles.
So
but yeah,
I would okay. So I would agree with you, like to an extent, that like it is a huge coincidence that each letter is like M and then S and then 1 and then 3. But we don't have a whole lot of like substantial evidence outside of that, 1. And 2, we don't have those tattoos as a norm within MS-13. That line of tattoos is not a thing that MS-13 members do. So while it is weird that it's marijuana leaf, smiley face, cross, skull, to where it looks like it could say MS-13, it could also be a coincidence. We would need better evidence than that, and we just don't have it.
Right, that's a good point. It's a really good point, actually. See, this is the funny thing is like you are like the most like out of all the Democrats I've talked to, like you're making a lot of sense and you're not like condescending with the stuff you're saying. Like, but I feel like both of us are like kind of like
you're
reasonable.
a bit more willing to engage as well. It's kind of annoying.
No, I mean that's
half
that's
of
not
the
good.
thing that
I'm
I'm
gonna be
on.
honest, that's not good. What I feel like we don't have, there's going to be things about every president, and obviously I'm not excusing this by saying, I'm just saying like, I'm sure like every president at some point in the administration, you can point to something and say like, that's wrong. That's not excusing this. I'm just saying like, I guess there's so many policies that I agree with like his administration on that it's like one thing like this isn't going to make me like, just like hate him all of a sudden, but I can look at this and say like, okay, that's not good, like.
I mean, to me, these are like hard lines. Like, it doesn't matter who it is. If they start like disrespecting the Constitution, refusing to abide by the law, refusing to abide by court orders, like those are hard lines for me. Like, I'm all about the Constitution. I'm all about the rule of law. And that when somebody who is supposed to be like the top of the food chain when it comes to respecting the rule of law is disrespecting it, that is just that is a
okay. I have a question for you though, like so it's like, and I'm not trying to like switch it up, but I'm saying like, isn't Joe Biden though by letting all the illegal like immigrants in the country and like opening up the border and having like the highest encounters of all time, like is like complying with someone breaking into a country illegally and helping them is a felony, like in and of itself. So it's like in and of itself, isn't that like directly harming the country too if you're doing that, like, and you're complicit in that? It's like, isn't that also a bad thing you can point towards and say like this is wrong?
So it doesn't seem as though they were letting people in. There was a reason why people were flooding into our country at the time. The whole world was dealing with record-breaking inflation. The whole world, after what happened with COVID, everybody was dealing with record-breaking inflation. And our country had some of the lowest compared to our economy size, and we dealt with it the fastest. So we recovered faster than almost any other country. What all of these other countries, as they're dealing with crippling inflation, yes, lots of the inhabitants start to try to leave and try to go to other countries where they're having better luck with this. And that was us. We were the ones having the best luck. Us and Canada were the two countries that dealt with it better than any other country, and we recovered the fastest. And so, yes, everybody was flooding over to the countries that were having more success. On top of that, our country was in like a really, really bad labor shortage. And because of our labor shortage, we had like really bad problems where we just didn't have enough people to work the amount of jobs that we had. And so people were flooding in trying to get those jobs. And so it wasn't like Biden was like, hey, everybody come to us, we'll just let you in. Like, they were obviously, again, deporting people, they were catching people, they had a humanitarian crisis in the fact that they had their detainment centers at the borders were full 24/7, like all the time. They were never not full,
Right.
And at capacity. And so, yeah, they were always trying to catch as many people coming over as they possibly could. It's just, it was a lot of fucking people.
I guess yeah, this is like, again, I'm not trying to take away from Trump. I guess the only thing I would say to that is like, it's all of those things. Plus it's like, we're America, like we're one of the most like opportunistic countries in the world where like you can come here and like, you can be American. You don't have to be any race. Like you can be American. You can build a good life for yourself, with the way we have, our country set up and stuff. Also, I would say like the encounters, like all of those things are true, but when you look at like, what is it, like 300 encounters a day or whatever it is compared to like whatever it was before, like 24,000, like I feel like those numbers are way too far apart to say that like there isn't any like indication of like they really like on purpose let the border patrol down. Like I'm saying, like when the numbers are that far off in terms of encounters, like you got to think like, okay, well, they're obviously just not having the border patrol do it as much. That's all I'm saying. It's like they're just being a little more open to it.
The problem is that they acknowledged that they were short on border patrol with the amount of people who were coming over the border. Twice, they tried to pass new legislation that would put more people at the border. And they twice tried doing this. And twice, they allowed Republicans to flood a bunch of stuff into the bills. Or sorry, the first time, they allowed Republicans to flood a bunch of other stuff into the bills, like, money for Israel and crap like that, because they said that was the only way that they would vote for it. And then once it came time to vote for it, they refused to vote for it. So then they said, oh, we didn't vote for it because of all the money that was in there for Israel and Ukraine. So they're like, okay. So then they took all the money out, and then they voted for it again. And again, Republicans said that they were going to vote for it. And when it came time, they did not vote for it. So twice, it was Democrats trying to get stricter security at the borders. It was them trying to get more judges dealing with all of these cases. It was them trying to get more people securing the borders. And it was Republicans refusing to vote for the bills that would have made that happen. So I don't know how we can look at it any other way other than it was Republicans making sure that there was a border crisis so they could use it to their advantage to tell everybody that there was a border crisis.
I've never heard of it that way or looked into that.
Yeah, there was twice. Let's see. Border bill.
But here's, okay, like, so like what's, because, so like, I don't know. But then, like, the thing I'm struggling with is, like, I guess I'm not, I'll tell you this, okay, when the Republican primaries were going on, I was telling everybody, like, if I could have put one person in, I've said I wanted Vivek Ramaswamy. I just liked him, like, way more than Trump. And because I was October 06, so I just got to vote in the last election. But like I was hoping Vivek got it. I thought he had enough momentum being young and stuff, and like I feel like he probably would have like looked at things differently. And I don't know, what's your thoughts on him? Like
I like him better than Trump, at least. I mean, I don't really like how populist he is, but I do think that he was supposed to be part of Doge, and he left Doge because they refused to do things through the legal route, and kind of like went public and called them out for this, saying like, yeah, they said that they were going to do all this through the legal route. They decided not to, so I was no longer willing to be part of the process. And
okay.
And so yeah, he at least has like more principles when it comes to the law and things like that. But yeah, this is from NBC. Republicans kill border bill to sign in a sign of Trump's strength and McConnell's waning influence. So this is because McConnell was the one who was like trying to negotiate this and telling them what to put in and out.
Terrible.
And then Trump was the one telling everybody not to vote for the border bill because he wanted it to still be a problem so that he could fix it. So it was...
Mitch McConnell's the worst, bro.
I
don't
mean,
think
he's
even
bro.
Republicans
He's
like
not
him.
nearly as bad as Trump. Like, he's not anywhere near as bad as Trump. He's
Okay, but here's the thing: for someone like for like us, like I feel like we share some we definitely share common ground with some of our stuff. Like, cause like here's the thing: I'm not. Are you super like pro-Israel? I'm not. I just
no.
didn't know what your stance.
Yeah, no. But
Okay.
the problem that the
No.
reason that everybody hates McConnell now is because he stands up to Trump and kind of like tries to hold him accountable, tries to get him to do the right thing. That is why everybody hates McConnell now. But he's not like that. There's not another reason outside of that for Republicans to hate him. He does
I will
represent
say
Republican
this, though.
beliefs.
The thing when I've heard a ton of things of like Trump's like not standing up for the Constitution. The one you just presented me with him refusing to bring that guy, that is the first one I've heard so far that I actually can say, like, I actually have nothing else to say and respond to that. Like, honestly, like everyone else I've heard, there's always been a stipulation. It's like, oh, well, they're twisting his words this, or like he didn't actually mean, like, I actually don't know what to say to that last one. Like, because that's not, that's just, yeah, straight up not listening to it. But that's what I'm saying is like, up until now, I feel like Trump, like, and maybe it's with his age or something, he's getting older, like he just doesn't care anymore.
I grew up a Republican. I was a Republican most of my life. Around the age of 30 was when I guess 28, somewhere around there. So the first time that they voted for Trump. And I was like, this is not what Republicans are. This is not conservatism. This is not what any of us have ever
Are you talking
been.
about, was this the 2016 election?
Yes. And so
Was when you were...
Yeah, so I was 28 at the time. And yeah, I was like, okay, I don't want anything to do with this. I don't know what the fuck this movement is to move towards Donald Trump, but this guy's a nutcase. And then as I like hung out longer and longer, I thought that like he was going to be a fad, that like everybody was going to realize how crazy he was pretty quickly, and the worse things got, the more people seemed to cling to him. And then January 6th and the fake electors, all of the crimes, all of the felonies, and they just seemed to cling to him more and more the more that he did this stuff. And so, yeah, I totally jumped ship after a while and just went ahead and started identifying as a Democrat.
Some of the things like that I heard about, like Dean Withers and all those guys.
Unfortunately,
he's like he'll constantly play the stuff where he's like, would you want someone who like walks in a woman's changing room, and like all the people will be like, well, obviously not, and they're like, he's like, well, then why do you vote for Donald Trump? Because he did that in 1996 or whatever at the teen pageant, and then he was on the Howard Stern show saying all this stuff. The thing is like that I was thinking was like, well, like he said like he's being sarcastic and stuff. Like obviously that's not something you joke about, but so he's being sarcastic. But then also the other counter argument is there was also women who reached out who were there and said that never happened. Like he never came in. Like there's actually, I think BuzzFeed, you can look it up, like reached out to like 15 women who were there, and 11 of them said he never even came in, and that it only came up 20 years later when he was running for president to make him look bad. But like that's why nothing came up in those 20 years in between, was because it literally didn't happen. He never came in. Or one girl said he came by, but they told everyone that he was coming. And so like there's things like that. Like I think we can agree, like I think it gets to a point where like maybe the things that these political leaders do, they do so much to get the other side to hate them that like the other side will twist things and go over the top. Like I'm saying, I don't think every single thing that Biden's been accused of is true. Just like the same thing, everything Trump's been accused of is true either.
The problem is that
motivated.
The problem is that while I can agree that there's always going to be some things that are politically motivated, the problem is that Trump has a pattern that is so common that it just after a while can't be denied. Like we have maybe one or two accusations against Biden that are
the sniffing and nibbling of the kids.
Well, no, I mean there's like women who have accused him of like essaying them, and that they never even take him to court, they never file charges, they never like follow through with anything, they never sue him, nothing, right? No, nothing ever comes
Do you
of this.
agree that Biden was weird though, like with the stuff he did with the kids? Like, let's just be honest.
I mean, you said that you were in New York. I don't know if you were visiting there. I'm from New York. That stuff's normal there.
Okay.
Like with the Italians, with like Greek people, with with you know, like all of this stuff, especially the like, yes, just like the hugging and kissing on people, and especially older days. We watched recently, so I can't remember her name, Demi Moore. Do you know who Demi Moore is?
No, I don't.
So I pulled up recently a video of her from the 90s that was played as a special on Entertainment TV. It's or Entertainment Tonight. It was an old show that was on during the 90s. And they showed Demi Moore with like a 12-year-old boy, like kissing on him, like making out with him, like and she's like a grown woman. She's like 21, 22 years old at the time. That was just like nobody gave a fuck. It was literally on national television, and nobody.
Wait a second. She was making out with a 12-year-old boy.
Yes, I'm not kidding. Like and nobody gave a fuck. Nobody gave a fuck. Like it was just a norm back then. Like and especially
okay, but how does that justify him doing it? But
again, it doesn't justify it. I'm saying these are just different norms. Like when we're talking about a woman literally making out with a 12-year-old kid versus Biden smelling people. These aren't even on the same fucking level, dude. And when we're saying that Demi Moore can make out with a kid half her age, but Biden just smelling somebody is somehow this sign of something horrible. It's just not the way that it is in reality.
I'm not saying horrible, but I think when like you see like the little kids get uncomfortable and he
sure,
gets really close,
it probably makes them uncomfortable. I don't deny that. It was always uncomfortable for me with old women like pinching my cheeks, kissing me, like doing all this shit.
Well, you concede a little bit and say like Biden wasn't really running the country. Like, let's just be 100% honest here, dude. Like, you can be on. Like, dude had pancreatic cancer. He had the best medical team in the world, and they didn't know about that.
Hold on. He just found out that he had pancreatic cancer.
It's stage. No, but here's the thing, though. It's stage 4.
Yes, but
and the medical.
He just found out, though. Like, there's no evidence to say that he knew about this beforehand.
Listen to what I'm saying, though. Stage 4 cancer has to be the kind of cancer that they're just listen, hear me out. The kind of cancer at that stage 4 in your pancreas, that has to be going on for years in your body. It doesn't.
No, hold on. I understand that it was there. I'm saying that he just found out about it. These are different things. Whether or not it was already there versus whether or not he knew about it are totally separate things.
No, but my point is I'm saying like there's just things like there's obviously the dementia. That's why they had Kamala run. I'm saying like I feel like
wait, but you say that, but you say that, but he ran until like he had to be until he had to drop out, right? If the whole idea was the whole time that he wasn't even running the country, they never would have let him run a second term in the first place. They never would have let him even try. But they did because it seems as though he was actually running the country. I don't deny that he probably had a lot of moments where he was not like fully coherent. He was probably out of it sometimes and just not all there. But it seems like by far the majority of the time, he was the one in charge. He was the one making the decisions. And that if he wasn't, he never would have run a second time. Because they only hurt themselves by him running as long as he did and then dropping out. That only hurt Democrats.
I think if you compare even Trump now, if you compare his health to Trump, I mean the times he fell going up the Air Force One at the Air Force Academy graduation, like falling off the bike, like his health was in really bad condition throughout his presidency. Like, and I think I think there's a lot of people for the most part making decisions for him. I don't know if it was Harris or other people, but I just don't think he was. I'm just saying, like, you can probably admit that, like, he was, he just wasn't there all the time. Like, he was probably getting pumped with
well, that's what I said. It didn't seem. It is probably true though. Like, there were times that he just wasn't totally there.
But like, okay, do you agree that like JFK would be like the best president? Like, he was like a great president.
You mean RFK?
Like, that kind of Democrat? No, like John F. Kennedy, the guy who got like assassinated.
I guess I don't know. I don't really know much about him.
I don't know. It's just like I feel like I'm like I don't know, dude. There's some things still that, like, the Democrats do that I would like never be able to get on board with. Like, like when the Democrats didn't stand for the boy with brain cancer, like they can't. No, seriously. I mean,
I got a video that you need to watch on my fucking channel because the problem with this is that is a norm that has always existed. and nobody has soyed out about this stuff ever until all of a sudden this election. I have a whole video of it on my channel.
Well, really,
you can
'cause
watch
I've seen
it.
all these
Whereas-
videos. I've seen all these videos of like they stand Republicans stand even though they hated Obama and stuff. They always stood and clapped and
Nope.
stuff like.
Nope,
But here's
not
the
true.
point though.
Definitely not true. Not true at all. I can show you even just like right here, just like a couple of clips of
But here's
just
the question, though.
just
Wait,
a couple, and it only took me like 10
regardless of
seconds
what
to
they
find
agree
it.
with his policies. Why wouldn't you stand for the
Again,
boy?
it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Hold on.
Republicans are the whiniest soy cry
To my friends across.
for a young man that they think everybody should be in favor of this, yet they didn't seem to care when Republicans didn't stand and clap in the past.
Joining us tonight is Latoya Beasley. 14 months ago, she and her husband welcomed a baby girl thanks to the miracle of IVF. She scheduled treatments to have that second child. So tonight, let's stand up for families like hers. To my friends across the aisle, don't keep this waiting any longer. Guarantee the right to IVF. The vaccines that saved us from COVID are now being used to beat cancer, turning setback into comeback. That's what America does. That's what America does. Folks, who's here with us tonight? Keenan, where are you? Keenan, thank you. He's educated hundreds of students so they can go to college. Now he's able to help, after debt forgiveness, get his own daughter to college.
When Joe Biden
Right.
introduced
Okay, I
him,
see what you're saying.
again, Hold on, one
Republicans
more.
did not stand and clap.
While Joe Biden was talking about cutting taxes to make it to where less children were going to go hungry, no Republicans clapped, not even for tax cuts.
The child tax credit I passed during the pandemic cut taxes for millions of working families and cut child poverty in half. Restore that child tax credit. No child should go hungry in this country. And all the heroes have marched with him. Then it's time to do more than talk. Pass the Freedom to Vote Act, the John Lewis Voting Right Act.
Right, so I guess
The
both
whole world sat there and watched.
the same thing.
Well, and this is while again, so Trump came in this last one and said that he's like the champion of IVF. He's the king of IVF. Everybody, all the Republicans
What's
stood and
IVF?
clapped.
In vitro
In vitro fertilization. Yes.
Yeah.
And when Trump says it, everybody stands and claps. But when Biden says it, they don't. When obviously the Republicans are the ones who kept crying and whining, saying that they wanted more voter security. The Democrats are the ones who passed more voting laws, and they still don't clap for that. And then it goes on to explain that during that congressional address, Trump at the beginning of it said, he said, I want all of us, Republicans and Democrats, to like come together and just be one, big happy family for one night and celebrate together, blah, blah, blah. And immediately went to hardcore attacking Democrats and Joe Biden. Just not every single thing that came out of his mouth that night was an attack on Democrats and Joe Biden, just furthering the divisiveness as much as he possibly could, to where obviously they're not going to stand and clap for anything that he says. They are not going to stand and get behind him or his persona, his rhetoric. Like they're not going to support him in any way whatsoever. And so yeah, they were just trying to like quit farm this
and I
stuff.
guess I think some of the reasons why like I guess Trump was so successful was like times weren't great, like grocery prices were really high. I think that was a big thing that people probably it was a big thing people rallied behind, was like the grocery prices thing, like grocery prices, gas prices, all these things.
But again, that was worldwide. Again, the point is that
I'm just telling you, like what was the big driving points in the last election?
Yeah, I understand. Like the rhetoric that he
um,
used to get people on board, it just wasn't a reality. But it was
yeah, it was there was a lot of like, yes, rhetoric to kind of be convincing of stuff, running around saying that they're eating the cats and dogs, and all of the immigrants are
Well, and
criminals.
what's your take? You don't think Trump's assassination attempt was fake, do you? Please tell
No,
me you don't think
of
that.
course not.
Okay,
No.
because okay, so like you are like a reasonable like he was like definitely changed my
Bro, I
mind
know
on
more
some stuff.
Republicans who think it was fake than Democrats. I know way more Republicans who think it was fake.
Yeah, like, well, and I originally like thought like the 2020 election was like rigged and stuff, but I just don't feel like there's enough evidence to well, the biggest thing I was confused with for a while was how did he get 81 million votes, and then like Kamala, how'd they lose like 6 million votes this election? How did he get that many votes? And like, you just can't base it off of that. I was like, he did no campaigning. How was there? It took 3 days, and Trump had a lead in all the swing states, and then the last 3% votes switched, and like it just there was like suspicious things that like on the surface looked weird, but then when you I guess like you look into it, like you just can't prove it. So it's like you should say
I
it
was
if you
able,
can't
just
back
off
it up.
polling alone, to be able to predict the last 3 elections in a row. It seemed pretty obvious that he was gonna, not obvious, but it was like it seemed pretty clear that he was. I thought that he was gonna lose. Let's say I thought that he was gonna lose the 2020 election, but I also thought it was gonna be razor thin, like very close. The same in this election. I knew it was gonna be him, but I thought it was gonna be razor thin and super close. And so yeah, the
Well, and I guess
problem
here's
is
the
that
last thing
why
I'd say.
with all of the like suspicious things that were happening, it even with all of it added up, it still just never would have been anywhere close to something that would have given him a lead. And his own
Well, I guess the
DOJ
last
investigated this stuff and
right.
told him that there was nothing to be suspicious of. So
Well, the last few things I'll say, because I have to go to bed soon, is like one, I don't like how like Democratic states have no voter ID, like the states that they're winning, because I feel like that you got to make it, where you can prove you're a citizen when you're voting. Like
they
just
do,
so like
though.
if I go to but what?
They do. So their processes are a little bit, maybe even more stringent. So when you enroll to vote, you have to go and like register to vote, and you give them your ID. You give them a signature.
I don't think they require ID though in a
They do.
voter ID
They
state.
do. They don't require voter ID at the polls. That's the difference. Is that some states require it when you vote, others require it when you register. And so but it's any type of ID, so it doesn't have to be a driver's license or whatever. It's just like I think it's 2 forms of ID. That's it. And then once you vote, but in like states like California, once you vote, then you have to sign your vote, and then they have to go and match it to your voter registration and your ID that you gave them when you registered. And so this is like a way more like stringent process of like double checking everything, making sure that everything matches up over time, not just like on that day you showed an ID, but the day you registered your driver's license and the
Like it would be
vote.
almost impossible for an illegal immigrant to vote like in the election.
Yeah, I mean, we say almost impossible. They have pretty high standards to where it's very unlikely.
Because it's like, I guess, yeah, I guess it's like when you look at it at face value, it's like all the Democrats are winning the states where it seems like you're not having to prove you're a citizen, where it's like all the Republican states won are like voter ID. You have to prove like your ID when you're there voting. So, I guess that, but the one thing I won't, because I'm a Christian, the one thing I can't reconcile with is abortion. So that's something I absolutely don't support. And it goes back to, I think we're made in God's image, and like doesn't matter if you're 5 weeks old in your mom's belly and you can't even tell you're pregnant yet, or if you're 5 weeks old and you're born, like you still depend on the mother the same way. Like it's a human life. It's growing. Its DNA is human.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like that's the way that I look at it. I just don't agree with abortion.
These are like moral points, though. The problem is, I would call myself pro-life just based on like the moral stance on it. But when it comes to what it is that like the government ought to be able to do or say about somebody's body and what they can or can't do with it. This is another level where things change, because now it's into like legislation area. And so when people say stuff like, it's about bodily autonomy or something like that, right? It is about like, yes, like what the government can tell you to do. And when we say that like somebody is when we say that somebody's like getting an abortion, my opinion is that there's something somewhere close to like where a lot of the Republican states say they want to do. They don't do it, but they say that they have things like the heartbeat bill, right? And they say that it's about like when there's a heartbeat and a cardiovascular system and stuff like that. For me, it's about consistency within the law. So if legally somebody's dead when they no longer have like brain function and a heartbeat, right? Like they don't have a pulse and they don't have any brain function, we would say that that person's dead. So I would say that they're legally alive at the same time. So once they have brain function and a heartbeat, we would say that they're legally alive. That happens around 14 to 15 weeks. That's the beginning of the second trimester. And so yes, around there, that makes sense for there to be some sort of cutoff to me and to say like, yeah, like within the first trimester, 15 weeks, you're capable of like getting an abortion. Moral stance stays the same, but legal stance I think should be consistent. And so I think that there should be some consistency across the board there on when one is a legal life.
When I would say that to that, it's like the thing you said with the dead person, where it's like no heartbeat, no brain activity, dead, where it's like the opposite of that heartbeat, brain activity, if the baby doesn't have that yet. But I guess the difference would be is one dude has the potential to live an entire life. The other one their life is over, right? Like they've lived a whole life, they're dead.
Sure,
the
it's just about legal standards.
It's about
right. Legal standards. It's about consistency.
Right, and I think because our country was founded under God, it was founded under Christian principles. I think that we should like
it was a norm for there to be Christian morals at the time, but but we created a country that had religious freedom for a reason. Like that wasn't an accident. It didn't just accidentally end up in there. That they said that like you have a freedom of religion.
Though. Right, but most religions value like human life in that way that like it shouldn't. And here's the thing:
the point is that we weren't like founded on Christianity or anything like that. That's my point. Is that like we weren't like founded on this. We were founded on secular beliefs as a secular country to have secular freedoms, and that if you want to blaspheme God, you can do it. You have freedom of speech. If you want to be a different religion, you can do it. You want to be no religion, you can do it. You can be whatever you want in our country.
It says in God we trust. It says in God we trust.
But those are newer things.
Country.
That's new.
But listen, you can still be a Christian country and have religious freedom.
Well, that's why I said that those are norms that we have. So it's cultural norms, but those are not legal norms. And so when we're talking about legality, we're talking about legal norms.
Right. But I guess the thing is like, I don't, if we're just arguing like human life, like I just can't justify killing an unborn like baby, because it's like it is a baby.
Sure, again, there's a difference between morality and legality, and so that's why I'm saying that like I'll draw a distinction. I think it's immoral.
Don't you feel like the term like women should do what they want with their own bodies? It's like a little just unjust to like what it is. It's like it's almost asking like women should be able to like wear a bikini if they want.
Sure, but these are just slogans that you're arguing against. Like slogans don't mean much. The argument is bodily autonomy.
No, but what I'm saying is it's just like it's like no. Well, I think and it's like people bring up rape all the time. Well, what if the kid's raped? It's like that's less than
2%.
1% of the time.
It's less than 2%.
So I'm pretty sure it's less. Well, I know. I'm pretty sure it's less than 1%. It's hardly any of abortions.
It's like 1.9%.
I don't know what the exact number is. I'm pretty sure it's less than that, dude. Though that come from abortions. But whatever the case may be, I'm saying. Democrats are in support of the abortion bills and Republicans obviously are not. So that's something that I can't really. That's a huge issue for me. So that's not something I'm just going to give up on.
Sure, again, but I'm
So,
saying
I mean,
that
like, what?
I'm trying to just point out the differences in one, arguing against slogans, because yes, the like do what you want with your body, like these are slogans, these are things like feminist slogans, but it's the argument, the real legal argument for this is what matters. Like the arguments that are being made in like Supreme Court, that's what matters, not the slogans that people put up on like
Right, and well, we
posters and
have
shit like that.
laws where if you kill a pregnant woman and her stomach, and you shoot her stomach and kill her, and like that's a double murder. Like that's the way our law is. Like if you kill a woman who's
In some
pregnant, so it's
places,
like
yeah.
they,
Not in
right.
all
So like
states,
there
but
is
some.
I think there is like an innate understanding that like a woman carrying like a baby, like that is a human life inside there that has value. And
Sure.
like a
Again,
lot of Democrats,
it's not.
let me say
These
this. Let
are.
me finish.
I'm
A
just
lot of
saying, trying to say that
Democrats.
these are different arguments than where the arguments are actually at. Like
But here's what I'm saying. No matter what the argument is, it always comes back to like, yeah, you're arguing over like a baby's life though, and like the babies don't have a say in anything. Like they're in the stomach, they don't have rights.
Yeah, of
Like
course. Again,
they
these are
have to have
moral
other people
arguments.
speak for. Right, they're having other people speak for them. So I think like it's important to protect the baby's rights. It's like I know I'm not the one carrying the baby, and I know it's the mother's, like they call it the mother's reproductive rights, but it's like that's another life inside of you. So I don't know
Sure.
what your
Again,
take is on it.
as I said, these are moral arguments that you're making that are very
So what do
different.
you think? Do you think we should like do you think abortion should be illegal like after 20 weeks or whatever? Or what is your stance
I
on
said
it?
15 weeks.
15.
There's a heartbeat and brain function at 15 weeks. It makes sense that that's where we would draw the line.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess I have I think it should just.
But again, you're
again,
making
even
moral
if,
arguments. Again, like I'm talking about legal consistency.
but
I'm
I'm
talking
actually,
about
I'm actually,
legal
but I actually,
arguments. But
I
you're,
am making more arguments, but I'm also making scientific arguments too.
I don't get. Yeah, it
That
doesn't matter. We're talking about legal arguments. Like a legality is what we want. We want legal
right,
consistency. We want things that are
right, but the
constitutional. We want things that align
yes,
with our other laws.
right, but murders in the like obviously murder is illegal. So if I'm explaining to you that a baby is a human, well then obviously it falls
Sure.
under
Okay.
the
Fine.
legal
Let's get into
category.
it. How about this?
That's what I'm saying.
What is the value of this thing? That because like when we're looking at laws and we say you murdered somebody, right? It's very different if you kill a human versus a dog, right? The difference is based on like the human DNA of us, right? But
Right.
there's a point where like we're talking about sperm, one entity, egg, a separate entity. These two things combine. At what point is this thing us?
Well, I think it comes down to our intelligence, like right. So it's like stomping on an ant. It's not the same as stomping on a puppy. Like I think everyone would agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
And then like the next level up is like stomping on a puppy's bad and terrible, but like stomping on a baby, like there's
right. But
I
at
think it comes
conception,
down
they
to
don't have our intelligence. So
they don't have our intelligence, right? But it's the argument is the potential, like they will. It's
right,
that
but
they
I'm asking
will.
you to draw a line on like when this thing is us, and you're giving me a different argument. I'm saying what at like when is this us? Because obviously we can't draw the line at
But
when it's a
babies don't
sperm.
have
Hold on,
intelligence.
hold on.
That's the thing.
We can't draw a line at a sperm. We can't draw a line at an egg. Both of these things. Hold on. Both of these things have human DNA, right? They both have human DNA, but once the two combine is when it's starting to create this thing, but it has the potentiality here, right? There are so many things that can happen that can end that thing's life, but the value of it, there has to be some sort of line that we draw where we actually say this is somewhat comparable to a personhood.
Right. So I'm saying, well, I would say I would use it the other way around and say there's nothing more valuable about a baby that is born, that's a few weeks old, than a baby that's a baby at conception, for the reasons that they are both completely dependent on like the mother and they're completely dependent on other things to keep them alive, right? So if you left that baby by himself,
I'm sorry,
it's
I
not
don't know
gonna be
what
able
that
to
has
get
to do
food.
with anything that I just said.
Because you're saying drawing a line distinguishing when they become when they're a human and what we're valuing it in as a human. I'm saying I think that from the very moment that they come into existence, that they are
Right, but
they should be
when is that? When do they come into existence?
conception.
Okay, so at conception, they've come into existence. So somebody takes like a Plan B pill, or the morning after pill. They have like murdered
Right.
somebody because they took a morning after pill.
Yes. It sounds silly, but if you look at it in that sense, it's like, yeah, it's like a third-degree murder thing, or it's like, yeah. Well, and I guess it depends. It depends because doesn't it take the sperm like 3 days to get to the egg or whatever it is.
So
Just
it
sometimes
may
you
not
don't
have
know.
fully fertilized. It is the point, is that like
Right. So
there's a part of a process, but even that
Right.
process is always in a line of like a linear line, and that there isn't a way to pinpoint when that process is at the point of like, now I'm saying it hit that point. And so this is kind of the problem with this, is that there's a spectrumal like issue where we don't really know when like blue becomes purple. We can't like pinpoint the spot where we're like, oh, that's when it becomes purple, or we can't like figure out exactly where our head stops and our neck begins. It's just kind of like a fluid thing where it just, yes, it's just kind of at some point it's there. We know where our head is, we know where our neck is, but we can't really say when one ends and the other begins. And that's kind of the problem with this, is that we're trying to write up legislation that's drawing these hard lines on things that we don't have hard lines for. And so the only thing that we can do is, to me, find some sort of consistency with everything else. So while I may have a moral issue with somebody once there's something developing there, and they know that there's something developing there, and they choose to get an abortion anyways, that's a moral issue that I'll have with it. But the legal part is like, there has to be a hard line somewhere, and we can't draw that. So the only hard line we can draw is just consistent with the laws that we already have, which is going to be heartbeat and brain function.
Right, but it goes back to what I was saying too. It goes back to what I'm saying too, of like I don't believe that it has to have a heartbeat and brain function to be considered a human. I don't. I think that's the point where you just just disagree. So I think it's, even though it doesn't have a heart rate and brain function, it's still a human, and it's still, you're killing something that is going to grow to be full grown. Like, it's an unnatural killing of a species that is human. And because of that, because you're intentionally deciding to kill something that is living and growing, it's scientifically a living human. And you can call it a fetus, but that means it literally means little human.
Yes,
baby.
but again, that's the point that I'm saying, is that like there just isn't a way to draw a line here to say when it is and when it isn't, and this is the issue.
Well, the legal line, I know what you're saying. The legal line you're saying is 15 weeks. The legal line I'm saying is like conception. Like, that's
right, but I'm saying that even you are saying that you like the point of fertilization isn't clear enough to know exactly when you would draw that line on that either. So you aren't sure either, because there's an issue with the spectrum to where there's just not a hard line.
You're saying I don't. Well, in regards to Plan B, yes, but into every other thing, no. Like at 10 weeks or 5 weeks, I'm obviously going to disagree.
Yeah,
with that,
but
'cause
when?
That's obviously
not 10 weeks or 5 weeks. When and why?
I would say after you know that you get your, what is it? You get your pregnancy results or whatever.
Or I guess that's before sometimes the egg is fertilized. So,
So
I don't
you
know.
can just avoid getting pregnancy results and hope to kill this thing without ever knowing for sure, and you're good. You've committed an abortion, but legally there's nothing anybody can do about it because you know you avoided getting pregnancy results, right?
That was you said so much. I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
You're
Say it
saying,
again.
you said once you know that you're pregnant, like you've gotten pregnancy results. And I'm saying, okay, so let's
Yes.
imagine I got pregnant and I want to have an abortion, and I think I'm pretty sure I'm pregnant. I'm throwing up, I'm getting nauseous, I haven't had my period, blah, 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 right? But
Right.
I haven't gotten any pregnancy results. I haven't peed on a stick. And so I'm just going to avoid peeing on a stick and eat really bad food, drink a lot, do a lot of drugs, hope I kill this thing off. And as long as I've killed it without ever taking a pregnancy test, according to you, I'm good.
Well, yeah, I guess I'd still consider that like intentionally like aborting the baby, like the
Right. So where are we drawing the line then?
fertilize after fertilization, whatever that time is.
Again, though, you just said that like you obviously can't draw a line at fertilization. So you said, okay, well, once you know, which is when
you can't draw the line on the days, but you can draw a line on the fertilization. Because it occurs at one point or the other. Right. It occurs either at at a certain time, and then after that, it's
yes,
growing.
but you're saying yes at the point that it has started fertilization. Now, because
Yes.
before you were saying like obviously not when it starts, because like Plan B and stuff like that can just stop the fertilization from continuing to where. But now you're saying no. Now it's like when it starts the process of fertilization.
I was saying before I didn't know. Yeah, because if it's preventing, well, it's different if you're preventing an egg and a sperm from fertilizing than if you are, or if the egg and sperm are fertilizing and it's just getting killed off. There's a difference between that. But what you're saying is you don't know, there's no way to know that difference between that. So I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so according to this, it's estimated that a significant portion of fertilized eggs, potentially over 50%, fail to develop into viable embryo and eventually lead to live birth. This failure can occur at various stages, including before implantation, after implantation, and even after pregnancy is established. So this is something like almost comparable to just like jacking off and jizzing on a pillow or something. Like if it's 50% of the time, like we're talking about like half and half. And then even of the 50% that actually fertilize and continue growth, a large percentage of those still fail to actually follow through with like stale birth, all sorts of other complications after that. But we're just talking about just in fertilization, 50% of them fail to actually continue. And so you're saying, well, once it started fertilizing, this is already a human, yet half of them don't even go anywhere.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And again, it comes back to what you were saying, like my moralistic value of it.
Yeah, but don't you think it's weird? Like I was a Christian for a long time. I didn't want to put my Christian morals on everybody else. Like I wasn't trying to force everybody else to live by my religious values.
But you don't have to force everyone else to live by your rules, and without saying, I value human life. Like that's not.
Wait, but again,
I'm not
see,
forcing people. I'm not forcing
hold on.
people
I'm
to
sorry,
have sex,
but you're
though.
doing it again.
I'm not forcing people to have sex.
Human life
I'm not forcing people to do that.
Is not this like objective term. We don't really care about like human life by itself because sperm is a type of human life. Like there are tons of cells on our body falling off are a type of human life. Grass is a life, but this doesn't separate it from other things, right? We have to have a point where we see there is a separation.
Like your cells aren't it's kind of, I see what you're saying, but like your cells make up your human existence, but they're not like human life in that they're a person.
Correct.
Yeah,
but when we say it's not a person, we're saying like it doesn't have the conceptual embodiment of what we think of with a human, where it has a head, 4 limbs, a torso, it can speak, it has like like a working brain. That embryos don't have that shit either, so it doesn't really work.
Well, I mean, when do they start producing legs and stuff? I'm sure it's before 20 weeks or 15 weeks.
Yes,
they're
but
having
again,
legs and
like
arms
this
and
is why
stuff.
I draw the line at 14 to 15 weeks, because this is when they have a cardiovascular system and a brain that is not fully developed, but it's starting. They don't have like any sort of real consciousness until maybe about 18 to 22 weeks. Yeah, there's a long process that exists there, but because the problem is that a lot of people base it on like consciousness, but when it comes to somebody that is like mentally impaired and may not have the same consciousness as the rest of us, to where they're gonna be a little they might, like, what we're not going to say like, oh, well, even though they're already born, they don't have the consciousness that we want, so you can still kill them, right? Like, it's not really going to be about the consciousness either. Like, I think that because we're social animals, we just value other humans. We just do. We value them because they're human. That's it. That is the end of it. Just the same as for any chimpanzee, they value other chimpanzees because they're chimpanzees, because they're social animals. So for me, I think that, again, like, we value just the humanness of us. As long as you're human and you're alive, we give you some sort of personhood, and that personhood is going to need to have like a consistent legal through line that will be heartbeat and brain function.
I'm just curious, before I get off, what made you like not be a Christian anymore and like walk from the faith?
Evolution.
Right, but so you just don't believe that the earth, but how does that impact the Bible? Do you not believe in any of the stories and stuff?
Well, if I don't believe in Adam and Eve being the first people, I don't believe in God's creation at the time that he supposedly created it, then why would I believe anything past that?
But isn't one of the things of scientific theory that has to be observed, and we've never observed evolution?
We've
And
observed the evidence.
We've never had a
We have.
fossil. We've never gotten a
Well, hold
half.
on. We can observe evidence of things,
We've
and we
never.
have evidence.
Well, let me
of
say this
things.
though. Let me finish this. Let me finish this. We've never found a fossil of an ape, half human, transitioning into one of another. We've never found a whale with legs.
Yes, we have.
We've never found all of these things.
Yes, we have.
That are theorized.
We have found whales with legs.
We've never found a whale with legs.
Yes,
dude.
we have. Yes, we have. We 100% have. I don't know if you know this. Dolphins are whales. We know almost the full transition that the animal had from land.
They don't have legs, dude.
They don't have legs today. They did. They did have legs.
So this is the difference between micro and macro evolution. Microevolution is possible, and we have observed it, right?
That's
so there can be
so you're just talking about regional
like
evolution.
Orcas, dolphins,
but no,
whales.
hold on, wait, hold on. We 100% have found people who look like half ape, half human. Not only that, but there are about 23 different human species that have existed. So we're not just talking about one straight line from monkeys to us, but we're talking about like it evolves a little bit and then branches out in 2 more. Each one of them evolve a little bit, branch out into 2 more. Each one of them evolve a little bit, branch out into 2 more, to where there were 23 separate human sapien species on Earth at the same time. Some of them were these little hobbit-looking things that still hung out in trees, but were very much human and very much had human like consciousness. Some of them were like cavemen types. Some of them were living in the savannas.
The skulls we found, all the skulls look the exact same.
No, they don't.
All the skulls like the whole.
Yeah, they do. Like,
No,
there's different sizes, but they're different. They all have the same structure.
no, they don't. No, they don't.
They actually do.
No, Homo erectus, it has a protruding eyeliner where it comes out just like a fucking chimpanzee's does, where their entire fucking front of their head, the eyebrow protrudes out, and then they have a big circle around
But
to their cheeks.
there's just deep set eye. People have deep set eyes like that.
Hold on,
that-
you
that
say
are here
people.
today.
This is the species of Homo erectus. Like, these are not like we're not just saying some people look this way. No, this is something that is part of their makeup, their genetic makeup. And this is not just like a thing. Here, hold on.
But people have different bone structure. I'm saying all of the skeletons we have of Homo family animals, like Homo sapiens, like there's different sizes, but the skulls are roughly the same. There's nothing distinguishable to we can say that's a different species.
So yeah, so this is. Wait, what do you mean that we could say is a different species? Again, this goes on a spectrum. Do you know at what point we consider something
here's what I
one
don't
species?
understand.
Hold on, wait, hold on. Hold on, stop. Do you know at what point we consider something one species versus another? Like at what point does it change?
It has enough distinguishable traits in order to be called a different species.
No. It's at the point that they can no longer mate with each other and crossbreed.
Well, yes, yeah. Well, that also goes in they have too much different traits, right? To where the genetics can't fit together and reproduce.
Right. So there is a spectrum of them changing very, very, very slight variations over time, millions and millions and millions of years, slight variation. So where you're acting like there's this like this person who like one day one person just metamorphed into a different species. Like, that's not how it works. Like, it's millions and millions of years, slight changes over time that are happening.
I get the theories, but we don't have enough fossils of animals over these millions of years changing.
We have more evidence of evolution than anything ever in human existence. There is more evidence that evolution is real than there is that Abraham Lincoln ever existed. So if you believe in Abraham Lincoln, you better for sure believing in fucking evolution. And this is something that I was unaware of. I grew up my whole life being told that this was all a conspiracy theory, that there wasn't real evidence for it, that all of the evidence that was put out was this like political ideology and bullshit. And then I read like 3 books on this and found out everything I was told was a full-on fucking lie. And that there is more evidence and concrete evidence for this shit than anything ever. It is insane how brainwashed I was to believe this fucking shit. That it, like, truly, I'm telling you, I was like depressed, like finding out how wrong I was and how wrong everybody else around me was. I had horrible cognitive dissonance for months over this shit.
One, who knows? Maybe that happened to me, but some of those animals you have in there, than the textbook. Like those weird creatures that like they have the legs, but they're in the water. Like we have distinguishable fossils of yeah. So it's like, the chart, how it goes down.
Yeah.
But like, there should be even more subspecies in between there. Like there should be more.
There could be, but that doesn't mean that. Sure, but that doesn't mean that we find all of those, right? There have to be like very specific circumstances for fossils. Well, you're talking about out of millions of species that have existed over time. Like, you understand how many species currently exist on Earth right now, and throughout throughout humans existing, sapiens existing, we have extincted over 60% of all species that were here when we first got here. From our doing. There's others that have gone extinct without our doing. 60% of them are from us, right? So there's already currently so many species here right now. Just consider how many there were before us.
No, I understand that, but I'll like say this. I do feel like it requires more faith to believe that like this all happened by chance and there was an intentional design behind it. Because if you think about it like this, like you take apart a watch and you scatter all those pieces of the watch together, and you scatter them out throughout a wall. You think in a million years that's going to make a watch? Think about it. Think about this for yourself. Do you think in any chance that those pieces of the watch are going to make itself into a watch together? Hell
If you
no.
had
There's
millions
no way.
of them, yes. If you scattered millions of
No.
watches, yes.
You think they're going to connect to each other and they're going to somehow over millions of years become a watch all fastened and tightened? There's no chance. It's impossible.
Wait. Hold on. What do you mean
also,
fastened and tightened? What do you mean by that? What is that supposed to
because if
represent?
you think about a watch and how complex it is, there's no, and you take away all the pieces, there's no way without a designer, without a creator with intentional design, that's going to become a watch again. The same things with creation. You look around and it's hard to believe it is that there's a God out there that created this world.
Do you
look
know
at how complex we are?
Do you know?
Just let me finish. And you look at how complex our bodies are and the way that we are made. It takes more faith to believe that we evolved and we are somehow here by chance, that there's some explosion that created these planets, and then we evolved from a microorganism that evolved into this, then evolved to this, to this, to this. It makes more sense that there is a creator that intentionally designed and created us with his brilliance. That's why it says in the Bible, like the evidence of God is like in the mountains, in the sky, in the universe. It's like it all screams, like the rocks cry out in his glory. Like that's like, I think if you're honest
you're
with
doing
yourself,
you're doing what? Do you know what the God of the Gaps is called? Or, I mean, do you know what that is?
No.
God of the Gaps. It's so throughout all of like human evolution, we know that almost every single human species has believed in some sort of higher power, because something that is like innate to us is that we need to be able to explain things. And so earlier in human history, because we've created like religions and stuff, it is to make up for the things that we don't understand. And so we know that like the Vikings and the Native Americans and all these different groups had like, you know, a god for why the wind blows, why the sun rises, why, you know, this happens, why that happens. Like there were always these reasons that were that a god was behind. But then we got science to where we know how to explain it ourselves now, and we know we can figure it out. But throughout all of human history, when we couldn't explain something, we made up a god to explain that gap. Why? Because we need that feeling of understanding. We need to be able to explain it. The issue is that when it comes to like how that, well, we have evidence of the Bible. It doesn't mean we have evidence of like a God existing. But that's the point is that there are hold on. We currently have evidence of like these little, I forget what they're called, like dew bears or something like that. That exist on like little leaves. There's these little microscopic animals that exist on like all over the place, even on us sometimes. And they can go into outer space and exist for a very long time. They can go into volcanoes and exist. They can go into water and exist. They can go into like anywhere and they will be able to stay alive, right? There is a very real possibility that an entire other Earth and world existed somewhere else where there was living animals, living beings all over that planet. And then when everything exploded and, you know, Big Bang happened and all this shit, it like scatters all over the place. There are little microscopic things that existed that stayed there on these like asteroids and comets crashing into our planet as it's building over time. And eventually it starts the process over. If we today exploded, those little dew bears would stay alive on these little asteroids floating through space. They would end up somewhere else and they would start the fucking process over. We know that this is what would happen. So
how are they going to turn into freaking dogs and humans though? That's impossible.
Because they, again, we're talking about over the course of billions of years. Like they adjust more and more. So everything is not a thing that happens because it happens by chance. So one day somebody, an animal like a monkey, had a deformity that was posable fingers. That deformity was beneficial for him to be able to grab more fruit and be able to eat it more easily and grab other things and use tools more easily. When he's able to grab more food and make it and be able to have more resources, that makes him a higher mating choice for other females to mate with him.
No,
So
I
now,
understand this.
so
I
now
understand
as
this
he
more.
mates, those posable thumbs become genetic and continue on down the line.
But we just
as,
skipped all the way from a bacteria
yes,
to
but
apes.
that is
That's
how
the
it happens.
problem.
Yeah, but that is how it happens. Something is born with a deformity. That deformity
But
can
it's
either
a
be
theory.
beneficial.
It's a theory.
When you
It's
say
not a
it,
fact.
well, no, we know that genetics carry on when you mate with them. We know that this is the case.
We know that, but we don't know that it's possible for a bacteria organism to grow into an ape over millions of years. There's no way we know that's possible.
Again, we know.
That's all
Hold
I'm
on.
saying.
See, you're doing this again, where you're like, we know the small things, and we have evidence of all of these tiny little things over and over and over and over and over that eventually prove the overall picture. But you're saying we don't have proof of this one thing that makes the overall picture. No, we don't. We have proof of 1,000 things that make the overall picture.
Well, not necessarily, because I'm saying in order for evolution to be true, then it would mean that we would have to start from the smallest organism and get all the way forward. And I'm saying mathematically, that's impossible. Mathematically, there's no way that there's something that could evolve that greatly, because the only evolution that we've seen is within an organism. It's like a whale can like get a new fin, and it can camouflage, or it can change colors and stuff, but it can't like grow legs and then grow wings and fly, and like they can't
Hold
be
on,
that significant of a
you keep
changes.
saying that as though that is like happening within a lifetime. But we do know, but we do know that there are some birds that don't fly and are too big to fly. We know of some birds that are capable of flying because they have the right body mass to their wing ratio. We know of cats that can be these small little tiny house cats that live in your house, or they can be these massive fucking tigers that somehow all have the same line and DNA and lineage, but are these very different variations all over the place. We know of dogs that can be these very different creations all over the place based on where they are in the world. And because of where they are, because they're separated from the other animals, they're not interbreeding anymore. Therefore, they are just evolving separate from those things and creating their own lineages that are going to create new lines of species. Like, we've seen this. We've watched it. We can see an island drift off into the middle of the ocean, and then all of a sudden we get these weird fucking animals that are on Madagascar, or we get an entire continent that drifts off into the ocean and separates from Africa, and then we get fucking Australia, where everything has pouches and shit all of a sudden. Why does it all have pouches? Because that's where they all grew up. They all evolved on this one continent by themselves, separate from everything else. But when everything else is close together, they keep interbreeding and keep evolving and keep moving along a line.
So do you think do you think that makes more sense, or do you think that, well, and first of all, if you want to talk about Abraham Lincoln, there's more evidence that Jesus Christ existed than Abraham Lincoln existed. We actually have more evidence in writing from that time period. But I'm saying, do you think that it makes more sense that there's a creator God that created all these animals, or that they just all happen to evolve by chance? Even if that is true, that they evolved over millions of years, because like you're saying, that's the only way it would happen. It wouldn't happen in 50 years that they just grow wings. Like, it would have to, over even billions of years, it would change like that. But do you think that it's more possible, like, even if that's the case, the chances of that are so small, and everything would have to go so right. It'd be 10 to the a trillionth power to something like that happen. Now imagine God. That doesn't make sense how a God could exist. But wouldn't it make more mathematical probable sense that a creator designed all these creatures and created them individually than these creatures just evolving just over trillions and billions of years?
No, because the problem is that when we can carbon date things, we can see that the animals that exist today did not exist a million years ago.
Well, and that comes to the perspective of the Bible and how old God made the earth. God could have made the earth old. He could have made the earth to look old.
No, I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that, but he likely didn't go ahead and put fossils in the earth that would have a bunch of dead animals that never existed, right? That probably didn't happen. that even when you're talking about like the evidence for Jesus, the problem is that we don't even look at evidence this way. If somebody says, "Hey, this guy SA'd me," well, if there's no evidence they were ever even on the same continent, it doesn't matter that they just said this thing happened, right? It's the same problem with a lot of the stuff that happens with Jesus and the people that we believe wrote these things. Some of them, we don't even know if they were ever even around during that time. There's two different stories of Jesus' birth, and they tell a story of two different kings that are alive at the time. There is only one modern writer that we know of, that we know existed, that actually said anything about Jesus. One. There is
Josephus
one.
And Tacitus.
Correct. And this is like 200 years after the fact. So this is not really, there's not really good evidence to these things when it comes to actually verifying sources.
Well, I think Jesus definitely was a real person.
I don't have a problem saying he's a real person. I have a problem with you saying there's more evidence that Jesus existed than Abraham Lincoln.
Well, I mean, I would just look to like all around the world of like how big Jesus is today, how everyone knows him, and like the Bible has like been proven. Like actually, science is like.
See, when you say the Bible has been proven, there are small parts. Well, no, because you've said this 3 times.
Proving that the Bible.
There are some things in the Bible, that some stories that we've shown that have a correlation with evidence, but to say some stories have this correlation is not the same as saying the Bible has been proven. That is a drastically different thing. There's no proof that Moses walked up to a burning bush and got tablets that had the 10 Commandments on it. There is no evidence for that.
Well, how are we going to find that? But I'm saying stuff
We're
like
not,
the
but that's what
flood,
I'm saying is
like,
that you can't say that the Bible is proven as this totality.
But here's what I'm saying is if I believe that if it's the word of God and I believe in Jesus that he was true, if there's evidence of Jesus on this earth, and if I believe that Jesus was the Son of God, then I'm going to believe in the Bible. Like, that's what I'm saying. But honestly, it's getting late.
Sure, those are like down the line though. That's different from evidence versus faith, and that's I'm fine with you saying that I have faith in this thing.
I don't have evidence of the entire Bible. I'm saying I have evidence. Science has evidence of certain events like the flood. Like even if you look at Mount Ararat in Turkey, the outline of like the exact dimensions
where they
of
believe that a boat could be, it wasn't the size of what the ark would have been though to fit that many animals on it. It would not have been that size. Well, it's like 1/100th of the size.
Well, I mean, actually, you'd have to look into that more. If you've ever been to the Ark Museum, I have. It's absolutely ginormous. You could fit so much creatures in there.
Every single animal on Earth somehow not only was on an ark and all got off in the same place, but somehow all went to completely different parts of the Earth and then repopulated there separately from one another.
It's a miracle too, because it's God. But yeah, but I'll talk. Okay. I can talk more.
How old are you?
I gotta go to bed. 18.
18. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to have you on another time. I mostly stream on YouTube, so I know you found me on TikTok, but
okay.
I stream on YouTube, and I have a bunch of links on YouTube to where like you can DM me on like Twitter. I have a Discord link there. All my stuff's in my description, so if you want to schedule another talk sometime or something, that's fine. Yeah, appreciate you jumping on.
All right, man. You have a good one.
You too. Later, man.
Yeah. See ya.
Okay. I posted a video just a little bit ago on TikTok, and I haven't actually gotten a chance to watch it, but I do want to. I do need to run to the restroom, so I'm going to let this play for a second, and I will be right back. This guy is getting canceled for committing the horrible sin of getting a book deal while being white.
Why Book Talk has turned on this creator, Luke Bateman.
There's a community on TikTok called Book Talk. It's like TikTok, but for book nerds. This large, dashing man, Luke Bateman, used to play on a professional rugby team in Australia. And when he came out with his first TikTok video, he got over 2 million views.
Alright, my first ever TikTok video. Loved books my entire life. I've never really had anywhere to talk about it or share those things because obviously being a male and from the country, not a lot of emotional depth in the men around me.
When a guy who looks like that comes out talking about how much he loves fantasy and romance novels, it makes sense that the ladies flocked to his channel. In less than 40 TikTok videos later, he made a TikTok video to share with his community some great news.
Hello, Book Talk. I just wanted to share some incredible news with you. I've just signed a 2-book deal with Atria and Simon & Schuster Australia. This is a childhood dream come true for me. After I got the call last week, I cried so much. All of you have helped me to fulfill my childhood dream. I have a photo of a younger version of myself on my lock screen. I look at the little version of me and I say, like, this is for you, mate. I said, oh, we did it, little buddies. Yeah, I just thank you all so much. I'm so excited. I can't wait to write this book. It's going to be a fantasy book.
And of course, his community was very happy and supportive and excited about the great news. Or were they? Well, good to see that publishing is still a colossal joke. You can't wait to write the book? How did you get a book deal? For those who don't see the problem with this, you are part of the problem. If only BIPOC authors can have the same recognition. I'm horrified. What has publishing become? I hate everything about this. The poor women I have been working so hard to publish watching this. Sigh. This is highly disappointing. I wish I was born conventionally attractive, straight, privileged man so I could sign publishing contracts just by saying I want to write a book. Of course, it would be epic fantasy. This is literally enraging. Absolutely unbelievable. Just know that you did nothing out of the ordinary to deserve this. There are so many wonderful unpublished authors out there that deserve this 1000% more than you. We live in the worst kind of society that props a YT man up. Let's put this into perspective, shall we? I have around the same size audience with a completely written book and series, over 10 years of experience in writing, and a platform built solely around my concept. I struggled for 3 years to even secure a literary agent. This is why I turned against traditional publishing. It's never been truly about the story written. There are so many talented and skilled authors from marginalized communities across this app who have put in the effort, who have worked to refine their skills, who have worked to build their platform, and yet this is what publishing prioritizes. Yikes. You as an author with a voice should be standing up and recognizing the flaw in this. If you are truly part of the community on this app, with many authors who have actually written and marketed the book getting shadowed by you. Firstly, congratulations, I'm happy for you. I also want to acknowledge that had you been a woman, especially of color, this probably wouldn't have happened. And so it feels very bittersweet to celebrate with you. We're happy that your inner child is happy though. I just know this book is going to be so shallow and tropey. I'm so happy the comments just so you understand, that last comment had 125 likes on it. This one has 25. So this is the smallest of the of all of them. To refine, but completely written book fantasy. I hate everything about this. The poor women I news. Or were they? Well, good to see this one that says, well, good to see publishing is still a colossal joke. 2,441 likes. That publishing is still a colossal joke. You can't wait to this one. You can't wait to write the book. How did you get a book deal? 3,046 likes. Like these are like I'm reading like top comments down. I skipped maybe 3 that were like positive, and those were way down the list. Way down the list.
Let's hop up on
book is going to be so shallow and tropey. I'm so happy the comments have turned because when I checked yesterday, they were far too nice. This is ridiculous and disheartening to so many people who struggle to get the word of their books out there. And some random dude gets a 2-book deal in a month without a manuscript. I'm so disappointed.
Brother Luke, the worst thing you could have done was hop up on TikTok and tell everybody that you signed a 2-book deal and you haven't even wrote a manuscript. The following you had is not going to be the following you continue to have. You stepped on a lot of people's necks to get a 2-book deal.
I know so many women who claw tooth and nail to try to get their books noticed by publishers, get noticed by book agents, and even if they're indie authors, to promote and market their books as much as they can on this app. And you're telling me that just a cis, white, conventionally attractive dude hops on here, hasn't even wrote a manuscript yet, and he has a book deal. Like, this is insane.
So, just so you guys remember, I said at the beginning, this guy was a professional rugby player. He was a professional rugby player, dude. This guy was already famous. He was already a big name. something I didn't mention that I probably should have, he was Australia's Bachelor. So when he comes on here reading like all of these videos, you know, all of these things that are you know, ooey gooey romance novels and crap like that. This guy is a famous, big, huge rugby player. He's like a good old boy farmer who's like doing all of his videos in like tractors and trucks and, you know, in the cornfield and shit like that, all just fucking huge and everything. And then he was also the Bachelor. So when he makes his first video and he gets 2 million views, that wasn't just by chance that he happened to get 2 million views. He was famous. He was already famous. So all these people are like, oh, he only got this because he's a white male. No, he got the book deal because he's fucking famous, dude. That's why.
I hate this timeline.
So he makes another video saying that he understands the resentment and that he wants to use his platform for good to spread education about systemic issues. But that still wasn't good enough.
My platform and my voice and my privilege and position in society to help uplift others.
Let's talk about how that part is actually going. You say you've spoken to marginalised people. You spoke to me. You didn't name me. You didn't name...
This is I think this is just a thing. All leftists talk like this, dude. I don't know what it is. They all have to be so fucking smug, dude. They all talk like this. I don't know what it is. I don't know why they all have to talk like that. So, you said that you did this, but you didn't name me, did you? No, you didn't, did ya? Like, what the fuck? Why are you guys all so snide? What the hell, bro?
Name the Latin A woman. By the way, Latin A is a better way of saying it. We all...
Yeah, make sure you know it's Latin A, not Latin X, not Latin, not Latino, Latin A.
Spoken to you. If you're not crediting us, sharing our work, about how that part
I'm going to
is
rewind it
actually
real
going.
quick.
You say you've spoken to marginalised people. You spoke to me. You didn't name me. You didn't name the Latin A woman. By the way, Latin A is a better way of saying it.
So, just so you guys know, it is not Latin dash the letter A. Because that would still be Latina, right? That's kind of similar to Latina. No, it's Latin at. You know, it is Latin at. Seriously. Latin at.
Latino Latina or Latino Latina.
I don't know why it's of or relating to people of Latin American origin or descent, especially those living in the United States, used in place of the masculine form Latino or feminine form Latina. So this is a gender what do they call it? Gender general? I don't remember what it's called, but you know, it's a thing where it's not for one specific gender.
All spoken to you. If you're not crediting us, sharing our work, or amplifying our names, how are you actually using your platform to amplify us?
How about you purchase, read, and showcase indie authors? How about you purchase, show, and read BIPOC authors? How about you stop deleting the comments where we're pointing out your problematic fucking behavior? How about you do that? Because you said a rising tide lifts all ships, right?
Women and people of color have said that they are no longer going to watch or support him. I don't know what they expect. Is he supposed to say, I'm not going to take the book deal until they sign 5 women of color? Tons of people in publishing have come out and said this is a pretty normal and standard thing. If somebody has a lot of popularity, they already have an audience, they already have a fan base, Publishers are going to try to get that person because their fan base will likely buy the book just because the person who they like wrote it. Sorry, gender neutral is the term I was trying to think of. So Latin A is a gender neutral term for both genders. And so they're going to be, or sorry, any and all genders, probably the way to say it. Able to sell pretty quickly, whether the book is good or not. And so they'll pretty easily make their money back. It seems like a lot of the women who are making videos about this stuff don't even know that he was a professional rugby player before he ever came on the TikTok. He was Australia's Bachelor before he ever came onto TikTok. He didn't just get famous because he likes books. He got famous because he was already famous. But I don't think there's much more you can expect from a guy who has privilege. He didn't create the caste system. He did not create his privilege. But he does benefit from it, and he wants to use that benefit for good. What more could one want? Most people who are privileged and have fame are not using that privilege to spread any awareness. By far the majority. So if there are some who are willing to speak on your behalf, uplift them, encourage them, maybe educate them. But the left currently has a problem where they're willing to push out anybody who isn't pure enough. And there's a reason why we're losing members. And stuff like this happening is one of those reasons. This guy is getting canceled for committing the horrible sin of getting a book deal while being white.
Why Book Talk has turned on this creator, Luke Bateman.
There's a community on TikTok called Book Talk. It's like TikTok, but for book. So yeah, anyways, I put that video out earlier on TikTok. Make sure you watch it. Give it a like-see. Let's see, let me check out the comments real quick. Yeah, the issue isn't his skin color. It is the publishing company offering a pseudo-celebrity a book deal without having putting any work in, all in the hopes that he will sell a lot of books, but good look at cherry-picking comments. Oh my goodness, I didn't cherry-pick comments. Holy shit, I did not, that is not cherry-picking. Holy fucking shit. I might make a whole new fucking TikTok just to respond to that fucking comment. What was his name again? Jake. Fuck. This website's so slow. Jake something. What was his name? Book nerds. This large dashing man. Luke Bateman. I'm just showing that I didn't fucking cherry pick anything, okay? I think this is good for everybody to see. I was not cherry picking those fucking comments, alright?
Hello, Book Talk. I just want.
Okay, so this is the original video. This is the first comment that I showed. While good to see that publishing is still a colossal joke. This is the second comment I show. You can't wait to write the book. How did you get the book deal? This is the third one. For those who don't see the problem with this, you are part of the problem. So I'm confused. LOL, how did you get a book deal with no book written? This guy really just said, trust me, Bo, and Simon & Schuster went incredible. Give me 2 of them. Fantasy takes a lot of time to write, and you haven't even started yet and still got a book deal? That's crazy. Coming from a fantasy writer. This is the next one. I showed this one too. This is actually insane. This is like being able to walk on a professional sports team with no gameplay experience. Like, yes, if only BIPOC authors can have the same recognition. Like, this is what I read. I read the fucking top comments on this. So yeah, the whole like cherry picking thing is kind of bullshit. But all right. Tom always finds a way to make it about race. Wait, I didn't make it about race. They said it was about BIPOC creators not getting the same experience. What do you mean? They made it about race. They said that they were going to lose. He was going to lose women of color and minorities who were following him. What the fuck? Are you explaining what book talk is on TikTok? Well, the video's not going to just be on TikTok, but yeah. I think the issue is more that he hasn't written anything, no manuscript or anything. Now the publisher, I already I explained this in the video that doesn't matter because he's famous. That's all that matters. Like, he's famous, so he has a following, he has a lot of fans, and he has people who will read the book regardless of what he writes. That's it. That's all that matters. That's all they care about. They just want to make money. It's a business. They are there to make money. They're there to try to, to make back the money that they put into publishing. So if he got a $2,000 publishing deal, and then we'll make money off the book sales, then yes, they're going to make their money back. And that is he going to write fantasy fiction or like about rugby or a bio? I think he's going to write fantasy. He said in the video that I showed that he's going to write about fantasy. But yeah, this video right here, man, Luke Bateman. This picture from him is him on The Bachelor Australia. So he is already a big name. He's somebody who's on the fucking Bachelor. It's disgusting how much hate is directed at Luke. He's doing nothing wrong. Most of these haters would have taken the same deal if it was given. Yeah, so this is the problem, is that a lot of these people are like, the problem isn't him taking the deal. The problem is the publishing company offering it in the first place. It's like, okay, fine. Then why is everybody like driving their hate at him? Why are they telling him what the problem is? Why are they mad at him? Why is he getting canceled? Why are they saying he will not have the following that he has anymore? Why are they saying he is the one who doesn't understand what his privilege and blah blah blah? Like, why are they directing all of this at him if it's about the publishing company? That doesn't make sense. I guess they don't want book companies making money off giving book deals to famous people. I mean, look, I understand the resentment. I get it. I know what it's like. I trust me. I have been here for a long time streaming, and I've watched other content creators just come in and pop off like immediately, right? I've watched other people who Kyla is a good example of this. Kyla was her husband was a big fan of Destiny, so he was watching Destiny. Destiny was talking a lot about therapy and psychology and stuff like that, and so then he suggested that Kyla should go on to his show and talk to Destiny. So Kyla went on to Destiny's show and started talking to him. And then after she talked to him, a bunch of people were like, yo, that was awesome. You should start streaming. And so she went on there maybe 2 or 3 times and then eventually started her own channel and like immediately is averaging hundreds of concurrent viewers, right? I remember watching tons of people get super like butthurt about the fact that she was doing really well. And I would be lying if it does, you don't sit there and think, damn, dude, that would be fucking awesome if I had just started day one with hundreds of fucking people watching me. But that doesn't, it's not something that I would ever like look at the person who got that chance and be like, wow, you don't deserve this. How dare you sit on your stream with hundreds of people watching when people like me and others have been struggling to get... Like, I would never do that. That's ridiculous. That is a insane way of engaging with... And one of the things that I initially had in this video is, hey guys, maybe if you thought about the fact that as a book writer, if you uplift him, if you encourage him, if you cheer him on, maybe you'll be the one that he carries with you if he does really well and has a lot of success within writing. Maybe you'll be the one. I mean, that's something that you should do anyways. And that's something that obviously I've been very encouraging to Kyla and a ton of other content creators who just popped up and started streaming, and they rated me a couple of times over the last week. This Kyla rated today. Pisco rated yesterday. I think Pisco had a part of somebody else's raid as well. But yes, when they act so salty over shit like this, it's just embarrassing. And I think, wow, like what the fuck is wrong with you, Tom? You got to remember the key to all of this: white people bad, right? Well, and that is what I said at the very beginning. As I said, he committed the horrible sin of getting a publishing deal while being white. That is the horrific thing that he did that obviously deserves canceling. So, yeah. It's weird. Yeah, I'm probably gonna make like a short video talking about the differences between liberals and leftists. I think it's probably gonna be called liberal, not leftist, and it's gonna kind of cover like the fights that a bunch of liberals have been having with leftists over the last couple months, especially ever since the election. We got Ethan Klein versus Hassan. We got, Hutch going in on the leftists. We got Lonerbox going in on the leftists. We got me fighting them. We got Mercedes fighting them. We got Destiny fighting them. We got Kyla fighting them. We got all of us like making a very clear distinction between liberals and leftists and the branding that is attached to our names. And the problem is that leftists don't have any reason to care, right? They're not affected one way or the other. They don't care if Democrats win or lose. They don't care who gets in. They don't care if liberals are branded as leftists and that everything unhinged that leftists say ends up falling on our shoulders, and then we look like we're the ones with crazy ideas because they don't ever have to fucking pay for it. We're the ones who get the brunt of the bullshit, and so why the fuck would they care? And so yeah, it's kind of frustrating. And so I'm gonna make a video just kind of going over a lot of this and not just showing that, hey, I'm here on TikTok fighting against all the leftists. Here I am to take it. But I'm going to show like a wider pattern of this happening all across the internet, and that this is not just a me thing, but this is a liberal thing. And so one of the things that I'm going to go over is this right here. I think this is the clip.
The existence of my platform is predicated on.
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the planet, dude.
What the? What do you mean, Hassan? Okay, all right, f you too.
Dude, I hate liberals, dude. I hate them. I hate them so viciously.
Oh man, what is that? What? Come on.
It says at the top of the chat. It says at the top of the chat, if you want to call in, click the link at the top of the chat. You can call in through TikTok.
I'm not half bad, Hassan. That's crazy.
Sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much.
Did this man sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend?
Dude, liberals are a burden on this planet, dude.
Oh my god! Come on! I'm not a burden on this planet. Come on!
Liberals are the most, scummy, vile...
Jesus Christ!
Idiots, liberals.
Oh my god!
Liberals are incredibly stupid. I hate these petulant liberals.
Jesus Christ!
Liberals.
Dean thinks he's a liberal. I think Dean's probably close enough. I think that he is a what we would call a progressive liberal. And so yeah, I think he's close enough to where he would be considered liberal-ish. This is a very unfinished version of the spectrum that I have, but over here on the left, I think he would fall into the sock dem area, and that this is the Overton window of what is normal, and then leftists are gonna kind of fall outside of the Overton window, as well as alt-right, Groyper sort of ideology. And so yeah, this is I'm gonna try to try the paleo diet. Yeah, well, there's paleo conservative that you can get on, but yeah, this is liberals are the ones that fought for your rights. Yeah, I don't think that, like, I don't think the conservatives understand, like, liberalism is a thing that, like, our Constitution is considered a liberal document. It is liberalism. Our country is founded on liberalism. It is founded on the ideals of liberalism. And so they kind of mix up, like, a liberal and liberalism a lot, to where those are the same things, but they're essentially pretty similar. Like, the liberals today are people who are fighting for those ideals. They're fighting for liberal ideals. They're fighting for liberalism. And they're fighting to just continue realizing those ideals. So just the same as, because lots of times they'll be like, yeah, but everything's so different than it was when we first founded the country and we first wrote the Constitution. Yeah, of course. That's what we're supposed to do. That's the way our document was written, is that we are supposed to continue to realize these ideals and get better and better at it. And the ideals are the things that matter, like the fact that we got rid of slavery. Hey, it's a good thing that we kind of realize things and get better at it and progress and move forward. And the fact that it is liberals who did this. I know that a lot of people like to say, it was Republicans who fought against slavery. Yeah, sure, Republicans. It wasn't conservatives, though. It was not conservatives. It was Christians who fought against slavery. Not the fucking conservatives. It was Christians on both sides. Everybody was Christian at the time. So to say it was Christians who fought against slavery, it was Christians who defended slavery. If you go back and listen to a lot of the speeches they were giving in the South, they were talking about the fact that this was an abomination to Christianity and to God, and how wrong this was, and that they can't allow black people to be living like everybody else. It was Christians on both sides, but they love to mention it was Christians who fought against slavery. Yeah, sure, okay. Like, it was Christians who fought for slavery. It's Christians on both sides. But it was liberals the whole way through. This is full of shit. Well, Craig, if you grow a backbone, you can come on and argue that.
What else is someone this sociopathic capable of?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the planet.
Was I being manipulated this whole time?
Oh my god, I just feel like I just got like, wow, man. Something just happened to me. There, what the just happened, man? What?
Well, in that sense, traditional conservatives are for liberalism. Yes, that is my point. Yes. That is the point, is that, yes, like, liberalism, conservatives, like, especially like neocons, are in favor of liberalism. That is the point. But this is why, like, the country right now is moving in a Christian nationalist direction, especially the right is moving in a Christian nationalist direction. They're moving in a paleoconic direction, where it is very much anti the Constitution. Excuse me, anti-free speech, anti-freedom of religion, anti, respecting no established religion above another. That is very much anti all of these things. And so, yeah. Dusty, appreciate the raid, homie. Thank you, sir.
Was that? He just kind of like kept going.
Yeah, these are just clips of.
Okay. You just got.
These are just clips of Dean getting upset that Hassan is calling out liberals, and yeah, everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. We're only at 78. We have 130 people watching on YouTube. TikTok is killing you guys on likes, okay? TikTok has 13,000 likes right now. YouTube, y'all are slacking, all right? I mean, even for those of you who are just freeloading over there, you're not sending any donations, you're not doing much. You could at least like give a like, you know, contribute something. Stop being a freeloader from top to bottom. Just, you know, just give a like. Just, you know, hook a brother up somehow. I'm over here putting in work. You don't have to like what I say, but you're still listening to it. Democrats fought for slavery back then. That Craig, did you ignore everything that I just said? What the fuck is wrong with you? Did you ignore everything I just said? I didn't say anything about Democrats. I don't know why you guys play these fucking semantic games. What is wrong with you? Democrat is not an ideology, motherfucker. That's a party. A party is not an ideology. Parties' beliefs change over time. They change throughout time. That is not an ideology. But conservatism is. Christianity is. Liberalism is. So when I say liberals and progressives fought against slavery and conservatives fought for slavery, you bring up, you can look it up. Democrats fought against slavery. Liberals were the Dems? No, they weren't. They were not. Conservatives were Dems. Conservatives were Dems. We can go look it up. You wanna, Krager, grow a backbone, grow some balls, hop on. Okay? Hop on and we'll go over it. You and me right now. Let's go. You said all libs were good. I didn't say anything about good or bad. That never happened. You're just lying. Bullshit. LMAO. Libs were with the Dems who fought for slavery. You're just making shit up. I never said anything about good or bad. But again, whenever you grow a backbone and you're actually willing to defend those positions, man to man, you know, here on the stage where you get to take a big L in front of everybody, kind of how you compare all Christians. I didn't compare all Christians. I said Christians fought against slavery. Christians fought for slavery. I literally said that. Are you this dumb to where you're incapable of hearing, Craig? Are you really that dumb? You're just a biased bitch. No, you're just dumb. You just don't understand English. I think you might be one of those illegals that need to be deported. Do you comprende Inglés? I'd slap the shit out of you in person. Bro, if you could get up high enough to tap my balls, I'd give you $100. But I don't think that's going to happen. You can't even get up high enough to get on my show. What the fuck? You're over here acting like you would punch me, but you don't even have enough balls to get on the fucking show and own up to the dumb stuff that you're saying. Give me a break. I'll beat your ass and then post it on your stream. Do it. Do it. Do it, Craig. Do it. Little tough guy talks crap on the internet. Look how cool he is. Everybody, let Craig know he's cool. Let Craig know how cool he is. He really wants to sound cool, like he's over here talking trash in a chat like a fucking real keyboard warrior. He's the real one who will actually do it. He's not like the other millions of other keyboard warriors who like to talk trash on the internet to feel big and bad and special about themselves. He's the real one. He's the one who will really do it. This is the real one, guys. Don't worry, he'll really do it. It's really gonna happen. Live access suspended, motherfucker. I just got back, and I'm already suspended. Oh, wait. It was suspended for 1 minute. It was suspended for 1 minute. What the hell? Wait, but it won't let me go live. Yeah, we gotta suspend Krieg. His text on screen's probably a little bit too unhinged. But you can still call in. It says that I'm suspended for 1 minute. It says you can go live and join a live as a guest starting from June 10th, 2025 at 3:13 a.m. That's right now. So why can't I go live right now? Let me X out of the app and pull it back up.
Behaviors that have occurred in the last few years, including the ones that liberals would probably say have gone too far and were like too extreme. These are some examples of some things. They'd probably look at like all rich people and be like, we need to like tax the rich, maybe even eat the rich. They probably hate landlords. They probably think private property is theft.
I understand. Okay. So here's the thing. After that, you just started getting into actual lefty positions. Like when we were talking about getting rid of landlords, when we were talking about eat the rich, etc.
Yeah, so this is the way that a lot of these people think, where if you're not a leftist, you're not actually on the left. But this is this is just like a dumb argument. Like if somebody wants to come and tell me you're not actually on the left, you're on the right. Like, okay. Yeah, so I think I'm suspended for like 2 hours or something. I don't know what time zone TikTok operates off of, because they always have like it seems like they have a different time zone from me. But yeah, I just like yeah, I don't it seems like sometimes it tells me that I have I'm allowed back at a certain time, or it says I got suspended at a specific time, but it's a different time than what I have. But yeah, even it doesn't even say in my stuff that I'm suspended, so I'm yeah, I'm very lost. I don't know what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
When you talk about things like tax the rich, when you talk about things like being super pro-trans and super pro-non-binary, when you talk about defund the police, when you talk about
Oh, it's members only now, my bad. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the hell is happening on TikTok right now, so I'm trying to Oh, it is. Yeah, okay. It does say June 10th. That's weird. It said that I got suspended the same day that it said I was back, but yeah, that's in 7 days. Okay. That makes sense. Because, yeah, it said suspended on June 10th. You're allowed back on June 10th. What? If that's the case, then that would be right now.
This graph shows how during Germany's latest federal election, young men predominantly voted for the populist far-right AfD party. On the other hand, the populist left Die Linke and BSW parties far outperformed the center-left, right and far-right parties with young women. This is no isolated incident. It is part of a major trend. For example, here in South Korea, young women rapidly are turning to the far left, and men after years of leaning left are now sharply turning to the right. Similarly, in the Netherlands, UK and US, young men have propelled populist right, previously old boys clubs like Reform UK, the Dutch Freedom Party and Trump's MAGA movement to incredible election victories. So, what is going on? Why are Gen Z women turning to the populist left and men to the populist right? To answer that question, I've turned to the scientific literature on populism, where despite there being plenty of examples of how populists either became autocrats like Putin or how they ruined their economies like Chavez and Maduro did in Venezuela, I did not start by just assuming populism is always bad. I also wanted to find out whether or not it actually makes sense to lump left-wing populists like Bernie Sanders and Britain's Jeremy Corbyn in the same category as right-wing populists.
Yeah, this is something that I keep talking a lot about, is the fact that when populists will move from right to left pretty often because a lot of them value populism above everything else. So a lot of people, like Tim Pool is a great example of this, where he keeps talking about the fact that he's a moderate, but he's not really moderate. He's just populist. And so he kind of has a lot of positions that he agrees with the far left and the far right on, but he's not really like a moderate person with moderate positions. He's somebody with populist positions, and he will just kind of agree with whoever the populist option is. And so it's almost like they're like non-binary, like they don't really fit on the spectrum in the same way that everybody else does.
Like Trump and Farage. But before getting into all of that, I first want to go back to the most fundamental question of them all, which is, what is populism? Where the first insight I got from the literature is that, strikingly, in the 1990s, social scientists typically considered populism a Latin American phenomenon. But as this graph for populist parties in Europe clearly shows, while support for 1. Far left, 2. Populist far left, 3. Middle of the road populist, 4. Far right populists, and 5. Far right parties was indeed pretty low in the early 1990s, about 10%. It has now surged to around 30%. But okay, hold on. Far left populist, regular populist, far right populist, far right, not populist.
I don't think populists can be like anything but far right or far left generally. I think that they're almost always going to end up far left or far right. I think that like populists are people who don't align with the status quo. They're very anti-status quo, which is going to be kind of like the moderate position. The middle of the spectrum is kind of a very, like when you're talking about moderates, you're talking about people who are not extreme on any of their positions. These are people who, are closer to the center. And then populists are people who are very anti that. So they're almost always going to be to the farther edges of the spectrum. And yeah, I just don't believe in like a moderate populist. I don't think that that's really a thing. But it's hard to explain because as soon as it gets to populism, it's hard to talk about right and left anymore. These things don't really end up on the spectrum in the same way that others do. Yeah, I see he's in ComVC. Thank you.
If we truly want to understand what Gen Z is voting for, I think we need to be super clear about what these categories actually mean. We need to go beyond the typical political negative takes like populists are radical extremists, or positive takes such as populists are those that actually listen to the people. After all, who determines what is extreme, and which Democratic Party in their right mind would ever say that they do not listen to the people? Therefore, social scientists have come up with 3 more neutral definitions about what currently classifies as far left, far right, and populist. Firstly, a party is classified as populist if it places the struggle between the people and the elite establishment at the core of their political agenda. So, when US Vice President Vance says that he sees...
I sort of see my role and my voice as being explicitly anti-elitist, explicitly anti-regime.
It makes sense that the research I read classifies the MAGA movement as populist. Similarly, they classify Bernie Sanders' movement as populist because it puts the fight against elites, or, as he more often calls them, oligarchs, at the center of his movement. However, anyone who is familiar with American politics will tell you that, besides talking about a fight against elites, Sanders and Trump could not be more different. In fact, the folks that created this graph for European parties would almost certainly classify Trump's movement as far-right populist and Sanders' movement as far-left populist. So, what's the difference between these two?
I say the difference is the types of things that they're fighting against. So the far-right populism is fighting against the establishment, and their issues are more cultural issues like trans people or immigrants or things like that, right? These are more cultural problems that they have. And so this is what makes it right-wing populism. Whereas when it comes to the left, they're not against the establishment. They don't have cultural problems. They have problems with the elites, and therefore they have fiscal problems. And so these are the separations. They're both against higher echelons of groups that have all the power, but they're against different things for different reasons.
Well, according to the researchers behind this graph, while a left-wing party may favor redistribution, far-left parties believe the capitalist system as it is today should be rejected, and that there should be a major, rather than modest, redistribution of resources in society. To illustrate, using this definition, social scientists classify the Labour Party here in Belgium as far left because it proposes radical taxes for rich people and advocates for the use of price controls in certain occasions and nationalization of certain businesses. However, they do not classify it as populists because its messaging doesn't really focus heavily on a battle between the people and elites or oligarchs. On the other hand, far-right parties are classified by 2 beliefs. The first is that they are nativist, which means that the state should be purely inhabited by the group that already lives there, and that immigrants are a fundamental threat to society. The second characteristic of far-right parties is that they believe society should be strictly ordered and that those that defy authority should be strictly punished. So, coming back to Trump's MAGA populist movement, first we can see that the first 2 points that it talks about are seal the border and stop the migrant...
Sorry, what did he say?
Capitalist system as it is today should be rejected. would almost certainly classify Trump's movement as far-right populist and Sanders' movement as far-left populist. So, what's the difference between these two? Well, according to the researchers behind this graph, while a left-wing party may favor redistribution, far-left parties believe the capitalist system as it is today should be rejected, and that there should be a major, rather than modest, redistribution of resources in society. To illustrate, using this definition, social scientists classify the Labour Party here in Belgium as far-left because it proposes radical taxes for rich people and advocates for the use of price controls in certain occasions and nationalization of certain businesses. However, they do not classify it as populists because its messaging doesn't really focus heavily on a battle between the people and elites or oligarchs. On the other hand, far-right parties are classified by two beliefs. The first is that they are nativist, which means that the state should be purely inhabited by the group that already lives there, and that immigrants are a fundamental threat to society. The second characteristic of far-right parties is that they believe society should be strictly ordered and that those that defy authority should be strictly punished. So, coming back to Trump's MAGA populist movement, first we can see that the first 2 points that it talks about are seal the border and stop the migrant invasion and carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. Second, Trump punishes those that defy authority harshly indeed. Foreign students that protest on US campuses are deported. Funding for universities that have DEI or diversity policies that Trump does not like, well, those funds are frozen. No previous right-wing president.
You say DEY?
Funding for universities that have DEI or diversity policies that Trump does not like, well, those funds are frozen. No previous right-wing president has been so strict on immigration or so harsh in its punishment for defying authority. This is why Trump is a...
Tom Chat wants to debate. I'm a little tired. I'm a little worn out after the last one. That was like 3 hours. I'm a little exhausted after that one. I'm maybe I might be into it a little bit later, but I'm also going over some stuff with TikTok and everything that just happened. So I'm trying to like read some things, check my messages. I'm doing a bunch of different things right now. I can't really do it. Pull anybody on right now.
Far right rather than regular right-wing populist if we use the scientific definition. But as you may have noticed, far right and far left, yes, they are often both populist. But besides that, they could not be more different. So why lump them together in one single category? Well, researchers have found that populist movements are similar to each other in two more ways than just railing against elites. The first is that they often distill complex political, social and economic issues into overly simplistic narratives, such as it is the fault of oligarchs, or it is the fault of other countries or immigrants. The second is that unlike your typical boring politician, populist movements are often led by a charismatic leader who is portrayed as uniquely capable of representing and fulfilling the will of the people. But then again, so what? Maybe elites have actually become too powerful in many countries. Maybe politicians have actually been using complexity to avoid taking action. Maybe some countries do need a strong leader to finally get things done. This could all be true. So then why is populism often seen as bad, even by so-called objective scientists? In other words, what's wrong with a bit of populism? Luckily, because populism is not a new phenomenon, social scientists have actually been able to study them historically. And essentially, they have found that on average, populist governments, both from the left and right, have two negative effects on the countries that they govern. The first is that populists challenge democratic institutions and erode checks and balances. For example, when Dr. Jordan Kyle and Yasha Munk studied 46 populist governments across 33 countries between 1990 and 2018, they found that on average, populist leaders were 4 times more likely to trigger democratic backsliding on the Popular Polity Democracy Index. They also found that once elected, populist leaders had a tendency to stay in office much longer than non-populist politicians. In fact, many never left office. The longer a populist leader was in office, the less likely they were to ever leave. Importantly, this study includes left-wing populists like the Kirchners in Argentina, Evo Morales in Bolivia, Chavez in Venezuela, as well as right-wing populists like Viktor Orban in Hungary, Silvio Berlusconi in Italy, and Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel. In theory...
Crap. Okay, I just realized I'm not able to do another round. I do have to get off. Yeah, I do have to get off at the end of this round because I have to. I got some stuff that I got to do in the morning. I totally didn't even realize I've been up for a while. I got barely any sleep today. When I first got on today, I was gonna only stream for like 2 hours, and then I got on and just went through the motions of like setting everything up and just totally forgot that I was like when I started stream, I sat there thinking, I'm so fucking exhausted, dude. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do this. I gotta like I gotta make sure I don't even stream tonight. I gotta take tonight off, and yeah, once I hit that go live button, I forget everything that happens before a lot of times, so.
Populists may stick around longer because they are so good at ruling. However, in practice, that is unlikely because this brings us to our second problem with populists, which is that, again, on average, they tend to be bad for the economy. Specifically, in a long historical study from 1900 to 2020, Dr. Manuel Funke and his co-authors compare the rule of current populists, as well as populists from long ago like Perón in Argentina, Mussolini in Italy and Sukarno in Indonesia, to artificially created so-called doppelganger countries that consist of a mixture of countries that were in a similar position when these populist leaders came to power. As you can see here, they find that compared to the doppelganger economy, which is the dashed line, on average, all populists reduce economic growth, where left-wing populists do slightly worse than right-wing populists. However, importantly, there are, as you may expect, big differences between populist leaders, even within their right or left-wing variations. For example, leaders like Italy's right-wing ex-prime minister Berlusconi and Venezuela's left-wing Maduro clearly manage their economies very poorly. On the other hand, populist leaders like the right-wing Erdogan in Turkey and the left-wing Kirchners in Argentina actually started out very strong, only to stagnate after being in power for longer. On the other hand, there are right-wing leaders like Hungary's Orban and Israel's Netanyahu, whom, while very tricky to get out of office, have actually so far seen solid economic growth. But when it comes to historical populists, there are just two populists that actually outperformed their doppelganger economies, and these were Brazil's Getulio Vargas and Evo Morales in Bolivia, both left-wing populists. So the outcome of these types of studies is not that voting populist spells certain doom for your country. In fact, some previous American presidents associated with populism like Teddy Roosevelt and FDR are still seen as some of America's best presidents. But what these studies
My friend who is so original made the 4 millionth joke to me that people have made where they're like, oh, hey, well, if your shit gets like super you can always just do a why I left the left thing and become a Christian and join the right. And then this topic comes up of like, why? Why is it that the right can, take people back or not hold people to this like high standard of behavior, whatever, and the left does it? And then
yeah, this is a thing that is good and bad about the left. That is it is a thing that is beneficial and harmful about the left, where it's good that we have standards. It is good that we don't allow just anybody to be a leader within our movement. It is good that we hold some sort of line to where we're willing to hold people accountable, and we're willing to say, yeah, I'm sorry, but you just don't hold our values. You're just not like good enough. You're not somebody who represents us, blah, blah, blah. And people will call them out and denounce them, blah, 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 right? That's a good thing that the left does. It is a thing that the right just doesn't do very often. And there's very few times where they will actually call people out. There's very few times where they will actually hold standards for people. It happens, but it's on like very extreme things where you have to cross a line. That is, yeah, it's like crimes, like very serious crimes. Like we're talking about not crimes like, rape or sexual assault or robbery or drug use or, anything like that. No, it's crimes like pedophilia or, things like that. It's got to be something like that where they'll finally draw a line. And the left is willing to hold these moral standards, and that's something that I really like about the left. That it is good to have principles that you stand on and principles that you hold. But it's also a negative because they are unwilling to accept anybody sometimes. There's a large group of the left that is just so hardcore at purity testing and canceling and gatekeeping, and anytime somebody does like move into the left, they want to bring up like everything in their past. Well, did you denounce this? Did you ask for forgiveness for this? Did you apologize for this? And they just want to go dig up everything and try to get you to answer for every little thing. There was a period where Lauren Southern was moving, and it was an obvious like trend where you could watch her just kind of moving. Her rhetoric changed, the way that she talked about things changed, the way that she talked about trans people changed, the way that she talked about immigrants changed, the way that she talked about all of this stuff just like drastically was just changing, and she was moving. And she started to do these open call-in shows, and all of these leftists went on to the show and demanded that she apologize for every little thing that they had ever seen her do. And that was every single day, day after day, one after another, after another, after another. Every person who went on was another person who was just demanding that she renounce some belief, something that she said. And it was wild. And so this is the like cost for entry, or the I can't think of the term, but it's like the border for entry, the something. It is a very high standard. A standard for entry that is a high standard where they require a lot of you in order to get in. And barrier of entry, yes, the barrier of entry is just very high, and it's at a ridiculous level a lot of times, to where you can be Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, Donald Trump, like all of these different people who have supported Democrats, who have, were a Democrat yesterday, and all of a sudden they're just willing to support the right policies or the right person, and that's it. Like, you're good, done and done. Fuck all that other shit. We don't give a fuck. You're good. And so they'll welcome you in with open arms, and they will like, once you're welcomed in, obviously this is the majority of the fucking work. This is what makes the bigger difference for people, is when they're accepted into a group. That's when the change starts to happen. That's when there is a new social ethos that they have to bend and reshape themselves to align with. Yeah, I remember with the Lauren having the discussion, flare guns, feminism, great replacement theory. Yep. It was obnoxious. It was obnoxious. And I was friends with a lot of the people who were trying to like own her on all of this shit, and everybody was getting in line trying to be the one to own her. Oh, I proved she doesn't really believe this shit. She's grifting. She's pretending to move. She's pretending to be on the left. And I kept saying, guys, she never said she was on the left. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, she never said she was on the left. She never said that she was moving to the left. You guys are making this shit up. And then holding her to a standard that she doesn't even believe in. But what they should have done is been like, yo, I saw that you changed your mind on that. That's awesome. I always thought that you were a rational person, that you were really smart. And so it's nice to see you willing to change your mind on things, right? That's what you want to do. You want to give them some praise. You want to give them a pat on the back when they're willing to move. You want to show them that it's something that they should feel good about. But instead, anytime somebody starts moving left, there's a group of leftists that are standing there to make sure you feel like shit about it. There is a group of people who are standing there waiting to make sure you feel like fucking shit for ever considering moving in that direction at all. And as soon as they make you feel like shit about it, you don't want to be around those people anymore. So you turn back to the other people who are still standing there. Yeah. We're here. Come on, baby. We're here. Let's go. They're always happy to have you back. They're always happy to have you as part of the team. They're always happy to have more people over on their side. And it's obnoxious. It's obnoxious. The other day, you guys saw me sit up here with Mercedes, who says, yes, I voted for Kamala Harris. I'm starting to move left. I'm starting to change my mind. And these leftists sat there and berated her for hours and hours and have not stopped. They're still doing it. And there were numerous people over that week. Okay? This is something, I don't want to say who, but there were numerous people over that week who DM'd me from TikTok who said, you're scaring me. You might turn me into a liberal. They're like, because you're the first person to show up that actually makes sense, that's on the left, that seems to say things in a way that's actually like coherent and not insane. And I'm starting to think, if that's a liberal, if that's a type of liberal, I could be that. I could be that thing, right? That is what people need to see. They need to have other people that are willing to give them praise, that are willing to give them acceptance, that are willing to allow them in. And it's something that the right is just much better at than the left. Meanwhile, the left has truth on their side. They have morals on their side. They have what is right on their side. And the right doesn't. But that's not how human psychology works, homie. The majority of the battle is getting the person to just be able to chill with you. And that's what that whole night, if you guys saw the panel with Mercedes, the whole night she was saying, they kept saying, so what is your plan to move people over to the left? And she's like, vibes, dude. It's just vibes. I got vibes that are right-wing coded. And I think that, yeah, people just being able to see that I can be on the left, I can vote for Kamala, and I can still be a chill person who goes fishing and who still shoots guns and all of this shit. Like, that's all I really want to do. They're like, yeah, but what about this? Yeah, but what about that? But what happens when they move back to the right? What happens here? It's like this. She's not responsible for these people all of a sudden just because she moved them to the left. Like, she's not responsible for any decision that they make for the rest of their lives. But like, she is right. And I kept trying to like jump in and say, like, guys, no, they kept saying, oh, so all you're going to do is vibes? Guys, that is the majority of it. That is the majority of the fucking work. That is it. Is like, people make most of their political decisions based on vibes. They make most of their political decisions based on social norms and things that make but based on like the group that they feel accepted with, they will mold and change and reform everything to fit in with the group that they want to fit in with. That is just how it works. That is just how most people form their political beliefs. It is not rationale. It is not like coherent thought processes. As we can tell from the majority of the right and all of the far left, there is no real coherent logic there. It doesn't exist. It is all just team sports, top to bottom. And when people are willing to come play for our team, we can have LeBron James show up and be like, hey guys, I want to come play for your team. Yeah, you remember that one time that you shot that 3 at the end of the game when all you needed were 2 points? You should have driven to the basket, but you didn't. Have you done 1,000 Hail Marys for that? It's fucking LeBron James, dude. Let him come play for our fucking team. I want LeBron James on our team, okay? I want to win. Let's go. Let's get LeBron over here. Come on, buddy.
And then I realized, I don't think I've ever had this revelation before. This never clicked me on stream before. But I realized why, and the answer is really obvious. The answer is because this guy at my Jubilee debate, he runs a debate league, incubate debate for like high schoolers. And so he invited me on Saturday to sit and basically I had 4 prompts and I would debate anybody that wanted to come up and debate. So he hosts like a debate league that kids from different high schools can participate in, and then the winner gets a $10,000 scholarship, which is cute. Although it was like winner take all, which seemed really brutal for the prize pool structure. But the first day I was there, I debated people. I have all the recordings to that. I think I'll be able to upload that, hopefully. And then I have, and so the second day, I was there to judge. I stayed there, I was one of 12 judges, and then I judged all the debaters, which I thought was a lot of fun. And then afterwards, I got to talk to them all for like an hour about like debate stuff, which I thought was cute because it's like a bunch of people that are like super motivated and interested in debate and like going back and forth on how to debate and debate strategy. That was really interesting. So I write down stuff to talk about. Hold on, what do I have? I do like thinking when I drive, and I had a friend with me back and forth, so I got to talk a lot. Dude, right-wingers are, this James Fishback guy is like very much like an all-in Trump supporter. But this event and the league that he hosts and everything, it was so wholesome. It was so cute and nice. And all these kids went up, and these guys are like 14 to 18. All of them did a stellar job. They had their arguments prepared. They had to do like live rebuttals. They had to do live cross-examinations. These guys are like...
Marry me, Tom Foolery. You got to learn how to spell marry me first.
These are miniature people. They're like 15, 14, 16 years old on stage doing this, and they're doing it live, and they're being judged, and it's it was a really cool event, and it was really impressive. Especially, I don't want to say given the age, like, oh, they're kids. Like, it was just impressive. Period.
It's what I like to call barrier to entry.
But it's also really impressive. I just hate that there are...
It's a term I made up.
There must be left-wing people that do this, and I'm just not seeing it or something. But these right-wing people are so good at like organizing stuff and doing stuff in the real world. Like this guy has this whole ass debate league with all these high schoolers from different schools around the state and the country, I think. And it's just and it's not even like an overtly political event, although, they are kind of getting some political input, right? Because he's the leader. I'm not trying to say he's doing this insidiously, but just like by nature of being, or by virtue of being around, a bunch of conservatives or whatever, you're probably gonna pick up some other stuff like, yeah. It's so annoying how good right-wing people are at like organizing stuff. And I feel like, I feel like left-wing people don't organize as much, but I have a thing for this. What was the next thing? Okay.
Men aren't hot. Women are hot. You're a lesbian, aren't you, Lunar?
I've spoken about 2 different things recently, and for some reason I hadn't connected these ideas in my mind much, okay? So one thing that I've spoken about is that the right in the United States of America, okay, there is this thing called politics. Okay, so one thing that I've said is the right is very much, okay, politics. The right is very much concerned with politics. So politics is like, in my mind, politics is...
Do you ever think that it's kind of disgusting that you're willing to uphold patriarchal standards of high beauty standards for women by talking about the fact that they're the only ones who can be hot and not males, where you're making sure that that pressure that is felt by females will never be felt by males, and that you have to consistently put that pressure on more and more females? Wooner?
Is the acquisition of political power. If you are practicing politics in a democracy, you're trying to get people to vote for your guy, right? You want people to vote for your guy so that you can hold elected office, so that you can enforce whatever policies, you know, you think are right or good or the best for the country, right? And I said that the feeling that I have in the online communities is the left kind of practices something different than politics, where the goal isn't...
Everybody take a second and hit the thumbs up button. We got to get up above 100 likes. We're so close. We're so close right here. We just got to get to the halfway mark on this thing. We got to get to 100. Very, very close.
To get people to vote for somebody, they're doing something different. It looks like politics, and they say it's politics, but it's not politics. It's something different. If you want to be really mean about it, then some people on the right, maybe even Richard Hanania said this. That one guy, I think, who did like the coddling of the American mind might talk about this. But the left is practicing kind of like a social signaling, or it's more like a social, like a group thing, where you signal to people that you're part of like this in-group, and you do it with political issues, but that's all you're concerned about. It's kind of like protecting your in-group. And one thing that I noticed, because my friend who was so original made the 4 millionth joke to me that people have made, where they're like, oh, hey, well, if your shit gets like super, you can always just do a why I left the left thing and become a Christian and join the right. And then we're kind of talking about this back and forth, and then this topic comes up of like, why? Like, why? Why are the right so forgiving of everything? Like, why is it that the right can...
Slim Shady tipped $50. Just a reminder to the welfare queens in chat watching Tom's content. Man up, tip him for the time you spend here. Even if you disagree. Especially if you disagree.
Yeah, especially if you disagree. Let's get some W's for Slim Shady in chat, mofos. Let's get some W's in chat for Slim Shizzle. Why didn't the... thing pop up? All right, let's try that again.
Slim Shady tipped $50. Just a reminder to the welfare queens in chat watching Tom's content. Man up, tip him for the time you spend here. Even if you disagree. Especially if you disagree.
Based. But Slim, what if you win? Wouldn't it be weird? Appreciate it, homie. Always appreciate it. Thank you very much, sir.
Can, take people back or not hold people to this like high standard of behavior, whatever, and the left does it. And then I realized, I don't think I've ever had this revelation before. This never clicked to my screen before. But I realized why, and the answer is really obvious. The answer is because the right is not interested in purity testing. I think I was close before to understand this when I said, well, they do purity tests, but they purity test around voting for the candidate. The reason why the right doesn't purity test is because the goal of the right...
That's what I said earlier. I said that they will purity test. They're going to mark their lines as long as you will support the right person. That's what matters. You got to make sure that you just support the right person, and they're all on board. And so somebody like Tulsi Gabbard, somebody like RFK, these people can just be Democrats one day. Just today they are Democrats. The very next day they're supporting Trump. Therefore, they're welcome. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the fam. Happy to have you. Just with the quickness, dude. With the quickness, just from one day to the next. They support Trump? Cool. You're on the team. That's it. And it's much smarter politics. It's much smarter branding, and it's much better to get people on your side and to get people to vote for your candidate. It's it's all about winning. They're much better at this shit.
The answer is because the right is not interested in purity testing. I think I was close before to understand this when I said, well, they do purity tests, but they purity test around voting for the candidate. The reason why the right doesn't purity test is because the goal of the right is to practice politics. All the right wants to do, fundamentally, is win elections. The left does not want to win elections, or at least the far left or the left online people. Their goal is not to win elections. Their goal is something different. I don't know what it is, but their goal is something different.
Well, their goal is to control society. So where it's interesting, when we look at the issues, the right is more concerned with cultural issues, right? But why? Why is it that the right is more concerned with cultural issues? When I talk about right-wing populism versus left-wing populism and what it is that the right is concerned with, the right is concerned with cultural issues. Why? Because the left won the culture war. That's why. The left won the culture war. And so now the left is maintaining that culture war. They are maintaining the culture war and making it to where, yes, like trans people have to be accepted, immigrants have to be accepted, gay people have to be accepted. All of these things have to be accepted. And they are maintaining that W on the culture war. Whereas the right is trying to weed their way back to get the fucking culture war shit back. They're just not doing a very good job of it, because most of the people who are actually MAGA, again, this is like 30% of the Republican Party. They're the ones that are like this hardcore group about the culture and the culture war shit. Whereas there's like another maybe like 20% that are like the evangelical people who are hardcore about that. No gay marriage, no this, no that. But then the rest of the people, that's like 50% of the Republican Party. The other 50%, most of them are like, trans people, whatever. Like, I don't really care. Immigrants, yeah, it's like, as long as they're not illegal, like, I don't really care. And so it's, they have like half the Republicans are just go hard, like just full on this like culture war shit. And then the other half, not really. Why? Because they're on board with the fucking winning side of the culture war. This is why we say that like the left won the culture war, is because, yeah, even half of Republicans are like, yeah, gay marriage, that's fine, like whatever. Oh yeah, trans people, like whatever. I don't bathrooms, who cares? Like no big deal, right? They're very like nonchalant about it. It's not a huge deal to them, and that's because, yes, we won the culture war, but in order to maintain that, there has to be some form of purity testing. There has to be some form of pushback when people do not act in accordance with the norms that we want for this culture and for what we want for this society. There has to be something there that pushes back on the backlash to this. There's a difference between real Republicans and MAGA. Right, which that's why I separate MAGA. That's why I say, like, MAGA is probably only like 30% of the Republican Party, and then there's another like 20% that are like the evangelicals it's when I say evangelical, I'm saying evangelical that are not already part of MAGA, but they're evangelical that are very staunch on their like Christian beliefs and how it needs to be like part of like government and shit like that. A large part of those evangelicals are in MAGA. Like that's like at least like half of MAGA, which is why MAGA is going to move in a Christian nationalist direction after Trump leaves. But that's why I make that separation, is because, yeah, I do think that the majority of Republicans are not MAGA. I think the majority of Republicans are still neocon type people.
And I realize now, I think that is the answer to when you're wondering, like, why is the right so accepting of people who are coming from the left? You don't see people doing like, why I left the right and why I joined the left, you know, because the left isn't even accepting of those people. Once a Nazi, always a Nazi, or once a, you know, if you supported this guy ever, or you said this 15 years ago, you know, we're never taking it. And it's like, well, why? And I think I understand now. It's because in their mind, the goal, the end goal is some sort of, I don't want to use the word purity because it's overused, but it's some sort of like social group that has to have like a set of beliefs in order for you to belong to it, to feel good about being in that group, and then you reinforce that. And you're like practicing some kind of like basically like a social club, which isn't necessarily bad. Like you can have clubs and you can have groups and you can have popular groups and in-group, out-group preference and all that. That's fine. But when you call it politics, I think that that's really bad because they're not doing politics. And so something that I thought was interesting and something I used to complain about a lot is we're playing by two different sets of rules, and that's untenable. We can't have it so that the right is, you know.
I don't know if I agree with any of this. If only 30% of the Republican Party is MAGA, in what way do they only purity test on supporting the candidate? There are groups on both sides of that group. Wait, I think everybody on the right purity tests on supporting the candidate. Everybody does. But there's the 30% that are like, everything Trump does, no matter what, it is like, it is, you know, God's word. He was sent by God to do all of this, and he has been, you know, christened as the savior and blah blah blah. Right? There's that group that is MAGA, right? Then there's like the other like 70% that's gonna be something like, you know, oh, I don't like everything that Trump does, and I'm like willing to criticize him, and I'm not like on board. I didn't like when he said very fine people. I didn't like the January 6th thing. I didn't like this. I didn't like that. But he's still better than like a Democrat, right? Like that's still the majority of like what feels like, yeah, like boomers and Gen X, millennials, like, yeah, most of those people seems to be like half of the group is just not this like hardcore die-hard MAGA group like MAGA. I think the right is even more fragmented than you think. It is outside of the 30-ish%. What does that mean? Outside of the 30-ish%. What does that mean? And what do you mean fragmented? Like I have no idea what that means.
You know, in the, I don't want to say in the dirt, in the mud. They're playing a totally different game than what the left plays when it comes to politics. And I'm talking mainstream left people now, like Democrats or whatever, in terms of being willing to break rules. But then I notice online, there's also, in terms of the alternative media spaces, they're also playing a different game. I think the right plays a morally abhorrent and disgusting game when it comes to how they exercise power. I think they do it in an authoritarian manner, and I think there's no place for it in the United States of America. But when it comes to how they exercise their social power, I think that the right actually exercises social power more effectively than the left does, because they exercise it for political ends and not social whatever ends, or not like...
Yeah, I would say that the right has a better strategy, and the left has truth. And so I think that this is where like the problems occur, is that I think during like the Obama years, it seemed like the left had they had like truth there, but people didn't know what it was. So they had like academic truth that was talking about like critical race theory, but none of the people who were talking about critical race theory and none of the people on the left understood critical race theory or what it was, and they would end up making some insane arguments. Or trans people, and they would end up making insane arguments. They don't understand gender, they don't understand transitioning, they don't understand, but they just know that this is what they're supposed to say, and so they would make some insane fucking arguments. Or, you know, this is the stuff with BLM, like, it was always, they didn't really, there were academic arguments that existed there that were true, that were correct, but they didn't know what those arguments were. They didn't know what that was. And so while they had that information on their side, it was a very select few of people who knew what that information was, knew what was true, knew what the arguments were. And The rest of them were just kind of winging it, and just that's how we ended up with the SJWs and the crazy leftists during that period. Is that like they just didn't know what the arguments were, whereas the right had but it felt like at the time they also had good strategy. The Democrats during that period had good strategy on how to get people moving left, whereas now they don't really. They don't. The internet has, I feel like, and this is just from my perspective, obviously most of it comes from the internet, but a lot of mine comes from the fact that, I feel like the internet has broken a lot of these people. Oh, brother, appealing to truth is a tenuous proposition, Tom. You're better off saying they better framed empirical questions rather than they had the truth. No, I think that it is about truth. So this is why I say that like the Republican Party is just a drastically different entity today, is because it felt like back then we didn't argue about truth as much. We weren't arguing about what truth was. We were arguing about values, and then based on our values, what was right and wrong, because we had different values, and so we were going to come to different conclusions. But it seems like today we're not arguing things based on values. We don't have differences based on values. Whether or not Abrego Garcia was an illegal immigrant is not a value issue. That's not a value problem. That is a truth problem. Whether or not they're eating cats and dogs in Springfield, that is not a value problem. That is a truth problem. Whether or not Trump got convicted of felonies, that is not a value difference. That is a truth difference. Whether or not Trump attempted to steal an election and whether or not there's enough evidence for this, that is not a value difference. That is a truth difference. These are not differences based on values. These are differences based on truth. It is based on what is real, what is actually happening in the world. Did Biden go over to Ukraine and engage in illegal quid pro quo for Burisma to help his son? Like, that is not a values difference. That is a truth difference. And so it's not I do not believe that this is some sort of subjective moral value that is drawing some sort of division between the two sides. I do not believe this. I don't believe this whatsoever. I believe that it is like a real truth difference that exists there. Again, I didn't frame my comment in regard to value judgments. I said how they framed empirical questions. Right, but you understand that is leading away from truth. Right? I don't know, you're saying this like it's a different thing, but it doesn't sound like it's it sounds like it's still moving away from truth. Like this is I feel like it's still my problem. It's still the same thing that I'm saying. There's 30%, maybe less, that all share a similarity in supporting Trump, but outside of that group, I think the right is made up of at least 5 groups. Oh yeah, I think that there's more groups than that. I'm talking about just in terms of what we're talking about right now. I'm saying, I think that there are more groups, and I think that there's more intersections than that. But that's why I started talking about the fact that, like, when I say the 20% that is evangelical, I'm not saying that it's just 20% that's evangelical, because a large portion of evangelical Christians are part of MAGA, and so there's a large intersection there as well. It's not. I'm not saying that it's just this. I'm saying that this is a way of like fragmenting these groups to kind of understand the types of values that are kind of pushing and pulling the levers when it comes to acceptance to one side or the other. How do I call in? I'm getting ready to get off pretty soon. I'm probably not I don't think I have time for another call in.
I'm trying to use a bunch of negative words, but not for like popularity groups and not for just like empty virtue signaling that's not backed up by electoral consequences. Because I keep going back to thinking, I'm like, imagine if you're on the right and you really think that like the 2020 election was rigged. How are you still going out and voting in 2024? Like these motherfuckers, they think that the whole world is against them, but they still show up at the polls and they still actually vote. What
they for some reason were able to come up with a slogan that was dumb enough to convince people that made sense, where they said too big to rig. It's like, why would you go vote if you don't believe that voting works? They're like, well, too big to rig. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Like, you understand that doesn't make sense. Like, even when you say too big to rig, you're giving this implication as though your votes are being counted. Like, you understand that, right? Like, you're giving this idea as though there is a real election that is taking place, but that like Democrats are just putting more votes in to make sure that they get more than the amount that you have. But if you go bigger, it's not as if they're limited on how many fake votes they can put in. And it doesn't make sense that they would put in less fake votes in this election than they did in the last one. It's just, none of it makes sense. My theory is that you want to support the Democrat Party candidate and move over from the right. You will find a group that accepts you on the left. Destiny gets flack from the far left. Like Charlie Kirk gets flack from Groypers. Yeah. Have you heard of non-delegation doctrine? I'd like to talk to you about it sometime. I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think so. Just to clarify, Tom, you are correct on empirical claims that you referenced, but the right nor the left are correct on moral claims. These are lower level intuitions. There is no fact of the matter. Right, but okay, so now you are saying exactly what it is that I said. You realize that. Now you are saying what it is that I said. Where I said afterwards, I said, yes, I'm saying that on like the fact of the matter, we are correct, but not the subjective matter. And so I said, like, when it came, like the old, right versus left dilemma was trying to argue around different value structures that led us to different conclusions. But that today, we're not arguing about different moral structures that are bringing us to different conclusions. Today, we're arguing about just the fact of the matter. And so, or the matter of the fact of the matter. Anyways, we're arguing about facts, right? And so that's my issue, is that the left is right on the facts, and that we don't have many differences on values, or we're not arguing about values, we're arguing about truth. And that is my problem.
The fuck? So yeah, that all that to further my idea that I think that we do have to start being, and I already have been, I guess, and I'll continue to be, we need to be really brutal on cutting people out of the left that are not politically oriented in the political sphere. So like if people want to be like activists or like social commentators or whatever online, like people like Hassan, I guess, then they can do that. That's fine. But we shouldn't confuse those people as being members of or representatives of the Democratic Party. And we shouldn't confuse those people as our allies. They're not. And we shouldn't treat those people like they're politically active. They're not. They're doing something fundamentally different. And I'm not saying that thing is bad. There's room in a society for everybody. Well, not everybody, but there's room for like a whole bunch of different types of behavior of activists, of social, movements and groups that aren't necessarily maybe like looking at political ends. Like that's fine. That can exist, but we can't mix that up with like a political mission. How do you do that? I don't actually know. The reality is I'm looking for a new factorial mod so I can retire and say fuck all this shit. Because the reality is, and it's depressing, and I don't, and it's also hard because like I have to obviously. I'm being very, it sounds self-conceited or whatever when I say this, but like you need more people like me who are willing to stand tall on liberal beliefs.
Right, but I'm sorry, Slim, again, we're not going to differ on those things though. That's the problem, is if I talk to them about like how we come to conclusions, do you need evidence for your claims? Do you need like this? Do you need that? Like, we're not going to differ on those things. They're going to agree with all of that. They're just going to end up engaging in a fallacious way later on, but they're going to agree on the epistemological claims. So but I largely agree with your framing. I just think that you could strengthen your argument if you understand the structural argument underlying frame dependency. Maybe I think that we agree for the most part. I think that obviously there's a select group that are going to engage in a very anecdotal way where everything is about their own personal interactions, that if I bring up data or something like that, they don't even believe in data. Data doesn't make sense. Data doesn't mean anything. It's all about my own personal experiences. I don't believe anything that anybody else tells me unless I've seen it myself. But all of those people believe in God somehow. But anyways, that is like the only area where we would have some difference. But yeah, it doesn't seem to be the case overall. So I just don't agree that the left is not accepting of converts and that the right is. I think Destiny's view is tainted by his personal experience, i.e. arguing with lefties. You have different frame dependency for what you consider data. Correct. Yeah. For what I would accept as data. Yes. Yeah, Freddie, I don't know. I don't think so. I feel like it's pretty consistent across the board. I feel like even Destiny, when he had Nick Fuentes on his show and was talking to Nick, I feel like even his own audience was very critical of him talking to the guy in the manner that he was, and that like the way that he went about it was very scary to them and very frightening. And we have people even like Mr. Girl, who's somebody who like wants to talk to pedophiles and murderers and rapists and shit like that, yet he was even put off by the fact that Destiny was hanging out and being friendly with Nick Fuentes in the way that he was. And so it just I feel like it is a thing. Like I said, like even when it came to like Warren Southern, even when it came to what's his name? Hunter Avalon, when it came to me, when it came to like every time I've ever, counterpoints, like every time I see somebody moving, they get more pushback than acceptance. That is the way that I see it. I think that almost every time I watch somebody move left, I watch that person get more pushback than they get acceptance. And I don't think it's just a small select group that's doing the pushback, and that it's like the majority of people are just being super accepting. And I just don't see it that way. I think that it just always seems to be the case that there is more pushback than acceptance. And yeah, I Slim, I agree with you, but that's what I'm saying, is that I think that like I think that I can start with science and logic, and as axioms, I believe that there is something inherent there that while that is there are like presuppositions within that I cannot prove in and of themselves. That doesn't take anything away from the fact that I do believe that there's something objective there that I'm not willing to really budge on. And so while there is framing that exists, obviously my framing is correct. So I don't really care about the fact that like there are these other things within the subjective realm of the conversation, because I'm more so just don't appeal to truth. You can say that the left has better empirical grounding for their propositions. We're not disagreeing on that aspect regardless of this. Okay. Yeah, I guess truth has like a moral bent to it that changes the statement, so fair enough. I think that like truth is about facts, but I get what you're saying.
Disavow lunatics to the left. And I don't know why, but it just seems like nobody is able to do that. Gavin Newsom kind of did with some of the trans stuff, but even he's like kind of a pussy about it. And even when he started to get a ton of pushback, it feels like he was like waffling on it a little bit. But you have to have, oh, like Ezra Klein is a good example. That's a guy. You have to have somebody who's willing to come out and say, I disagree with Trump on almost everything, but this like socialist shit is fucking cringe. I mean,
yeah, Freddie, again, I'm not denying that everybody's going to have a place that they can fit in. I'm not denying that. But I am denying that if somebody on the left moves right, they normally don't have a whole lot of pushback. There's not a big problem with them moving right. There's not a huge amount of friction there, unless there's somebody who did OnlyFans or porn or something like that. Like now, okay, yeah, sure, there's going to be some pushback there, and they'll call him a grifter and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I just don't think that, I'm not denying that they will find a niche to fall into. But on the right, you don't have to find that niche to fall into. I think that overall, the right will be overall more accepting just by you aligning with them. Even lots of times, if it's only rhetorically and not on a values basis, they will still be very accepting of you falling over onto their side. This is exactly what happened with what's the name of the guy who Lindsay something, he does the whole woke right thing now. No, he's saying facts are one thing, truth is another. James Lindsay, yeah. So James Lindsay is somebody that used right-wing rhetoric for a long time, but was never truly right-wing. I think Brett Weinstein is somebody who falls into that camp. Brett Weinstein and Eric Weinstein, both. These guys are left, but they use right-wing rhetoric to where they will align with them in a lot of ways that they'll accept, even though they are like very progressive on almost all social issues. They will still be very accepting of these people overall. Same with Joe Rogan. Like over time, because they're so accepting of these liberals who use their rhetoric, these liberals end up moving over to the right pretty quickly. And I don't have an example of that from the other side. There are so many people that the right will consider one of the good ones. There are so many people that the right-wingers will look at and say, he's one of the good ones, she's one of the good ones. Shoe on Head, Tim Pool, Joe Rogan, James Lindsay, the Weinstein brothers, the Jordan Peterson, all of these people, right? They're the good ones. You're one of the good ones. There isn't that for the other side. There isn't that for the other side. There aren't liberals who look at these right-wingers and are like, yeah, he's one of the good ones. He may not be fully on our side, but he makes sense. He's somebody I can talk to. He's somebody who's rational, right? That doesn't exist. There is no one of the good ones on the right to liberals or to leftists. Like, it doesn't exist in the same way. But we can name tons of them from the right, or from the, who were on the left, but the right was super accepting to these people, and over time they shifted over.
We need to have real conversations.
Again, RFK, Tulsi Gabbard, there's just on and on and on and on. There's so many examples of this. The left does not have those, because I just don't think they're nearly as accepting.
It's about real policies that are going to make this country a better place, and nobody seems to be willing to do that. I don't know why nobody in the center left is willing to fight to the left ever. It's just so fucking annoying. It's so fucking annoying. But what is their political goal? On the far left, like the online agitator type people, they don't have a political goal because they're not practicing politics. They're doing something different. And I think that's why, for instance, look at all the people, the Antifa protesters and they're
doing team sports. I mean, there's a lot of it is team sports, but again, the team sports are there to protect culture. Like, that is their overall thing, is that it's all cultural shit, right? But this is why when I go on the TikTok, when I'm fucking around and doing like a Hitler salute and marching around and shit, they don't give a fuck about my beliefs. They don't give a fuck about my ideology. They don't give a fuck about my arguments. They don't give a fuck about who I vote for. They don't give a fuck about anything politically relevant. They give a fuck about my aesthetics, and that I am signaling the right thing, because the signal, the symbols, those things, that is going to be the thing that is much more like relevant to shaping culture. Those are things that are much more important to them, to where it's capable of shaping culture, right? And so to them, obviously, if it becomes normalized to march around doing fucking Nazi salutes and shit like that, that's something that can be dangerous. But they're not as concerned with the truth of the term Nazi when they apply it to me, right? They're going to call me a Nazi, not because I have Nazi beliefs, not because I say Nazi things, not because I'm a white nationalist, not because I'm anti-Semitic, not because anything else, not because I'm a fascist, right? It's just because I am doing the thing that is symbolic of Nazism, and that is enough for me to be a Nazi. Because the symbolism is a thing that is very cultural dependent. They are gatekeeping culture. But it's all based on their own team sport.
And the Gaza protesters or whatever for the war, those people were only protesting basically Democrats and Democratic events and everything. And why? And then shitting on Democrats. But like, why? Because they're not conservatives. But really, in my mind, it's so funny because people will say, like, the leftists are doing what I want us to do. That's the funny thing. When I say leftists, I mean socialist communists. I'll say something like, we need to excise these people from our camp. And then sometimes people say, we can't afford to do that. We can't lose anybody. Like, we need everybody we can get. But then when you look at what they're doing, they're trying to excise us. Like, I think one of the big reasons why leftists, why socialists and ultra progressives, why they protest like Democrats almost exclusively is because people know they're not conservatives, but they want you to know that they're definitely not Democrats. They sure as fuck are not the evil liberals, the Democrats. There's something way different. And that separation, the differentiation is incredibly important to them. And I think that's what drives a lot of the protests and stuff, which again, isn't necessarily bad. It's just a different type of thing. It's not the politics that I think we should be practicing, but because it's not politics, they're doing something different, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, KB.
What do you think of even non-political people being absorbed into the right, like XQC, who now calls CNN libtard media? Well, that's, again, I think that's just because you literally, besides me, actually, I shouldn't say me. The Bulwark people are good. Scott Galloway is good. And Kara Swisher, Ezra Klein, obviously. I think that these people do a good job. And they're getting more popular, which is good. We need more people like that, I think. Wait, did I watch this on stream or did I watch this personally? Did you guys see the argument for why the best cabinet member is RFK? I will take credit for these people being brave enough to do this, okay? Because I attacked the firefighter. Maybe, maybe not. But like, we need more of this.
You go first. We'll go back. We'll do snake draft. The best cabinet secretary is actually RFK.
Yeah, Raslin, that's why he's separating truth and fact. You're acting as though truth and fact are the same. He's saying truth is frame dependent. Truth is something that has a moral bent to it, that is like that it is what is right, what is yes, what like truth has a lot to do with what is right. And so when you say like whether or not that person it has legal status, the legal status is a fact of the matter, right? But whether or not it is true is a thing that people will disagree on, because they'll say it ought not be that way. Therefore, it is not true, because it is something that is that it is like wrongly imposed, right? That Abrego Garcia ought not have been given any sort of legal status. And so because he was given legal status, that is something that is not true, that he was a legal immigrant. But it is a fact that he had legal documentation. So these are differences. That truth is something with a moral. Theories of truth say nothing about moral ought claim. In short, a fact is a variable piece of information, while truth is a broader concept that can encompass facts, beliefs, and interpretations. Facts are objective and can be proven, whereas truth can be subjective and vary depending on perspective. Truth is a broader concept that includes facts, but also extends to beliefs, values, and interpretations. For example, murder is wrong is a truth, but it's not a fact that can be proven empirically. It's a moral truth that is based on beliefs and values. So a fact can be true, but anything that is a fact can be true, but anything that is true is not necessarily a fact. And so that is the that is the difference.
JBL. You be quiet and listen.
I'm the best because you can't hear me. It's because of Curb Your Enthusiasm?
Because these people need to get their consequences. You want to stop vaccinating your kids? You want to start drinking raw milk? I'm sitting back with my MMR and all my old man shingles vaccine. Have at it, Cletus.
Okay, I clearly took this exercise far too literally. It didn't occur to me to be like, the one who's gonna kill your children's my favorite, because that's what people deserve.
We just need more people who are brave, okay? We need more brave people, all right?
I don't know what the point of that was. Did anybody get that?
Somebody said the good faith argument is that progressives know they have no chance of influencing conservatives, but have a chance to influence libs and Dems since they're closer politically. No. That's not a good faith argument, because that's not a real argument. That's a bad faith argument, because you're making up excuses for a side that doesn't need them.
Yes, you're trying to make sense of it logically by working backwards, but that is definitely not what it is. That is definitely not what it is. They are very clearly not Democrats, but they are also on the left. And not only on the left, but they are the real left. And that liberals are a fake left. Liberals are people who are not really on the left. They are this fake version of the left that does not have leftist values. And it is purely based on the fact that they are almost commandeering what ought to be the left. So when they look at, like, throughout history, or when they look at, like, worldwide spectrums, they see that there is a group that when we look at the right versus the left, they're looking at the fact that, like, this is supposed to be all of theirs because they're leftists. Everybody who's on this side of the spectrum ought to be on their side. And if you're on the right, you ought to be on this side. But the problem is, in America, that is not how this works at all. And that technically the way that they view it is that the middle of the spectrum is all the way over here. And that they are only this much of it. And liberals are all of this. And so when we start the line here, that this isn't right to them. This is not right to them, and that this is that all of us are right-wingers, and that really the line is here, and all of us are right-wingers, and they are left, and that everybody over here, we are all on the same side. Conservatives and liberals are all the same, and that this is fucked up. That this is not right. They want everybody on the left to be leftists. They want them to have leftist ideology of the leftist part of the spectrum, and that is the problem to them. That is the issue, is that this is liberals are a fake left.
That's a bad faith argument. That's like saying the steel man of Nazi Germany was that Jewish people actually all were secretly trying to destroy the country, and Hitler really had a really strong belief in that. And they did a lot of research, and they really figured that out. That's a bullshit ass. Don't do this thing with you steel man, good faith or whatever stuff that's not what they think. That's clearly not what they think. And the reason why is this. Let me tell you this, okay? So there are two statements that I'm going to connect. I haven't connected these before, but I got a lot of connections. My brain connected things, okay? So one thing that I've said before is the left will always find a reason not to vote for a candidate, and the right will always find a reason to vote for a candidate, okay? Do you know who says, you want to know a really popular saying on our side of the internet is, I don't want to support the lesser of two evils? You will never, ever, ever hear a conservative say that if they don't like their candidate. I don't want to support the lesser of two evils, because they are always voting for who they think furthers their interests. So, no.
Yeah, so we're on the left. Leftists will say, I'm not voting for Democrats. Democrats are fucking fascists. Kamala Harris, I'm not voting for Kamala Harris. She's willing to help Israel fuck over Palestine and continue a genocide over there. Fuck that shit. I'm going to stand outside of all of her rallies and I'm going to protest against Kamala Harris. I'm not fucking voting for that bitch. I don't want anything to do with the Democrats. Right? That is what leftists will do. Right? The far left on our side will counter signal our candidates. Whereas the far right, Nick Fuentes, will also say, I'm not a fucking Republican. I'm not one of those motherfuckers. I got nothing to do with those people. But I will vote for them. I will vote for them, and I'll vote for their candidates because I want them to win, and I want to make sure that we're continuing to move the culture in my direction. It's at least better than nothing. You know, it's better than Kamala Harris winning. It's better than Joe Biden winning. It's better than Hillary Clinton. Right, Nick Fuentes is gonna vote for the right-wing candidate, and he's gonna stay on their side. Whereas the leftists will have all of them counter-signaling the Democratic candidate or the liberal candidate because, yeah, they're not they're not concerned with the electoralism. They most of them are. Oh, I don't want to say most of them, but yeah, probably most of the people who refuse to vote for a lesser of two evils. These are people who are generally seeming to be extreme fuck. They want things to go fast. They want to have a revolution. What is the term that I'm missing here? It's where they want it to happen right away. Fascist? No. Accelerationist, yes. That's they're accelerationists, and so they're not worried with like voting for this election. Like that's fucking bullshit, okay? We're gonna have a revolution one of these days, one way or the other. It doesn't really matter. Like y'all fucking play your electoral games and do all this dumb bullshit. We're gonna fucking overthrow the government eventually, and then we'll have it our way one way or the other. So it doesn't really matter. That's kind of that's part of it. So that's part of it. And then the other part is we want to hold our votes hostage because Democrats do not appeal to the far left enough. And because Democrats refuse to actually work for our votes and actually try to get us on board, we won't vote for them until they move the party farther left and they actually try to appeal to us and try to win our votes. They need to work for it. And so we're going to hold our vote hostage until they're willing to actually work for our vote. Those are the two different ways that I think they look at.
The idea that the left only mass protests, the far left only mass protests as Democratic candidates because they want what's best for their movement and then they don't vote, bullshit. That's not true and that's not what they're doing. And when you give that charitable interpretation, you are a Nazi. You're just as bad as them and you should feel bad for doing that. That's not what they do. That's not what they do. It's just not what they do. Like, yeah, blue no matter who is literally, the leftists use this to attack you. Like that's a pejorative on the left. And the right use it to attack us. But on the right, you better believe, what, red or dead? Like they're always voting their candidate. I feel like the consequences shit doesn't even matter though. Look at COVID. It's not like anyone looked at the deaths in America compared to other countries and maybe Trump was on lockdown or the America. I agree with you that these are all problems as well. But I'm always trying to find like what is like the fundamental problem or what's like the, you know, if you fix this thing, other things will start to fall in line. I think this is a big piece of that puzzle because we're spending so much time like warding off attacks from the left and the right and figuring out like where are we. And the feeling I have, and maybe I'm wrong or I'm not watching the right media or maybe the rest of the Democrats don't agree. The feeling I have though is that the Democratic Party is still kind of wandering and looking for like its identity. It doesn't really know who it is yet, the Democratic Party. And I think the reason why is because the reason why the Democratic Party can't find itself is because they're trying to appeal to multiple groups of people. And one of those large groups of people are people who don't want to practice politics. And I just think that's a huge issue. Like imagine spending 5 years trying to win the love and support of some guy and you do everything from you buy him shit and you help him out with projects and you recommend friends and family and you take him out to dinner and bowling, you do all these things. And then imagine like 5 years later, you break into this guy's house and like, bro, I feel like it's literally 50-50 on whether or not you got my back. What the f is going on? And the guy's like, oh, well, every single morning I flip a coin and if the coin is heads, then I'm nice to you. And if it's tails, then I don't give a fuck about you. Like when you'd see it, you say, okay, well, what the fuck? Well, fuck you. I don't need this. Why would I even be nice to this? Wait, what the fuck? Right? And I think that's what the Democrats need to realize for some people. We need to not incorporate into our political movements non-political actors. And people like Hassan and these people, these are not political people. I mean, just look at them. Like, look, where are their passions? What political project has Hassan ever taken part in? Right? Or any of these like far lefty types. Jesus Christ, what Emma Vigeland or whatever, when we were at that event where it was me, her, and Vosh, and Emma is sitting up there on some panel we're on, and she's like, oh, well, I'm just an online commentator. Like, I don't even know if anybody would even listen to me anyway, LOL. I'm like, why the fuck? What are you doing up here? Like, that was such a mind moment for me because I'm like, oh, wait, what are we doing? I thought we were kind of doing politics a little bit. No? Isn't that like the whole point of what we are doing? Destiny, the only way to win is to claim and rebrand centrism. So you are not part of progressivism while it's being able to condemn the right. No, but I don't want to, no, fuck centrism. Just be a Democrat, be on the left. Is it possible that people genuinely think they have political chances with their insane?
I mean, that's what I did. Like, I'm still like a more like centrist person, but I'm, I'm more willing to like claim the label of liberal, claim the label of Democrat, claim these labels, because I do think that it is probably a problem within the Democrat Party that nobody ever claims these labels. There's always the moderates that don't want to claim that they're a Democrat, and they always want to say, "Oh no, I'm centrist. I'm moderate. I'm independent." And then you got the like a big jump until you get to like, you know, some people who are liberal Democrats, but then you get to the, you know, the progressives and the leftists, and now you have these people who are very staunch in their liberal, in their labels and their beliefs, and it's just like nobody's actually like owning these fucking labels. Nobody's owning these positions, and so yeah, I thought, well, fuck yeah, I'm just kind of doing the same thing that everybody's doing now, so I need to actually take that label on and own the fucking label, and not always find like, you know, oh, well, I'm close enough to where I don't have to claim this fucking label, blah, blah, blah. Because, yeah, I don't like claiming the labels. I don't like having to feel like I'm on a team. I don't like having to feel like I have to stand up for a side. I don't want to have to feel like I'm, you know, you and me, we're together, blah, blah. I don't want to feel like that. I don't want to feel like other people constantly coming and telling me, you're not one of us. You're not really us. You're pretending to be one of us, blah, blah. I don't like this shit. I don't like the teams. I don't like the, you know, okay, fine, fuck, I'm not on your team. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't like the shit, but yeah, I feel like that's kind of what everybody does, and so everybody's finding a way to either be like progressive or moderate, you know, centrist, and that the liberals never have the like the people who are claiming the label. They are owning the fucking label, and it's something that I'm really important has done for a long time. Like, when I first got into internet politics, into Twitch politics, it was considered an insult. And Freddie can back me up on this. It was considered an insult in the Twitch politics space to be a liberal. They literally called people liberal as an insult. It was the same as saying, okay, boomer, to call somebody a liberal. Because liberal was this like old thing that old people are, that the hip people, the people who really know what they're talking about, the people who really understand, they're progressives. They're leftists. They're not fucking liberals. That's for old people, right? It was so calling somebody it still is, bro, and you're white. Thank you. Yes, but the term liberal was very much an insult. And I'm really important. I believe initially when I first saw him, called himself a progressive and was very much about like Bernie Sanders and blah blah blah. But he eventually just started owning the term. He started owning the label liberal. I'm really important was one of the first ones that I saw that was like, nah, fuck it, I don't care. I don't care. I am a liberal. Like, I am. I actually am. And I'm not just saying this to be ironic. I am a liberal, and I'm going to own that fucking label. And if you don't like it, that's fine. But I really am a liberal. And if you think it's a boomer thing, if you think I'm a boomer, then fine, I'm a boomer. But I am a liberal. I really am. To my fucking core, I'm a fucking liberal. And I remember thinking, that's fucking base, dude. I was still a conservative at the time, and I'm watching it. I'm like, that's fucking base, dude. I like that. I like that he's actually like taking this label and owning it. And yeah, it took me another like 6 years to do it myself, but yeah, I think that it seems as though it's not, you guys were saying, oh, it still is. I don't know if it is, because I think when I watch people like Dean and, you know, when Dean is getting offended that Hassan hates liberals, I think, oh, wait, so he actually likes the term liberal. Like, he's offended that Hassan hates liberals.
kind of kept going there. It just, you know, I had to guess. It's out of context. It's all out of context. Hassan doesn't hate me. It's out of context. Okay, actually, one more thing. I feel like, okay, I'm gonna be objective. I actually do feel like Hassan was probably being like hyperbolic with that. Hassan was like probably not telling what he actually thought. The reason why I say that is because Hassan has been kind to me. I'm a liberal. He's been kind to me. So
see, like he doesn't have a problem calling himself a liberal. When I go on the TikTok and I call myself a liberal, they hear I'm like far left like them. Like they're surprised when I'm like making a differentiation between liberal and leftist. They're like, what? We're liberal. We're the fucking liberals. What are you talking about? And so yeah, it just it seems as though the term is not stigmatized like it used to be. It seems like it's not a bad thing like it used to be. I agree though that leftists have lost a lot of shine compared to 2016 and 2020. Yeah, well, in progressives, like progressive, I think was the term that everybody wanted to use. I think progressives, like progressive was the cool thing, right? That was like the hip thing to be. You're a progressive. You vote for fucking Bernie Sanders. You want Medicare for all. You want, you like it was Obama. Obama's a fucking progressive, bro. He's not a liberal. He's a progressive. Like it was progressives believe in trans rights, but they're not fucking liberals. They're progressives, dude. Like it was just, yeah, it was a very cool hip thing to be. It was a progressive, and nobody was a liberal anymore, and it just kind of died off. But yeah, I think that Biden winning, I think, was something that was really beneficial. I think Biden winning was something that really helped kind of that liberal shine come back, that bring us back to our glory days of liberals owning the fucking libs or whatever. I don't know. But anyways, yeah.
if Hassan, like,
far left candidates, like the people advocating for the socialist guy for the New York State mayoral race, seem to legitimately think they can get him elected, for example. Maybe people might think that, and that's fine. I think that primaries are a good place to fight for your radical candidates. But if your radical candidate doesn't win, well, then you vote for the next one. You vote for the Democrat. That's what you should do. But if their radical candidate loses, I think they just lose interest and they drop out completely. Do you think it's more likely that Dems kick out the far lefties and the country corrects course, or does the left...
Liberals want to lower the age of consent? Like who? What liberals want to lower the age of consent? Lunar?
Fall into populism like the right did, disregard the Constitution, and we descended into civil war. The problem is the far left would never do civil war either because they don't care about shit like that. They just want to like post on social media and stuff. It sounds like I'm being facetious, but I'm really not. That is truly their goal. It's a social movement and like a social group, and they get clout and they get friends and they get like activities, and it's all in the furtherance of that. The far left.
Wait, they got to define liberal? Nah, fuck defining it. Like, give me somebody that you think is a liberal. Give me somebody that you think is a liberal that wants to lower the age of consent. Because yeah, I'm assuming they're gonna give me somebody who's a conservative or a Republican, and they're calling them liberals or something. I don't know. But that is like, so for leftists, again, they believe that liberals are on the right, and that like they'll call liberals conservatives and they'll call conservatives liberals because they're all the same group to them.
Is populist, sure, and the far right is populist, but the far right is populist and they're concerned with electoralism, and the far left, I mean, explicitly aren't. They literally say they don't believe in electoralism. They literally say like, the elections don't matter, you know? You think the rise of Bernie in 2016 brought all these lefties out of the woodwork, thinking they legitimately can win elections with even more extreme left candidates? Maybe. I don't like to confuse that too much, though, with the thing that exists today, because like Bernie...
Tom isn't getting off. He still has 3 more hours. No. Slim Shady said I'm allowed to get off. Fuck you.
You know, for all of his faults, did come out of nowhere, and he had a respectable, he wasn't going to beat Hillary, but he had a respectable performance against Hillary. And Bernie was a real candidate, even in 2020, even though he never really crossed that like 1/3 threshold, he was still a real candidate. But the stuff that exists today online is just, it's way, 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 way different. It's not good. It's not good. Did you see Hassan attacking Palestinian activists who went on H3? This is a new low for this clown. I have not yet. We might watch that today, though. The last thing that I wrote down, I really was just going crazy. This is just like a reminder. Don't take the right seriously on anything, and don't ever let them morally police you on anything. Remember, the right is doing politics. Their goal is to attack you no matter what. They have no values. Dude, reading the Elon Musk article and everything, like, I'm just trying to imagine, you know how much these guys came down on fucking Hunter Biden supposedly for smoking crack? Or not supposedly, he was a crackhead. But like they come down on this guy so hard for it. Meanwhile, like, all of the Elon Musk.
I was about to say, I know he's not saying Hunter Biden supposedly smoked crack, so he's got to be saying they supposedly came down on him. All right, I'm gonna time Lunar out. I've asked Lunar like 3 questions and they haven't answered any of them, so I'm gonna put a 1-minute timeout on this, see if they can wake up.
Drug shit, they literally are absolutely fucking silent on. They don't have a single thing in the fucking world to say. Also, remember, in case you guys forgot, Hunter Biden was not part of the government. He wasn't an elected official. He had literally nothing to fucking do with any of that. So, listen, I agree with respect to internet people, but empirically, the far left are constantly voting Dem more than like any other demo. They're annoying on Twitter and poison discourse, but they vote for the Dem. Bernie voters voted Hillary more than Hillary voters voted Obama after the 2000 primary.
Slim did not taco my fucking time. Okay, that is bullshit.
So when I talk about the far left, remember in our minds, we have to disconnect what's going on online with like real world voters. Most of the people, my guess is 80% of people that voted for Bernie Sanders, I'm pulling this number out of my ass, 50 to 80%, I'll leave myself whatever, are not like the crazy far left people. They're not the crazy far left. They're probably people that heard Bernie Sanders stuff. Remember, most people are not that politically plugged in. They probably heard Bernie Sanders speak like, oh, free education, that sounds sick, and social health care, yeah, we should have that. And they're like, oh, fuck it, vote for Bernie. They're not like, we need a restructuring of the capitalist framework because the bourgeois has been taking advantage of the proletariat for too long and all of capitalism has to fall, blah, 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 right? Like, they're not, the average Bernie voter was not like that. Even if it might seem that way because what was online, I don't believe the average Bernie voter was like that. Dude, I can't believe, God, I also got obsessed with this fucking clip. It's just, I'm sorry, I'm only gonna play this for 2 seconds, and then we're done. It's crazy to me that this is just so crazy to me. It's crazy to me because I feel like this is the perfect, this is like the perfect encapsulation of everything that is wrong and evil with this side of the aisle. Not these two, although these two definitely have their problems. So it's the fact that Tim Pool knows everything that's going on in Ukraine, because remember, we saw his Reddit account. Like, he literally was doing AMAs when he used to be an independent journalist, a real small-time independent journalist on the ground. Like, he knows everything that was going on, and he's got like decent answers to everything. He knows why Yanukovych was ousted. He knows that like this has popular support from the people. Because it seems that the general population isn't support of the protesting, or is more of a group of people going rogue to the disgust of the populace. Media coverage of this what's happening. To me, yes, there were 400 to 500,000 people here in Kyiv on Sunday. Also, even back then, like, he knew more about Ukraine way more than I did. I don't know if I was doing 12 years. I was probably playing StarCraft. December 10th, 2013. I might have been in Poland. And this, I don't even know. It definitely seems to be a popular movement. He's even calling it Kyiv here. What do you think? Like, and somebody even asked him this, and he's like, oh, well, you know, I think Ukrainian people are calling it Kyiv instead of Kiev or whatever because of everything going on. He's even calling it Kyiv. This was before Crimea was invaded in 2013.
Okay. All right. I'm going to bed. I'll be back on tomorrow. If you guys will do me a favor, hang out for a second. We're going to run through some credits to honor our awesome members of the channel. And once we finish with that, if you guys will come back to the video and leave a comment, it is super helpful in getting these videos into the algorithm. The problem with vertical streams is that once we finish them, they don't really get pushed in the algorithm whatsoever. And so when we finish, they just disappear. They don't keep getting pushed unless people come back and leave comments on them. That is the only way that it will start to push it in the algorithm to an extent to where people will see it and it'll pop up on their feeds, is if people leave comments after. So the more people that leave comments after, the more it'll get pushed into the algorithm. And the more people will be able to show up and see your cool comments on my screen and your cool comments in my chat. So make sure that you leave a comment. Let me know what you thought about the debate earlier. Let me know what you thought about the content. Let me know what you think about me being a fucking awesome Giga Chad liberal over here, just owning the fucking label, just being super cool, being a fucking lib. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools. I honestly can never tell if this chick believes half the stuff that comes out of her mouth.
Conservative.
I honestly can never tell if this chick believes half the stuff that comes out of her mouth.
Conservative thinks you're wrong. A liberal thinks you're evil.
I grew up in a conservative family and I was taught that all Democrats were baby murderers, devil worshippers, and that they were evil. But I don't think I really hear the word evil very much from liberals.
A conservative says, I disagree. It's a free country. A liberal says, I disagree. You should lose your job.
Those aren't really liberals, those are leftists. There's a difference between liberals and leftists. I do know that conservatives say, we disagree, so I want to take away your rights. We disagree, so you should get deported. We disagree, so I'm going inside the Capitol.
A conservative wants freedom from the system. A liberal wants freedom funded by the system.
Those are literally the same things.
A conservative says, toughen up. A liberal says, trigger warning.
Actually, trigger warnings were invented in safe spaces. Sorry, I meant echo chambers. No, sorry, I meant churches, where like-minded people can all go and hang out together, and where it's considered a horrible disrespect and sacrilege for somebody to come and speak against their beliefs or their God. But again, they invented trigger warnings. The Women's Christian Temperance Union initially lobbied for more government intervention on movies to stop them from showing so many offensive things. Then the Catholic Legion of Decency eventually got the movie industry to implement rating systems. So things like G, PG, PG-13, rated R. In that way, Christians got a warning ahead of time as to whether or not there was going to be offensive language or offensive violence, and they could choose not to go and not get triggered.
A conservative trusts their gut. A liberal trusts 42 peer-funded studies.
Actually, I'll give her that one. We are more logical and empirically minded, so I'm actually blown away she's willing to admit that.
Conservative waves a flag. A liberal waves 17 flags and still calls this country oppressive.
Again, I think she's getting liberals mixed up with leftists. Leftists think the country is oppressive. Liberals like our country. But I know Donald Trump and his followers are always saying that he's oppressed.
Conservative fears losing their rights. A liberal fears being misgendered by a barista.
Again, doesn't sound like she's talking about liberals. Sounds like she's talking about leftists. Those people don't even vote for Democrats, so it's weird to keep mixing us together. Though I don't think conservatives actually fear losing rights when currently they're doing everything they can to erode the few rights that we have left. I mean, these are the people who voted for the guy who before the election was arguing why he can terminate the Constitution, and then after he won, they all cheer him on as he continues to argue why he can take away more and more rights.